Well, good afternoon, everyone. We wanted to pop up here to just talk about some of these strong storms starting to fire up a little bit here in North Mississippi. We're at a total lightning count of 60 right now as these continue to build on up this afternoon. That means these storms starting to fire up and kind of deal with the afternoon heat as its fuel. And the one that we're looking at very closely here is the one in the north portions of Pontotoc County. We're taking a look at this storm continue to build on up, and 60 we were talking about 60 strikes earlier. 51 of them are with this singular storm out there in Pontotoc County. So this one kind of on the stronger side as it continues to build on up this afternoon, keeping our eyes on it in case it does decide to go severe. But we can definitely take a phenomenal look at it here with our Pontotoc camera, kind of dumping that heavy amount of rainfall. That continues to be one of our primary threats, along with wind gusts and the potential for some hail, which I know we're already starting to get some of those reports sent in. So we'll make sure to cover that here in the next few minutes. But I mean, we can already see a flash of lightning out there with our Pontotoc camera, blinding rainfall. I mean, that's all rain. That's not the cloud. You can see how it kind of starts to slow down a little bit further towards the left of this camera lens here, and you can see that storm just north of this camera. So that's what we're looking at right now. Again, it's going to be a little energetic with those lightning strikes, heavy amounts of rainfall, kind of blinding rain, which imposes somewhat of a flash flood concern across portions of North Mississippi for flood-prone areas. And also we're dealing with some hail as well. And that's what our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, already has a report that was sent in with the Mississippi Live Weather app. What are you looking at, Gabe?
Well, Caleb, if my mic will turn on. There we go. So, Caleb, what we're looking at, this is hail over in Ecru, and let me make sure I give credit where it's due before I continue on too far. Karen submitting this photo, and while we take this full screen here for a moment, you can see how the hail is getting up in excess of about 1/2 of an inch there. Let's change this back to our other shot here. You can tell that because we have the quarter, which is 1 inch in diameter, the hailstone measuring about 1/2 of that. So a big thank you to Karen in Ecru for submitting this photo. And if you have any reports as well, send that in through the Mississippi Live Weather app, and we'll forward that along to the National Weather Service because they have eyes on this storm, and the fact that it is producing some of that small hail is definitely something to monitor as those storm tops do start to increase. But Caleb, you're getting a view over there of some of the heavy downpours as well as some of the gusty winds and unfortunately the hail attached to it. You know, those latest scans, lightning continues to be an increasing factor as well, showing that that storm potentially is climbing once again.
No, that's exactly right. That also shows that this storm still very energetic, kind of continuing to build on up with its strength. And one thing that you just talked about was kind of how tall these echo tops were. And this storm already pretty impressive. Let's take lightning off really quick to see if it's hidden. That's a good sign. We were talking about some of that brighter pink showing up, which means that the storm tops were reaching all the way up to 60,000 feet. And we're already seeing that go back down just a little bit. So hopefully that means the storm's already built up as strong as it can. We don't really want to see it continue to build on up, but we're still talking about 50,000 feet as a special weather statement is issued behind the scenes. And oh, there we go. Well, there's that bright pink we were just talking about. So this storm continuing to build on up and really strengthen with that updraft. And that's what kind of forces those rain droplets up, that hail up. And I think we actually just had maybe rumble of thunder or some trucks outside, but we're still going to deal with this shower and storm in the north portions of Pontotoc County, affecting you guys out there in Ecru where that hail has dropped. So let's take a look at our hail swath here with our Mama Justice Doppler radar. We are starting to see some of that pop up here with that storm, again in the possible range, but we've already seen that report come in. So definitely starting to see some of that play a factor today. But if we were to zoom out here for all of North Mississippi, again, especially for the northern portions where we're expecting these showers and storms to start building on up, we're not talking about that anywhere else. It's only for you guys out here in northern Pontotoc County dealing with these storms as they continue to fire on up. As of right now, we're not dealing with anything severe. In fact, that special weather statement is set to expire within the next 6 minutes. So hopefully we don't see another one get issued, but that's typically what we see right before, or a storm is kind of just right on the cusp of severe weather limits, but thankfully that's not the case as of right now. But let's zoom out again here in North Mississippi. We're not dealing with widespread storms or showers just quite yet. Those will continue to kind of bubble on up later on throughout the afternoon into the evening, and unfortunately later on tonight, but we're still dealing with that shower out there in northern Pontotoc County. The rest of North Mississippi continues to stay dry. We're still dealing with some of that dangerous heat across our viewing area with heat advisories in place. place. Thankfully, not really talking about extreme heat warnings, but did want to come online really quick to talk about that shower, continue to look at it until we can start to see it kind of start decaying, and definitely don't want to see it build up anymore. So we're still talking about 85 lightning strikes now. So those just continue to really climb with this storm out there in Pontotoc County, and 74 of those 85 are already taking place within this storm. So let's see if we can get that 3D mode and kind of take a look at how tall this storm continues to kind of build and climb up in the atmosphere. I mean, you can definitely tell that updraft continuing to suspend some of that hail core. We can try to take a look at that here, kind of splicing into the storm, and it's still, it's definitely a strong one, Gabe, and dropping some of that hail. Looks like you already have another report sent in.
Yeah, more starting to come in. This is Judy in Ecru, northern Pontotoc, exactly where you're talking about, Caleb. So I want to push this full screen for a moment because what you're talking about with the updrafts is actually able to be seen through this picture. Pulling that back up here, you can see how we have that main stone there in the middle. Well, that's as the stone's initially going up in the updrafts. Well, then you get that outer ring around it, and that's another trip up through the storm, almost a life cycle of a hailstone. And that's where you get the larger hail, is those updrafts taking it back up through the storm and adding to some of that size once again. So this is a really cool shot there by Judy. They were able to see that initial stone and those rings around it, kind of like the rings on a tree, indicating the years that that tree has been alive. Well, this is the amount of updrafts that this hailstone has been alive through, and the fact that that's reaching all the way to the surface, it's forming some large hail aloft. A little bit of that melting as it reaches further down, but Caleb, that's exactly what you're talking about there with updrafts, and definitely a factor. And this is one of the severe weather parameters that we've been looking at: hail, wind, and we have the latest on those risks getting upgraded earlier this morning to level 2 for that potential as well.
Yes, that's exactly right. We did see that level 2 severe weather risk get issued. Now, thankfully, that was more for the wind threat instead of hail. That has remained kind of the level 1 threat for North Mississippi. So wind, I guess that threat has continued to increase in confidence as far as just seeing maybe potentially more reports associated with some of those thunderstorms, especially as they continue to build on up. That's what we're seeing out there in Pontotoc with that updraft already forming some hail. But what we talked about a lot yesterday is everything that goes up eventually has to come down. And that's where we see the severe weather occur, when it just kind of starts its decaying phase, losing its momentum. It dumps everything it has in store. So hopefully we're not going to see this storm continue to build on up too much more. We can actually take a look out here in New Albany. You can see some of those gray clouds in the background. And again, this is some of that heavy rain. You can tell that it's rain because as you look towards the right side of your screen, take a look at how it kind of stops, starts thinning out. You can see some of those rain bands, and then we're seeing those clearer skies, or at least you can see a little bit further out along the horizon. So we're dealing with blinding rainfall. This is that rain that when you're driving to and from your afternoon, evening plans tonight, it's one of the you're putting on the hazards and maybe even just pulling over until it moves on through. It is going to be pretty hard to just drive through with how heavy and fast this rain is falling. Now, I know some people were asking about, are there any more storms to be expected after this? I believe there will be more kind of throughout the afternoon, especially because this is the time of the day where we start talking about just the hottest temperatures, and storms like to feed off of that. And so we're starting to kind of already see almost what we saw yesterday when those storms start bubbling on up, boiling up across North Mississippi, and then we could see those try to reach their peak intensity. I know somebody else was asking, could we see these storms kind of intensify as quick as these storms? And let's kind of just recap that here so we can take a look at how this storm has developed. I think this is going to be very similar across most of our storms today. You can see that it's pretty much in northern Pontotoc County. If we go back an hour, that's where it started. So at 1:43, we can start to see some light showers affecting you guys just south of Ecru. This is around 1:43. And as we continue throughout the hour, it just starts to develop. It sits still, and it just sits on top of you guys out there in northern Pontotoc County, to where now we're dealing with this storm kind of reaching its peak intensity, or at least hopefully not developing too much more. But we're still talking about 92 strikes. So ever since we started this live cut-in, those lightning counts and strikes, they continue to climb. But that is why the risk for heavy flash flooding, or just the potential for some of these heavy downpours to cause some flood-prone areas to be at risk. It's because it's dumping this amount of rainfall and sitting on top of you guys for a long amount of time. This is not a storm system or pattern that we're in, that we kind of see a front move through very quickly and we just got to deal with that line for 10 minutes. I mean, you guys out here in Pontotoc County, I mean, y'all have been dealing with it for the past hour almost. So let's take a look at our rainfall accumulations, or at least our rain rate. We're still talking about extreme here with that pink and kind of lighter shades starting to pop on up. Again, I'm going to take the lightning off really quick, and we can pixel this really quick to see how much it's dropping. So over 6 inches an hour. So if this were to continue to just sit still, I mean, you guys are getting much needed rain, but again, we don't really want to deal with the severe weather component associated with some of these storms today. So that's why flash flood continues to be a concern, along with those wind gusts. I know Mississippi State's campus saw that yesterday. A few more of us here in North Mississippi witnessed that. Let's take a look at how much rain it has dropped so far. And this is over the past 3 hours. I don't want to include anything that occurred yesterday, but we really didn't see much happen this far north in Mississippi yesterday. So you guys almost to 2 inches over the past probably 45, 50 minutes. So still seeing some heavy rainfall out there in Pontotoc right now, Gabe. And do we have any more reports starting to come in with the Mississippi Live weather app?
Well, we're having some reports. I saw Christy there in the chat mentioning that she was in the middle of this storm in Ecru. So if you want to provide kind of a firsthand account of what you experienced, then we'd love to include that here in just a moment. I do want to make it full screen over here for just a moment because, like you were mentioning, Caleb, rainfall, another factor with these storms that can potentially be impactful on top of the hail, on top of the wind, and on top of just the heavy rainfall. All of those threats going to be encompassing that threat throughout this afternoon. I did see a few folks in chat asking, well, hey, what about my area? What is this going to do? Is this going to spark additional development? What we've seen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is boundaries form off of these storms. And so like I was talking to a few folks today, Caleb, if you put this on a loop, go about 30 minutes here. Okay. And what you're going to see with this specific storm is how it's branching off one of those outflow boundaries, and that's going to allow for additional development right there to the south of the storm almost. And that might make this a little bit more outflow dominant. Zoom in on that storm a little bit tighter, Caleb. And as we see that cross Highway 6, that's also going to provide some of those gustier winds. I mean, it's not necessarily clearly defined there, but you get a decent look right along the outer edges there, the outer fringes along Thaxton, closer to Pontotoc, and eventually down there towards our friends there at South Pontotoc High School, Springville community. So we're going to be watching that for you, those gusty winds, but this is where additional development could take place. And this is a little bit further north compared to what we were tracking yesterday. So those that didn't get rainfall yesterday, now in that threat today, and a little bit of a heightened threat for a few more of those reports possible. So it's definitely something we need to take into consideration. Get to basically inside if you can. I know we're 2:47, so folks wrapping up the school day, trying to get home. I mentioned South Pontotoc a moment ago, North Pontotoc and Ecru dealing with some of those heavy downpours and thunderstorms. Drive with caution. Let these storms pass on by. While there's not a ton of movement to it, these should start to collapse as that boundary gets further ahead. We're still a good ways away. As you can see, the Friendship community dealing with 113 strikes just on this specific storm. So drive with caution along Highway 6, close to the Walmart, and working its way into downtown Pontotoc. I know a lot of folks are going to be busy here in the next few moments, so be monitoring that. It's not necessarily severe, so that's why we wanted to cut in and let you guys know, but it is still going to be an impactful storm. Hopefully that alert never comes that it becomes severe, but it is at least something to keep an eye on. So Caleb, we're going to continue to track this out, at least until this starts to diminish a little bit more. I think it's worthwhile, especially with reports that we've gotten of some small hail in the area. So yeah, just continue doing what you're doing, letting folks know what's happening. I do see a few more showers up there around Tishomingo County, so we're watching that for you as well. It's just, if there's a storm to pick out, it's definitely this one in Pontotoc.
No, that's exactly right, Gabe. And that's why I also wanted to zoom out here, because you guys in the comments were asking, what about your location? Could we expect more storms and showers to start developing? And since we got on, we were talking about this shower and storm out there in northern Pontotoc County, but we're already starting to see some more kind of bubbles popping up all across North Mississippi. You can see here down towards Webster, Choctaw, getting closer towards Oktibbeha County. You guys starting to deal with some of these heavier downpours. Again, not quite as intense as what we're seeing out here in Pontotoc, but that's how some of these storms start. They just start very little, very tiny. They just kind of form on top of your city and just continue to build up on that strength. So we are expecting this coverage to increase throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Of course, we're going to continue breaking that down as this continues moving through North Mississippi. But this one out here towards Pontotoc, that continues to be probably our strongest storm at this moment. Starting to see some more development out there towards Alcorn County. So since we've been talking about that Pontotoc one, let's just see how these other storms are behaving, especially out here towards Alcorn. I know this one has a few lightning strikes associated with it, but I don't know if we have quite as heavy of a downpour. Let's see if I can move this camera over behind the scenes, and then I'll have to search that one up. Let's see here.
And Caleb, while you're doing that, I'm going to bring it over here for a
Okay.
moment because we do have pictures coming in from our Justin Mills with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers. Let me pull it back up behind the scenes here of some of those dark clouds moving into the Ecru area. This is looking out of New Albany, so this is the northern half of the storm, right along 15 there, traveling through Ecru and down towards Pontotoc. You can see the dark clouds moving through the area. The trees on the horizon almost shaded out because of how dark it is, showing how dense that rainfall is coming down. I mean, 6 to 7 inches an hour is what Caleb was tracking a moment ago. So if this remains right overhead, some potential of some isolated flooding is possible. But seeing those clouds increase and some menacing looking clouds, I'll say an SLC. I feel like this fits the criteria. So we're going to monitor these as well as a few of those sky cams. Caleb, I know you've been working on that, the latest positioning on some of these storms. So I'm going to toss it back to you so you can kind of show off what we're seeing out of Pontotoc this evening.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's take a look out here in Boonville. Again, we're not going to see anything quite as impressive as that Pontotoc camera. This is looking north towards some of those showers affecting you guys out there towards Alcorn County, getting closer towards Tishomingo County. But as you can see, nothing standing out. That's always a good thing when we're looking at cameras. We don't really want anything to really look very scary like those SLCs that Gabe was just mentioning. Everything continues to behave fairly well out there in northeastern Mississippi, or at least the northeastern portion of our viewing area. But let's go take another look out here in Pontotoc again, as that storm just continues to be super energetic. I mean, take a look at this heavy rainfall, and you can kind of see it just continue to fall, kind of that sharp cutoff, just where that heavy band is before lighter rain and almost sprinkles are just, well, technically a few yards away from the storm, but it'll kind of kick out that rain as well, and that's what brings some of those heavy wind gusts. So that's something that we want to continue monitoring as the storm continues to develop, or at least maintain its strength. It's not rapidly intensifying quite as fast as what it was earlier, but it's still definitely maintaining it. Now, one thing I do want to say is we're not at least seeing a lot of lightning through the rain. Now, of course, that could also be a part of how blinding this rain is. Can't quite see through it much, but at least we're not seeing those bright flashes, and hopefully those can stay up a little bit higher in the sky, so we're not dealing with it down at the surface. But it looks like you already see some outages reporting here in North Mississippi. Those continuing to climb.
Well, I'm laughing because you're over there talking about how the lightning isn't exactly visible, but within the
Yep.
storm itself, you can see there is a good amount of lightning. We have 258 outages just north of Pontotoc there in the Friendship community. Let me take this a full screen to show you guys the latest on the Pontotoc Electric Power Association map. And that outage map does continue to see those numbers increase, especially right here along the Friendship community. You can see Highway 6 right there. It's positioned right north of the Pontotoc County Airport and working its way along 15 closer to Ecru. 258 outages reported there. And even the small blue box, I want to make sure I get that number exactly right, but anywhere from 10 to 49, well, we're right in the middle at 35 outages, and that's right along Highway 15. That would be not too far away from the Walmart there, looking at the latest. I just know from traveling back and forth to Oxford and back to see Annalise that I'm familiar with the positioning right along Highway 6. So yeah, that's close to the Walmart. Hopefully the Walmart still has power, but for anyone that's traveling on the northern side of Pontotoc, watching that for you. And I did look at those reports just a moment ago, Caleb, and it does look like those reports were coming in right in the heart of Friendship, where the core of this storm did move through. So if we're talking a fortunate thing, that's going to be where the largest hail will fall. And it wasn't up to 1 inch diameter, so I think not putting a severe thunderstorm warning out is on the wiser side. It's not fully up to severe parameters.
Unfortunately.
Oh, they just issued it. Okay, so they've seen an increase. Okay, see,
Yep.
So I go ahead and go against what you say and then right back at me. So there you go. So severe thunderstorm just getting issued. Caleb, what do you have?
Yes, so this just got issued for wind and potential for some hail. Now, it was saying 1 inch hail, radar indicated. Thankfully, the reports you guys are sending in have not quite put it there that far just yet, so we're hoping not to see that actually occur. But wind gusts and hail continues to be a threat with this storm, and like you guys have mentioned, we've already started to see some of those reports, whether it's with that hail, some of that wind, some power outages. I know you guys were commenting about it flickering and going off out there in Pontotoc and the Ecru region. So this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Now, it is set to expire within the next 37 minutes. So we're going to have to deal with this for a little bit, as it's still very energetic. Our total strikes here within this frame is right around 129, and you can see quite a few blue lightning bolts. And this is one of the things I was talking about yesterday. When we see those blues kind of mixed in with a bunch of yellow bolts, that's actually a reason why they're different colors. We're talking about positive bolts. So we were talking about how tall and high these storm clouds continue to develop here in North Mississippi. And those bolts come from all the way at the top of that thundercloud all the way down towards the surface, and they can prove to be quite loud and hear those big booms kind of throughout your house and ring the windows and everything. So we're still seeing an energetic storm out there in Pontotoc. We want to continue to keep our eyes on that. So let's take a look at those echo tops like I was just mentioning here, just to show you guys how tall this storm continues to be. I'll take this off and we'll take our lightning off really quick so that way you guys can see just exactly what I'm talking about. You can see this red here. That's where our kind of tallest portion of the cloud is, and it's right in the middle. Kind of see that darker shade. That is up to 55,000 feet up there in the air. So that's where we can typically see this storm continue to maintain its intensity and its strength, because it's lofting all those raindrops and eventually kind of freezing it. That hail growth, like our Gabe Maynard was just mentioning, with those rings around it, it kind of shows you the life cycle of that hailstone and what the storm is able to produce. So we're still talking about a very tall thunderstorm. But another thing that I also want to put in perspective, when we look all across North Mississippi, you can definitely tell we're not dealing with that just quite yet, but we are starting to see some of these storms out there getting closer towards Eupora, starting to build up on that vertical development, and that's how these storms begin. So I know you guys were asking in the comments, could we expect more storms to intensify this quickly? I think that's kind of the storm mode, if this is even classified as a storm mode for today. Still pretty disorganized as these continue to pop on up, but once they do, they're going to feed off of this humid, sticky, warm air mass that we just are so accustomed to here in North Mississippi. So let's continue taking a look at that storm as it continues to push through Pontotoc County. Then I kind of want to take a look at some of these storms as those continue to pop up further on south along Highway 82. But of course, we want to focus on this warning as it continues pushing through Pontotoc County. And I say pushing through, I mean, it has been very, very slow. It is going to be rough to let's see kind of if it's moved much over the past hour. I think most of that rain's kind of being carried down with the updraft. So it's around just between, yeah, Highway 15, 278. And it's only, let's measure that out. It was right around, I mean, it's barely moving. I mean, we could go maybe 5 miles an hour and try to lengthen that out just to give a good heads up. Now, I'd say that we're going to deal with some of this rain already in Enville, Longview, but we're not dealing with the overall intensity just quite yet. It's going to be with that kind of core, these brighter colors you're starting to see. So we're going to start from back here and kind of push it out. We'll go 10 miles per hour to give you guys a heads up, and let's see if I can extend this. If I remember watching this right, we'll go 20 miles. Let's see if that works. There we go. All right, let's take a look at this. I'll frame it up for you guys, that way I can get out of the way and you guys can see. So we're talking about maybe Praise Acres at, well, we probably don't want to go that far because these storms aren't going to live that long. So 310 around Rough Edge, Fawn Meadows 349, Firs around 350. And then we're starting to talk about 4 o'clock by Country Oak Estate. So not dealing with anything quite as long-lived as that. So again, these are very slow-moving storms here in North Mississippi, but still very impactful with these heavy wind gusts and the potential for some hail that you guys have already starting to submit into the Mississippi Live Weather app. So let's continue to use our Pontotoc camera as that storm is probably inching closer and closer. I mean, take a look at just how heavy that rainfall continues to be. You can see it start to kind of almost that rain foot kind of creep out. That's going to bring some of those heavy wind gusts that could knock out some of that power, but blinding rainfall that we really can't see quite as well. In fact, you can kind of see where the major kind of storm is, a little cell off to the side, or kind of just some lighter showers, but we're still talking about those heavy wind gusts as it continues to move through North Mississippi, and also definitely energetic. Now, can't quite see it through the blinding rainfall, but as we're already talking about power outages and what we see on radar, lightning, definitely not a question with this storm. So let's continue to put that back on, because I know I took that off earlier so we could look at one of our products. We're up to 134 strikes. I think when we started this cut-in, we were only at around 60. So we've pretty much doubled with these total lightning strikes here in our viewing area. Let's go south really quick, because we are wanting to cover all of North Mississippi and starting to see some of these showers and storms pop on up. You'll notice that maybe a few strikes are out there. Again, not quite as energetic or intense as what we're talking about with County, but these are how these storms develop. They start off very small, kind of like the little engine that could, and just continues to chug along and just feed off of that warm air mass that we have here in North Mississippi. In fact, we can back this up just so you can see how these storms have developed. Again, we're not talking about anything at 2:30, but as these storms start to kind of pop on up, we're talking about some of that heavier rainfall closer towards 2:45. It just sits on top of you guys out there just south of Highway 82, next to the Highway 15 corridor as well. That's around 3 o'clock now. So that's the current look at it, but starting to see some of those brighter colors start to return as we're talking about heavy rainfall and the potential for some hail to start to develop. That continues to be one of our threats today. But as of right now, again, I can zoom this back out for all of North Mississippi. We're only talking about one severe thunderstorm warning ongoing at this moment of time. It's for you guys out there towards Pontotoc County. I know somebody else in the comments was asking, what about Lee? Well, this storm is on track to make its way further and further eastward. Again, moving very slow. If we were to start talking about some of those showers and storms, that's going to be later on throughout the afternoon and evening, where we're going to continue talking about these storms to develop. Gabe, what do you have for us with your latest reports?
SLCs, they continue to come in. Scary looking clouds for sure. Luckily, nothing tornadic on this setup. I saw a few folks asking there in the chat. Shelby submitting this photo there of the dark clouds in the distance. Now, make sure, I believe this was from Ingomar. So again, looking a little bit on the northern side of this storm, this continuing to move through Pontotoc County as we speak. But Caleb, I wanted to say, with this storm, something that we've seen, while it does have a west to east movement, you get that outflow boundary to form, and that's where it does have almost a southern building to it. It's a unique setup that we see around this time of year. And so while these storms do flare up and you think, well, it's headed my direction, if you're more than 30 minutes away, it might not hold together. And I think that's also why the National Weather Service only went, 37 minutes whenever we started going live on it, or at least whenever they started to issue it. We've been live for a little bit longer. But as we track that out, we're not going to see long-lived warnings, 30, 45 minutes max before these start to dissipate out. And then we're going to see kind of some adjustments on those warnings heading through the afternoon, similar to what we saw yesterday, those pulse thunderstorms almost cycling through. And as of right now, that's still the main storm to watch for. But as that outflow boundary builds south, I'd be curious to see if down towards Chickasaw County or down towards the Golden Triangle area, how that'll fare later on this afternoon.
No, that's exactly right. And one thing I want to point out, because you mentioned that, this severe thunderstorm warning that we're talking about, notice it doesn't really go into Lee County when they issued that. This started in Pontotoc, and it's only for you guys in the northern half of the county. So not expecting the storm to continue kind of moving at a quick pace. These are very slow storms. This is honestly kind of the same setup that we've had to deal with for our Monday, our Tuesday. These heavy downpours and just showers and storms continuing to just pop on up and just sit on top of our respective city and location. So we're going to continue to deal with that today, hoping to see that severe thunderstorm warning kind of get, I can pull that up, to not be as long-lived, but these showers and storms, they continue to be, unfortunately, just a nuisance as we go about our day. Now, let me pull up the chat here on the full screen. That way we can see your comments for y'all asking any questions. I'll be in the Golden Triangle area rating. I know you guys could see some more showers and storms. I'll zoom this back out while we take a look at North Mississippi and your questions and comments. We're starting to see some more of those storms continue to build on up just a little bit. Trees were down, so that was a pretty severe storm. So it looks like maybe somebody's commenting on trees already being reported. So if you have a location, I guess that was maybe somewhere in Pontotoc County, if you're talking about today's storms, make sure to send that in either through the Mississippi Live Weather app or through our comments. That way we can get that reported to the National Weather Offices. Everybody's saying hi, everybody's watching. Everybody looks like they're doing good so far. Power flickered on Andrews and Ecru, so continue to deal with some of those power outages here in North Mississippi.
And hail on Maggie Drive in Pontotoc as well. Seeing that report there in the chat. I believe, I don't have a name on that. April saying that. April, if you want to send an estimate on the size of that, we'll forward that along to the National Weather Service, because as your reports come in, that's something that forwards along as well. But we appreciate those reports. Just kind of getting a size on that hail would help out with some of these warnings as well.
And I know somebody else just asking in the comments, tornado concern today. That is not a concern. It continues to be wind, hail, and honestly flash flooding, which is how heavy this rain continues to just drop here in North Mississippi. So we're not talking about anything in that nature.
And the one in Prentiss County, talking about not storming yet, but clouds are definitely taking over. Some of these storms could get on the severe side. Caleb, I think it's worth taking a look at that overall risk, and then we'll jump almost immediately back to these storms, but kind of doing an overall outlook for folks as they're kind of heading home from school or heading home from work and looking at what to expect for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, no, we can definitely take a look at that. We're talking about a severe weather risk for today. Now, yesterday when we were talking about that level 1 marginal risk. It was upgraded to a level 2 earlier on this afternoon. So we are talking about kind of an increased confidence on more showers and storms to continue developing across pretty much most of our region here, or at least our coverage area here in North Mississippi. Now, we're not talking about a tornado risk. That continues to not play a factor here in North Mississippi. What we are taking a look at is wind. That really helped bump that up to that level 2, meaning there's more confidence for wind-related reports with these storms compared to everything else. But we are also talking about the potential for some large hail. And you guys have also already sent in some of those into our Mississippi Live Weather app. So we're already starting to see, unfortunately, some more reports kind of come in with hail today than what we've seen the past few days, just meaning that the setup is a little bit more likely for those storms to continue trying to produce some of those hailstones here in North Mississippi. So that's what we're keeping our eyes very close on as we continue heading into our afternoon and evening hours. Like Gabe alluded to, I mean, we're about 2 hours away from rush hour and everybody wanting to head home for work. So still going to have to talk about some of those showers and storms as we get ready for the evening, because I know we're ready to all get home from the workday and ready to relax. So we'll make sure to keep you guys updated all throughout the rest of your afternoon and evening as these storms continue to fire on up. Speaking of that, let's come back and zoom back here towards North Mississippi, where we see that severe thunderstorm warning ongoing, but we're still seeing more showers and storm development further on south along Highway 82, pretty much just north and south of Eupora. You guys starting to deal with some of those as they continue to build on up, but the total kind of energetic factor, or where these storms are a little bit more intense, continues to be Pontotoc County, where we're talking about that severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to continue to shave off the people kind of behind the warning as it continues to move very, very slowly, kind of creep almost kind of that southeasterly direction, especially once that outflow boundary really starts to kick on out. And you can see, especially with how they issued this warning, one thing we were just talking about, it does not extend into Lee County, but take a look at how it's kind of more pointed towards that southeasterly direction, because Gabe was mentioning that outflow boundary that could form, and they typically like to follow it. It acts as almost the mini cold front, kind of force some of that warmer, humid air up to kind of feed into the thunderstorm. And then once we see those outflow boundaries, it'll start to follow that. So it'll have more of that southeasterly motion, kind of almost kind of parallel with Highway 278 as it continues within the next 30 minutes. And our warning, if I remember right, it should set to expire within the next, is it 30 minutes? Okay, now we're down to 23. So yeah, time is flying, but it's set to expire around 3:30. Hopefully we do not see that get extended. But of course, we're going to kind of see these warnings continue to pop up. It kind of maintains its strength before we start to see those its kind of dissipating phase, Matt.
Absolutely. And, I think we still have some time. I don't know why that did that. Give me a moment here to try one more time. I don't know why that decided to do that. So let's try it one more time here for something. See, that looks fine. That looks fine. Weird, quirky thing. Sometimes that happens, I guess. Okay, let's go and reset things here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and Caleb Edelblut. I think we've got the bug out of the thing here, trying to figure out what it's doing on the microphone. I have an idea what that might be, and I'll try to clarify, clean that up here in just a second. But right now, again, on Mama Justice Doppler radar, showing the heavy precipitation and some gusty winds out of this as well. Again, hail, we're still awaiting more of those pictures that you guys can send in and share with us using the Mississippi Live app. Again, free and available for all those various different devices there for iOS and Android devices. Like, subscribe, follow, download. This is not really a tornado scenario here today, but we're going to get some of these isolated spots where we get some strong gusty winds. It's been the case the last couple of days. Send in your pictures as those come into us as well, and we appreciate all of you guys who do tend to share those with us. I see Gabe over there checking for power outages. One thing we again have not had many of today, as he is kind of looking on the broader scale there, but the numbers are starting to increase just a little bit more there. Gabe, where are you looking?
Yeah, so this is still in the Friendship community right along Highway 15, where we're getting reports coming in. 258 outages, the bulk there. This would be above Highway 6, again, trending north into the Friendship community, as well as 36 outages. This would be just north of the Walmart. I don't believe the Walmart's included there in Pontotoc, but either way, as we're working our way north into Ecru, you can see Ecru right there at the top of your screen. So we're just south of Ecru, just north of Pontotoc, kind of sandwiched between the two along Highway 15. But the good thing is those numbers have not come up despite that severe thunderstorm warning being issued, but these do take a second to start to populate in. So if you do have any of those reports of power outages, make sure to call your power cooperative, let them know, especially if you're not in any of these locations on the map behind me. And if you're outside of this and you're experiencing some power outages, let us know down in the chat as well. And I see that a lot of folks starting to say over at the Three Rivers Regional Landfill in Pontotoc, pea-sized hail. A large part of the hail has remained below an inch, but with the storm top still 55 to 60,000 feet, some larger hail is not out of the realm of possibilities, Matt.
Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. I'm going to keep my eye over here on the audio, make sure we're good when we go back and forth on some of these as well. Appreciate that. Again, I know the audio's down, Emily. I appreciate that for watching behind the scenes here. I'm gonna have to fix something with this. So Caleb, I'm gonna send it to you for just a second because there's a way in which my audio should be coding and it's not coding in right. So we're gonna fix that here. It'll take me about 45 seconds or so.
Let's start off with this New Albany camera. Again, we can still see some of those heavier downpours, not quite as prominent as that Pontotoc camera, but you can definitely see those heavier bands where it's a little bit not quite as blinding and where those heavier downpours are. So the northern portion of our coverage area continues to see these storms on the stronger side with that severe thunderstorm warning continuing throughout the next few minutes, set to expire at 3:30. So hopefully we don't see that get extended. We have not seen an extension just yet. So definitely some good news. And I will say, based off looking at reflectivity here, it's not quite as impressive as what it was looking like earlier. So that continues to be a positive here as this storm continues to hopefully start its downtrend and we can turn that lightning back on.
Well, it's back building. It's back building along the boundary. So your higher storm tops are actually outside of the warning.
Mm-hmm.
So pull up echo tops. Let me see. Let's assess that. Yeah, so this is outside the warning, the highest part of the storm, and unfortunately, look at where it's going right back into. The area that saw the rainfall. So that's where some of those rainfall rates might be getting up in excess of 2 inches in spots. So that's going to be something to watch for, Matt and Caleb.
Yeah, it is. You know, obviously, the really, really heavy rainfall that these are going to produce. You know, it's the thing is that sometimes you're going to get a really high rainfall rate when you're also getting hail falling. And so that might be one of the things that's kind of overemphasizing some of the rainfall rates on this is, again, that hail that we're looking at as well. Sometimes we call that hail contamination on that. But certainly, as you'll note here, the main storm's kind of coming down. That's what happens with these pulse severe thunderstorms is that they pulse up and as they go through a main collapse, you get the damaging winds, you get whatever hail is going to fall out of them, and then they kind of complete that collapse. That's partially where this is. And that's why in this sort of hail season, we always rely on the three-dimensional look at the radar for kind of the most optimal perspective on how these storms are developing. And so you'll notice in the primary warning area there, I'm going to change this to, say, a 30-minute loop to give you kind of shorter range. And you can see how you had storm number one. This is a completely different storm if we're honest there. So storm number one, again, kind of collapses there. Storm number two developing back behind it. So sometimes we call it back building. It's exact same spots. So the fact that you back build these storms, same locations, that's where you can potentially get some of that flooding rainfall to kind of come out of these as well. One of the main things, again, we're watching in the chat that you guys are kind of talking with us here, watching from Tishmingo. Again, very active in the Friendship community. We've talked about some hail out there. Andy mentioned she blew the cap. In a few locations, that has been the case where we've kind of busted on through. So and Jay says he's here for Gabe Maynor, looking at that. Let's go on the wide shot here, make sure we're assessing all the storms. This is easily our strongest still at this time, though additional thunderstorms starting to get a little bit heavier down Webster County, back toward Carroll County, Winston County. All of these, again, below severe limits, kind of on the latest scans here as well. But again, trying to pop up, again, produce the heavy rainfall that could go along with maybe some hail, but not really seeing any of these that are producing large hail at this point. we appreciate, the way that Mama Justice Doppler radar works for us here. But Gabe, one of the reasons why it's so important to have viewers is they give us on the ground verification of what's actually happening.
Exactly, and the North Mississippi Storm Chasers always tracking out what's happening in the area. They're an important part of us here at Mississippi Live, and they are sending, I believe this was James sending this photo along Friendship Road in Pontotoc, a picture of a tree that fell down across the road. I do believe that, crews will be able to clear that relatively quickly, but it shows that, it's falling around a ton of power lines. Could potentially knock that over. It just depends on where the tree falls. And we saw it in Kosciuszko yesterday where the tree falls in the wrong direction, could end up on a vehicle. That's why we really urge a bunch of caution whenever you're driving, especially on those commutes home from school, to not be driving through these storms, because it just takes one vehicle traveling at the wrong time for that tree to fall on top of that vehicle and potentially become a very dangerous and potentially life-threatening situation. So we are going to continue to watch this as we go through the rest of our evening, but the fact that we're getting those gusty winds on top of that hail potential. Caleb, your mic is on, by the way. So as we look at this, that is going to be something to pay attention to. More of those dark clouds. In fact, that's some pretty impressive structure there on this storm, I would assume around Pontotoc. This is actually Eupora, so a little bit south there, but it's along Highway 9 and 182. And an interesting thing that you see here is while you do get some of that ridge development at the base, up at the top you get those wispier clouds, so that shows a weakening phase on these thunderstorms. So the pulse-like pattern that we're going to see on these storms will still apply even to storms that aren't necessarily in that severe thunderstorm warning. So that means you're going to have some storms that get pretty strong, but they're not going to be strong for a long period of time. That's why those warnings are not going to last longer than 30 to 45 minutes like we discussed at the at the top of the hour. So as we continue to track this out, this warning remains in effect. Let me pull it back up on that full screen of our Mama Justice Doppler radar, and that warning still in part for folks along 6 right towards Furs, Zion, Chihuahua, Longview. But our concern goes back to Ecru and Friendship and northern Pontotoc, where you're going to get those impacts, where the storm tops are continuing to climb. And you could see, very realistically, a potential extension of nearly that same warning because it's going along that same trajectory there. So it's an unfortunate setup because that boundary will continue to back build more towards the Friendship community once again, or up there towards Ecru. And there's a lot of folks that don't have power right now. So how are you able to tell that there's severe weather headed your way? It's the fortunate thing about the Mississippi Live Weather app. One of the main things that I'm grateful for is if my family ever loses power, they have the app to pull right up and they're able to view it, including the 300 people that are currently without power as we speak, Matt.
Yeah, and unfortunately expect to continue to have a few of those numbers potentially go up. So as we talked about a minute ago there, the strongest portion of that storm there in parts of, I guess that'd be Pontotoc County, showing up there with, again, the heavy rain falling out of that one, looking out of that camera there. We might swing the camera just a little bit here. Again, we're appreciate our partners there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers as a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Pontotoc County until 3:30. Current time is 3:17. Original thunderstorm's gone through a bit of a collapsing phase. As we kind of look back, we're looking toward the northwest. That's that part of the storm where it's trying to fall out of it right now. So at least on this shot here, looking very similar to some of the storms that we had yesterday that produced the sporadic wind damage there. Back over to 3D mode on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Let's go ahead and cut through this using our slicing tool. We're going to do what we did yesterday, where the slicing tool decides not to slice. We might have to go to something else, come back. Let's try this real quick. Reset that there. Slice. There we go. Now we know how to get around that next time. But yeah, you can see how even farther behind it, it's not just, that first batch there, but even farther behind it, there's another batch of heavy precipitation kind of angled back behind it. So that's the heavy rain we're looking at there falling. And that's kind of the next batch at the edge there that's probably going to fall as well, pretty close to Highway 9. And again, working its way, generally speaking, kind of drifting back there toward around the Pontotoc area. So I'm looking at the folks there at the National Weather Service in Memphis. Not a lot of reports coming in. Again, our report from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there in Ecru of that tree that was knocked down. They're also mentioning, again, that redevelopment on the west side of the storm and noting that as well. Certainly looks, again, pretty heavy with those thunderstorms out there at this time on some of the pictures that they are sending in as well. Let's check the chat from what you guys are sharing with us on various social medias and everything. Appreciate y'all for watching. Veterans in Tupelo, you're still in good shape from these storms. that have largely collapsed as they get closer. What time to Belmont? Honestly, the answer for Belmont might not be a whole lot, though we do have some rain that's kind of developing up in the far northern portion of the state up there. It still remains somewhat spottier up your direction versus what some other folks are contending with there. But yeah, in general here, continuing to show what is sporadic thunderstorms, but our heaviest one, again, prompting that warning, and only about 10 minutes left on that warning there. I'm going to send it back to our Caleb Edelblut in our Tupelo studios here again as a severe thunderstorm warning continues for parts of Pontotoc County. Caleb?
Yes. Which do you want to do? 2-box? Did you need to come up?
No, there's another warning that's about to get issued.
Another warning's about to get issued. Is it for this one in Pontotoc?
No, it is down south into, I believe, Noxubee County and Winston County. It's
Okay.
about to be issued on that storm.
Okay, for the one out here just outside of Louisville, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay, so we're about to see another warning get issued. There we go. Right on cue, Gabe Manor. So we're seeing 2 severe thunderstorm warnings at this moment in time. This one a little bit further south for Winston and into Noxubee County. So let's go take a look at that one really quick, as this one is just starting to fire on up and cause that warning to be issued. You can see, again, we're still talking about kind of these just bubbles starting to boil on up here in North Mississippi, where we're talking about these showers and storms to start affecting us here in our region. So we're starting to deal with that warning, which that is set to expire at 4:15. So hopefully we can see the previous severe thunderstorm warning expire within the next 10 minutes. We'll have to keep all our eyes and attention focused on this one down here. We'll take a look at our threats here. Again, it's going to be wind and hail. When we're looking at this, you can see some of that light pink starting to pop on up. Again, the smallest portion here on our scale, or at least the lowest confidence. So again, hail will be a threat with these storms today, but wind probably will be more of a concern and kind of at least more related reports if we were to see those continue to come in. But we've already seen power outages and some hail up there in North Mississippi, or at least in Pontotoc County. So we're dealing with that thunderstorm out there just north of Boone and Ellison Ridge, kind of north of Highway 14. It's almost, again, going to go quite parallel with that highway as it continues to make its way closer and closer towards you guys in May, spring. But again, not quite as, I'd say, prominent or as intense as the storm that we were just covering in Pontotoc. We can take a look at our lightning. Not quite as energetic either. Within this total frame, we're looking at a total amount of 27 strikes within that storm. So still a little bit energetic. You're going to hear quite a few rumbles, and wouldn't be surprised to see that lightning count continue to increase throughout the next few minutes as that storm continues to fire on off. We can take a look at our rainfall rate too. I don't think it'll be as crazy. Yeah, there we go. So we're not even talking about any purple or kind of lighter pink shades starting to pop on just quite yet, but still blinding rainfall continues to be a threat here in North Mississippi. Let's take a look at one of our cameras down here. We should be able to get a view maybe with our Macon one if it's facing the right way. If not, next time I'll go behind the scenes and we can start to change that. But for us not dealing with any showers and storms, I mean, we're dealing with these toasty conditions. 100 degrees, so triple digits still in the forecast for a few of us. Feeling like we're up there, 108. So why these rain chances are pretty important here in North Mississippi, and why we want to know whether or not we'll get affected, whether or not that's severe weather related or just anything to help kind of make us feel a little bit better. So let's go take a look back up in Pontotoc, because that storm continues to be probably on the stronger side compared to our 2 warnings here. And I mean, we can see, I mean, all the lightning associated with this storm as well. Let's turn off the lightning yet again, because it just continues to honestly blind
Yeah, I think we
us.
can understand. It's pretty energetic. So
Yeah, no, definitely energetic. Let's continue to see that hail core and everything. Of course, we can see that rainfall rate. But going back to reflectivity, yeah, it just continues to back build almost with everybody. And this is honestly where the storm started to pop on up, just south of Ecru, kind of between Highway 15 and 278. So you guys saw the beginning of this storm. Honestly, most of the storm as it barely kind of moved south-southeast, and it's starting to make its way back towards you guys that have already caused some power outages. So that's another thing that we want to continue to monitor here in North Mississippi as that storm continues to fire on off here just outside of Pontotoc. That warning set to expire, but there we go. There's that new one right at 4 o'clock, or at least set to expire at 4 o'clock. So starting to see that back building kind of trend continue for this storm, as that warning got pushed back a little bit further west as that storm continues to follow that boundary ever so slightly, continue its intensification, or at least its intensity throughout the next few minutes here as we're continuing to see that here. So let's take a look at our threats again, and we'll take a look at our hail swath. I'd be curious to see what that's looking like as this storm has been just sitting here for quite a while. Again, yeah, it's just backbuilding right where it started earlier. So for those out there in Ecru, Friendship, I know you guys have already sent in several reports of that hail and anything that has occurred out there for you guys. And unfortunately, we could start to see that a little bit again within the next few minutes as this storm continues to bring some of that severe weather here in North Mississippi, Matt. So that storm definitely one to keep our eyes on as we now have 2 of those warnings here in North Mississippi.
Absolutely. So I might as well let digital me handle it.
The National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for your location for a storm capable of producing damaging winds or large hail. We recommend seeking shelter in a sturdy building and staying away from windows. Repeating, you are in the path of a severe thunderstorm. This message comes from Weather Call Next Gen. If you'd like to hear this message again, please press
And
1.
so that, of course, we talk a lot about weather call. That's an example of one of those weather calls as I'm working on some stuff behind the scenes as well to make sure everything is working just right. You can get that phone alert there again to let you know, breakthrough. Like I think our app does a great job. One of the issues with phone call is it kind of breaks through all of the nonsense of alerts that come through. Like right now, again, push coming in a second ago, let folks know that we're live. I think these are important things. The phone call breaks through the clutter. That's the reason we do it. Does come with a cost. You have to make a phone call, still comes with a cost. But appreciate, again, all the folks who have gone with us on those alerts, like weather call there. Gabe and Caleb, again, back in the studio, have been tracking this very closely as we've been talking about. Let's go ahead and kind of reset things here for a moment. As we look on kind of a wider shot here, this one storm again has prompted a new severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. It's one of 2 warnings out there. Hail, I would say, along with wind, remain the main factors these storms could produce. The storm that is... I don't know why that's... Okay, everybody let me know it's echoing. Appreciate you y'all for doing that. So it's coming off of that weather call for whatever reason. It's done that echoing the last couple times. So I'm going to fake it here for a second so I know if we can regenerate it, then I know how to fix it. Give me a second. There's weather call for you, and it's echoing. Okay. I'll worry about cleaning that up a little later. Bring it back to this one. Okay. There we go. So as we reset things here, you'll notice not as much of a hail potential on that southern storm. And I'd say in both cases, the wind remains the most likely impact. And now a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been, that's been going between the 2 of them there with the additional stuff. So hold on. I think so everyone knows we've got the echo cleaned up, and I appreciate all the folks texting me to make sure that I know what we've got there. Again, that new severe thunderstorm warning up here for parts of Lee County. And of course, we have the newest one issued just a moment ago here for parts of Oktibbeha, Clay, Webster, and Choctaw counties. That in effect until 4:30 p.m. And then, of course, Winston and Noxubee until 4:15. These are going to be trying to produce downburst, strong, gusty winds where they are the strongest. And the interesting thing about this cluster of storms here that's produced this latest warning is it does not hardly look like anything. I put on the lightning strikes on this. I mean, it's 25 lightning strikes, but it's not necessarily what you see initially on that lowest cut that makes a difference. It's when you kind of augment what's happening aloft, and that's where, again, there's some stronger winds potentially up there aloft forming on some of these thunderstorms, and eventually try to get those a little closer to the ground. But certainly a possibility we could have, obviously, some issues with the strongest of those if they continue to kind of go through that strengthening phase there. As we send it back to Gabe in the studio here for a moment, I want to check on, again, how many reports we're getting out of this. And Gabe, have not had a lot of reports in the last few minutes. Most of the reports when we're talking about hail haven't been quite as large.
Reports through our Mississippi Live weather app have been relatively tame since those hail reports initially came in, but the lightning, yeah, that's where the impacts are still being felt. Let me adjust this here behind the scenes so you have a better view of this, because that number has significantly increased. This in an area that has already seen those outages take place. Initially, we were getting just south of 346 there in Ecru. Now we're extending it all the way into Union County. That's closer to the southwest portion of Union County. And as we move into, well, that'd be just southwest of New Albany, so we're watching for that as well, including that. I guess we're not going to exclude it here. It's just not as much of a notable outage outage polygon. We're 36 outages there just north of the downtown area of Pontotoc. And either way, these outages have increased, and that's still something we need to watch for getting into those next few moments as that storm still remains at a pretty strong rate. But out in Kosciuszko, a few more outages starting to form, and this one, I was trying to look back on radar for a moment to see if this was weather related, but either way, weather related or not, some of those outages starting to take place just southwest of Kosciuszko. This would be south of Highway 12. And as I was looking around the area, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in place for Winston and Noxubee County. I'm glad to say that we do not have outages being reported on our East Mississippi Electric Power Association outage map. And as I looked at 4 County, one of the things that we've been looking at a lot yesterday, that outage map continues to look more tame than what it was yesterday. I'm just showing you the hill because, of course, they have those outages over time. You can see right over my shoulder how those outages got in excess of, what, 1,700? And then we were able to mellow out overnight. Appreciate those power crews for the hard work that they do getting us back restored before the heat built in again today. But as we've gone through today, I do expect some of those outages to start to climb. Of course, we're watching that severe thunderstorm warning moving through Choctaw and Webster County, including that one down south there towards Winston and Noxubee County. But I would say the folks that are being hit the hardest right now is up in Pontotoc, as those outages now surpass around 710 for that total count.
They do indeed there. Appreciate that. Our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor. Hey, Caleb, I got to take over that computer there to control that. If we can pull up HazCams on a different computer to control that, let's try to do that if we can. So our main severe thunderstorm warning for locations there in and around the Pontotoc area. As we're looking here again around Pontotoc proper, this storm, again, probably our tallest, and it's kind of the same spot where we're sort of generating stuff there kind of on the western portion of town. Our True Shield hail threat there continuing to show, again, the potential for some large hail out of this. As we kind of take off all of the lightning data here for a moment, we're not quite all the way to the probable on this, but again, we've still seen some reports, again, of hail out of this, and I think this is the most likely spot for some of that to be occurring. We don't have a well-defined downburst signature on here at this moment. But certainly I'd say near Possum Trot, obviously, someone mentioned the Three Rivers landfill. That's one of the spots where that is the most significant at this point in time. I got to take this here real quick as we're kind of checking with some chasers behind the scenes. Send it over to you at the chroma key there, Gabe.
Appreciate that, Matt. And yes, we do need to continue to monitor this storm. Having the reports of hail earlier on and still getting a decent return on our True Shield roofing hail swath, that continue to be in the possible category, but I would say it's not far away from the probable category, which would indicate more of those 1-inch hailstones. So as we kind of break this down 3D, I do think that's worth our while to kind of cut into the heart of this storm. So looking at that might take a second to do. We can see those storm tops at least increasing, and then we'll cut into this storm more in detail to kind of see what's inside the storm, and I can tell you it's at least some small hail. So over that 30-minute loop, really watch how this climbs in the sky due to those strong to really get going. Make sure that we've not lost anything there. Okay, we are still up on the stream. It does just look like my screen might be down.
Yeah, he's doing
There we go.
something.
Okay, I think it's back up. There we go.
Give me a second, Gabe. I'm trying to fix something here.
Okay. Well, it does look like we at least have that shot for now. So as we track those storm tops, we're still increasing in height, and that shows updraft still dominating the storm and increasing that potential at perhaps some strong development with those gusty winds and the heavy rainfall as well. Now, one thing I want to do here real quick is take it back to our 3D mode, and I'm going to slice into this storm, and we'll see how that hail is developing over those last couple of scans. So bear with me out, and then we're going to do a cross section through this storm. And as we drag that through, I'm going to try to get it to where it gets those storm tops, at least in a general capacity. Now we're not, oh, there it is, there it is. Now we're at where that storm is. So you can still see that hail aloft at the top of this storm there as it's continuing to strengthen. It has not fallen out just yet, so that's probably why we've not gotten a ton of reports there north of Pontotoc, but where it's going to fall out, Friendship Community, south of Ecru, very much aligned in that same capacity. And also what we're getting with that is a flood advisory being issued because of that heavy downpour occurring in the same locations. As Caleb and Matt have been talking about, some of those rainfall rates getting in excess of 6 to 7 inches over an hour. Well, we've been tracking this storm for nearly an hour. So the fact that we're that high, these rainfall totals are really about to increase. Let me go on a 3-hour total there. Probably not doing it justice. Let me go on actually out of our radar site. Yeah, right there, just south of Ecru and north of Pontotoc in the Friendship community, we're starting to get in the yellows. And those yellows and oranges, let me bring on the latest scan. Let me try to get that bullseye for you. 3.1 inches, and that's in the past 3 hours. I would argue that's in the last 1 hour. 1 hour, you get 3 inches of rainfall. That's going to be some flash flooding concern for sure. So that flood advisory, that's in effect. Well, let me stop querying that flood advisory in place until 6:30, and rightfully so, because we're not done with the rainfall just yet, and you're seeing that continue to climb as those latest scans do come in. So heavy rainfall going to be a big factor. Let me bring it back to those rainfall rates to see how heavy that is coming down once again. And whenever we see whites, that's where the extreme category comes into play. Matt, 7.5 inches an hour. When you track that for an hour, it starts to add up to quite a bit, especially in those same general locations.
Yeah, exactly. Where it just is dumping absolutely massive amounts of rainfall. And unfortunately, just kind of continuing to regenerate. There's no reason, by the way, to believe that this isn't going to keep producing the heavy rainfall in the same spots. You know, we're looking at that flood advisory where that was located a moment ago there, kind of clearing off all of those sorts of queries for a moment and popping up that flood advisory. You know, we're the fact that this is kind of regenerating back here again, that's where again some of the hail back here toward Possum Trot and very, very heavy rainfall at the very least is falling, maybe some damaging winds. What has continued to happen, despite the fact that the warning is now, been expanded deeper into, say, Lee County here to the east, is the fact that the storms are weakening before they ever get all the way east here into Lee County. A couple ways in which we can sort of look at that is using our camera network there in the Guntown area. Looking back into some of those thunderstorms there from Guntown at this time. Again, heavy rainfall, very obvious on that shot there. And another shot again from Tupelo, looking back into this as well. Again, yeah, see, that's the thing. The closest one here, this is really fuzzy. You know, sometimes when we're looking at it, and I think Pontotoc has done a pretty good job of doing it. See how this is just real fuzzy on our Mitchell Cunningham bowling camera on both sides of this as well. And a reminder behind the scenes, we need to put a note down to call to double check these temperatures on some of these with Barron, either after the broadcast or otherwise. But this is not quite as fuzzy there. In fact, you can clearly see the heavy rainfall kind of falling out of this and kind of shoving ahead. So that's some of the more likely part of this thunderstorm here to have some of the wind damage is because of that and the way that is looking right there at this point in time. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. there in the Pontotoc County area. Other storms, and again, we're just going to kind of have to poke and prod these. Pulse severe storms go from to again in a fairly quick fashion as they kind of ramp up and then go through a bit of a collapsing phase. And then early in the collapse that we have the biggest issues there. Checking our True Shield hail threat on the storm here near Mill Creek. Not one that I'm overly impressed with there. Looking at the precipitation three-dimensionally, that one extends up a little bit. The one closer to Lynn Creek is maybe a little stronger. I just don't believe either of these are severe, though. Maybe 50-mile-per-hour winds. There might be more dry air there than what I'm assessing on this. And in this case, dry air will actually help to speed up the way in which the wind falls out of these. Let's double check to see if we have some kind of velocity, some kind of wind signature there that says extreme wind. And that's not something I'd say looking at either of those. So fingers crossed those don't expand. Again, 4 parts there of Winston and Noxubee County until 4:15, a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to take another generation of the storm, either it to strengthen significantly more or otherwise before that is producing legitimate severe weather. I'm just not sure that it is. You know, to have any kind of heads up warning on these, you have to get them issued far enough in advance. And sometimes pulse severe storms, they don't meet the full criteria. Look 3D on these storms. Clearly the one here near Biwai has already rained itself out. Near Bellefontaine and Clarkson up here, these storms, including the one there along the Natchez Trace, just north of the Cumberland area, those are the ones that are probably more significant, a little bit stronger. 3D look on this, and we'll, I think, slice through that line there. Get a look at the whole thing and double check the height on these. We slide it back into it. Your precip core. We have some brighter pinks, but we don't have a lot that are super strong there. I mean, if that is, ground level, that's 10,000, 20,000 feet. When these pinks are only, say, 10 to 12,000 feet up, That's typically not full-on severe. Now, this could cause some sporadic wind damage at 40 miles per hour. 50 maybe, but 60 typically, it's going to be a little taller than this before that is the case. Looking kind of toward the outsides of that thunderstorm there. I'm going to kind of draw that on that black line you see there, and we can walk up there. So 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 or so. That darker gray there illustrating the top of those clouds. 50,000 is pretty high, but we don't have the most intense returns all the way to 50,000 feet. So one of the things that maybe makes that a little bit less intense. Let's check our camera there in the Mabin area, which again is going to be very close. And then we're going to look from Houston as well. So there we are again, looking northward into that from Mabin right now. And at this point in time, just sort of looking at that, that one doesn't look too terribly bad at this minute. I'm going to see if I can pan that up a little bit more here in just a moment. If I can get my alphabet here correct. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And yes, I still unfortunately have to sing the song in my head. Not perfect, right? Uh-oh. Someone has, I think, moved that at the same time. We're trying to move it there. It's not wanting to go up any more than that for one reason or another. I think I've made it mad. Yeah, but see, still kind of fuzzy on the edge of that. That one's maybe not quite as intense as some of the other storms. In fact, if I kind of swing up northward there to New Albany and check out that camera shot up there in New Albany looking the opposite direction, you can see this is our Pontotoc storm, that this one is a lot heavier looking at this point in time. So I'm going to pan it just a little bit to the right. If we can, go just a little bit to the right. Let's see if we're as far out as we can go. Yeah, let's get this a little wider there. And when this updates, you can kind of see how this is a lot more dense with the rain and or hail that we're looking from New Albany back into Pontotoc County there. And at the edges, where that's kind of wispy there going out, that is the strong gusty winds kind of pouring out of that. Both from this perspective looking south there, that tells us that on the west side thunderstorm kicking out as well. But you see how bubbly that is right there? That part is kind of is essentially the portion of the thunderstorm that is redeveloping on the backside. And that shows me that there's no reason to believe on what we sometimes call the flanking line, basically the inflow line that's coming off of your screen there and into this thunderstorm and up. That's going to be your next precipitation core that's going to start dumping over the same spot. So we're going to have some real flooding issues if this continues kind of at the same pace here. So this is going to pan over in just a moment. There we go. So that is kind of everything being ingested into this. The next storm developing, the lightning obviously and heavy rainfall behind me there. And you can see that gray, if we were to stay on this camera, you would see that gray continuing to become more substantial as the next batch of rain and hail that's going to be pounding the northwest portion of Pontotoc County is going to be falling out of that one. And this is everything still ingesting in and building. So the building part of these thunderstorms is back in the western part of the warning. The thunderstorm portion that is causing whatever issues is in the eastern, is becoming less impressive, is on the eastern side. I left all of these sort of gray returns showing where the edges of the thunderstorms are on there for a moment. And as we slide up here close to the storms around Good Food, well, does look like now just on the south side of that warning, we're starting to get a little more. Let me cut out the tops of the thunderstorm for a moment. Yep, and in northern part of Chickasaw County, that doesn't look like much. And this is why especially in non-tornadic weather, non-tornado weather, I try to stay on this a lot because it allows us to sort of see everything all at the same time. So when we were looking from New Albany for a moment, we were looking at the bright white clouds. That's what's back here toward Thaxton. That's what's building up. That's hail and everything else building up that's going to drop as it works its way eastward. But then down here, these two that maybe are a little more visible out of our Houston camera, well, actually, let's watch this in real time for just a brief moment. I might have to swing this all the way around. I know I don't like to typically leave it where north is not north, but I do think this is probably worth our perspective here for just a moment to hopefully understand a little bit more about what we're showing. Okay, so there we go. So notice how you kind of have the bigger area there, the gap, and then that, right? That's the exact same perspective we were looking at from New Albany just a moment ago here, right? Where you have the big area of gray, and then you have that, right? So this is in real time what we're looking at. So there's your big precip core, maybe some hail, probably gustiest winds. And then this gray here is the stuff all falling out of that portion that is our next part of this thunderstorm that could potentially be damaging wind gusts trying to fall out of that. So that would be your next microburst sort of area. So I'm going to go back and forth between these one more time here. Then we're going to check on what we've got in the studio. So again, there is the main gray that was kind of behind me a moment ago. And then that is the next part of it that's about to start and continuing to drop whatever heavy rainfall is starting to fall out of it. And then as you saw with kind of the bright white clouds, there's another one back behind it that's developing coming into this storm. Okay, I know that's a whole lot of a whole lot, but these storms aren't really moving a whole lot. So they kind of are dropping whatever they're dropping where it's happening. So Faxton, again, that's where the next batch is. And then we have these two down here in southern Pontotoc and northern Chickasaw County potentially that are going to, especially over Troy there, far southeastern Pontotoc County, just outside the warning there. But this could be some damaging wind. And we'll watch that one around the Tupelo area as well. So this cluster is solidly, let's just go wide to verify it here for a moment. Then we're going to go Houston camera. But solidly the group that is the most intense at this point. I don't think either of these down here in this Winston and Noxubee cluster, not a lot of lightning. Those are probably not producing legitimate severe weather. The ones out here in Webster County are getting a little bit stronger. I mean, your eye is just drawn to that batch, right? I'll just step to this side just so we kind of look at this apples to apples. Maybe these aren't apples or cherries, or need to think about a better way to describe it. Sometimes they look like candy corn, but either way, these are storms that are strongest up here farther north. And in particular, those two that we're looking at, again, between really the Good Food area, kind of east of Algoma, northeast of Hulka, are kind of the next batch that are getting a bit stronger there as we do our CAT scan here sort of slice into it. Up there above Troy, we have some hail that's about to probably start dropping there pretty soon, close to Mississippi Highway 41. That would again be the Natchez Trace Parkway there. The intersection of those is going to kind of drift over that intersection within about the next 10 minutes or so. No official warning for you, but just to the north, officially severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. there. We have not had a whole lot of reports coming in. I will say also, it does look like flash flood warning has been issued for the folks there, from the folks at the National Weather Service in Memphis. They have upgraded that because the storm is moving so little, and kind of expressing the thing that Caleb and Gabe were talking about a little bit ago. Those rainfall amounts continue to become more significant out of this, right where that kind of white line's coming out of this. It says severe thunderstorm warning, and flooding rainfall, obviously, to a certain extent, a part of that as well. You can definitely see until 4 p.m. there, 3.6 inches of rain. That is a lot that has fallen in just that spot there. This says past 3 hours, and the majority of that, if I go back 1 hour, that's about an inch and a half almost. Excuse me, that's a 30-minute loop. Let's make this a full hour loop. 1 hour ago, it was 1.1 inches estimated. Now it's 3.6. That's 2.5 inches measured on Mississippi Live here in the last hour. So that's pretty significant. And that's the reason why there's probably going to be some flash flooding issues. In fact, I think we're going to probably send our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, out to get some more information there because of the flash flood warning that they're looking at. He's going to try to go down around Highway 15 and sort of take a look at that. Of course, be safe, Gabe. We appreciate that. Caleb does have some pictures there we're looking at behind the scenes in our downtown Tupelo studios, again, of the building storm. Where's that one at?
This was one that Gabe had pulled up earlier, but one of the things I wanted to talk about that I'm seeing a lot in the comments is several comments have been talking about a lot of damage on Possum Trot Road out there in Pontotoc and Ecru. And you guys have received this storm kind of almost twice at this point as it formed on top of you guys, sort of back building behind. So I know there was a report saying that a tree went through their son's room out on Possum Trot Road. Lots of damage down Possum Trot. So that continues to be an area I think a lot of people are already seeing and reporting that damage. Somebody else here, I think that's Jesus saying in Ecru Road. So lots of damage, unfortunately, coming in. And I'll keep my eyes behind the scenes if we get some of that through the Mississippi Live weather app.
Appreciate that. Yeah, let's go ahead and check. I'll bring that chat back up. Didn't mean to pull that down on you just to right there. Yeah, Jesus looks like a Friendship, a bunch of hail still falling there. Hey, Jesus, if you let us know, how large that is, of course, that's something we'll pass along to folks there at the National Weather Service as well. Another warning for the storm developing northwest of the main storm. That's what we're we're looking at? Say again, Leonard.
I have something from Jesus. I'll pull up in a second.
Okay, so we'll have a video coming up on that here in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna have to get something routed with that, Emily, so that that actually pops up on there. So I will work on that as well. Caleb, let's send you to Chroma here for a second. I gotta fix something that I broke yesterday so that we can record behind the scenes. So I'm gonna send it over to you. A new severe thunderstorm warning coming out on the northwest side because again they're catching all of the back building the storm is producing.
Yes, no, that's exactly right. And we're seeing several reports of hail be sent in through the Mississippi Live weather app. So I know you guys were asking about that in the comments. If you have any reports, make sure to send it in through the app. Don't go out searching for it, of course, but if you're able to do so in a safe manner, that lets us know what these storms are capable of and what they are actually producing. And unfortunately, we continue to see that hail continue to be a possibility. There's now another severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for you guys out there in Pontotoc, and it is extended further out west. So we're continuing to see this continue to backbuild like our Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobban was just discussing. This will expire at around 4:30. So now we're an hour later than when that initial warning was set to expire, just to show you guys how much rainfall and how long these storms continue to sit on top of you guys out there in Pontotoc County. So this just continues to be a mess with just how much is occurring with this storm. So let's continue to look at kind of the threats that are ongoing here. That is one thing I always like starting off with, and you can definitely tell that we are talking about hail a lot more today. Take a look at that purple. We're starting to talk about those darker returns here. Thankfully, a better scan here, which means that it's starting to hopefully maybe, well, unfortunately, it'll drop the hail, but we don't want to see that continue building back up. So we can even go back just a scan or two so you guys can see what I was just talking about. So that's starting to show that increased confidence ever so slightly on our scale here. You're kind of seeing those darker returns. So hail, unfortunately, definitely one of our concerns with this severe thunderstorm warning out there in Pontotoc County. But with that latest scan, starting to see better returns. But again, if we're not dealing with that hail, heavy wind, and just blinding rainfall continues to be an issue. We can see there with that warning here, which I don't know if I'll be able to kind of get that flash flood or aerial flood advisory here, but we're still dealing with just several amounts of flooding. So yeah, flash flood warning.
So the aerial flood advisory, they went ahead and nixed when they upgraded the flash flood warning.
Okay, that makes perfect sense, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, we're dealing with just
unfortunately.
lots of rainfall out there. So that continues to be a big concern, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of those dual concerns. You know, folks there talking about, again, near Possum Trot Road and Friendship, under one of the strongest parts of this thunderstorm. National Weather Service, I think, probably looking at and talking to the same folks that are kind of messaging us here in the Mississippi Live app, as well as on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube. Of course, you could send in your reports on those different platforms. You can like, subscribe, follow on any of the things that you see below me here, including, of course, our apps for Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV. Appreciate you guys for sharing those reports with us here. And again, hail, some reports there, but the same part of the thunderstorm that would be what we call, you know, the hail core, where it's going to try to drop whatever it's going to try to drop out of it, is the same part of the thunderstorm that's going to produce the damaging winds. That's the part that just kind of keeps redeveloping near the Buchanan area, Esperanza, close to Thaxton, and around Ecru. We'll make this loop here a 1 hour loop. You'll see it's basically been the exact same spots over that entire hour time, just sort of regenerating here over and over and over again. And no reason to believe it's necessarily done at this point. So the newest severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30 p.m. on the west side here, and rainfall totals before this is all said and done. And let's make sure we emphasize this. You know, we show now every time we're going to check this, that number is going to go up a bit more. I found now up to 4 inches. Remember, that was close to about 3.5 inches a minute ago there. The highest number I'm getting now, somewhere around 4.1 inches of rain over that point in time. So that is pretty significant. And if you look at where that is versus where the heaviest rainfall is, there's probably another inch out of this here. That's probably going to take you close to 5 inches before this is done. Some hail contamination, but that's going to be some real flash flooding issues. And that's just assuming that we're done after this one is done. And there's no guarantees that's the case. Best way for us to look at that is probably using our camera there in New Albany, looking at it. See, and that's that latest batch we were talking about earlier, just bam, coming out of that, right? and you can see how it's spreading even on the backside. And from perspective, we might not be nailing that right. It might actually kind of be spreading northward, closer to Ingomar as well on some of that wind, despite the fact it's mainly up there. But we talked about a minute ago, this is all the development section. Everything's coming up into this, right? So we still have more coming up into this. There's no reason to believe that this couldn't be 6 or more inches of rainfall there for some sections of northern Pontotoc County, on top of the wind, on top of whatever damage that storm's trying to produce for some spots there as well. Again, send those through the Mississippi Live app if you're able to. Certainly it makes a big difference here. Appreciate Michael for sending that in, and for Justin Mills, again, one of the North Mississippi Storm Chasers there. And as you can see next to me, assume I get my arms right here at some point. I've been pointing for 20 some years. I still can't get the right direction sometimes. Folks at the National Weather Service in Memphis, again, watching your reports as well. Up to penny-size hail. Jesus reporting this, that I think close to Possum Trot Road. Again, you're right hunkered down in the middle of this, unfortunately, severe thunderstorm that is impacting you. We have some other warnings out there where we'll look at more detail here in a minute, but this one has clearly been very effective at producing wind damage, and certainly could potentially as well. From Tupelo, not as obvious a perspective. Let's go to Pontotoc, right underneath it. I know it might seem odd that I have not been on the one that's right underneath it, but New Albany, I think, gives us a clearer picture of the overall of what's happening. But obviously, and Pontotoc, this camera is kind of on the south side of town, so I say it's right underneath it. No, it's at kind of the edge of it, but it's not directly beneath it. Let's go ahead and pan this over a little bit. And you can see, again, from the opposite perspective, what we're looking at there, again, that is the massive rain and hail and everything just plummeting out of this storm there. And then, of course, we have what's back here, and again, kind of rotating out of this, pushing out of this as well. So severe thunderstorm there for Pontotoc County. Very strong gusty winds coming in with this as well. I'm going to bring up our Emily Leonard here, who is been getting us some video here behind the scenes. I'm going to pull her up so she can tell us a little bit about what we're going to see here of some video that you have sent in. I believe this is from around the Ecru area. This might be Jesus's video. Emily, is that what we're going to see here in a second? Can you hear me, Emily? Can you hear me, Emily?
Yes, this is from the Ecru area in Pontotoc County. Yeah, that's what we're going to see. Jesus Romero sending in some video.
I can't hear.
Okay, so I'm going to try this again. Sorry about that for the delay. This video coming in from Ecru in Pontotoc County. Jesus Romero sending us this. You can see the heavy rain, but every so often you can see just those little bits of hail that are in there.
So obviously some really, really heavy rainfall kind of falling out of that storm as well, Emily. You know, that's the thing. It's kind of, that doesn't look like he's in Ecru directly under the worst of this there. So certainly has potential to be a pretty rough storm, right?
That is right.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, Emily Leonard there reporting. Hey, here's what I need you to do in a second here. Emily, I want you to hit the flush it button and redo it button, and hopefully that'll reconnect here in a moment. So we'll talk here a little bit later so we can hopefully clean that up here. Current time is now, we're at 3:57. Again, this is in Pontotoc County, looking at a severe thunderstorm producing potential for damaging winds and straight up flooding rainfall there out near Possum Trot and the Turnpike community there just north of 278 Highway 6. That is obviously a very heavy thunderstorm with everything that it's trying to produce. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. It does clip Lee County here on this, right? But to be clear, we don't have any of this really making its way into Lee County at this point, outside the far southwest corner of Lee County, southeastern Pontotoc, and northern Chickasaw there, with some of the thunderstorms that are definitely producing, again, a lot of heavy rainfall with that as well. We'll look three-dimensionally on those thunderstorms. And again, those look a little more impressive now down here into Webster County. I'll say I still don't believe any of these down in Winston and Noxubee counties, those are overly strong at this point in time. But here's an example of some of the hail that we are getting out of a few of these storms. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, again, tracking that down in our downtown Tupelo studios. Caleb?
Yes, unfortunately, hail continues to be a big concern with today's setup. I know we've dealt with some of these strong storms, honestly, Monday through Wednesday, but today we're seeing more and more reports, unfortunately, come in. This picture was actually sent in. They used the description that this is the second round of hail that they have received just due to the back building of this storm out there in Pontotoc County. So they already have a few hailstones out there in their hands. Here's another great example of just the different hailstones that are occurring. You can kind of see some of the drier growth trapping in more air bubbles, the clearer hailstones just with the path that it had throughout the storm. And just, I mean, several reports continue to come in. All of these are from Pontotoc, so thankfully we aren't seeing this quite as widespread here in North Mississippi, at least with all the other severe thunderstorm warnings going on. I'd say the Pontotoc one just continues to really be, unfortunately, impressive with its strength that it has. But yeah, thankfully, I would say most of these hail pictures that we have had sent in, I've not seen any cross that 1 inch in diameter criteria, kind of classifying it as severe. Now, these are still impactful. Don't mistake me for saying that, but thankfully we're not seeing them continue to kind of build up in size, but it is still unfortunate to see this many reports continue to come in.
You know, when it's as hot as it is right now, sometimes it makes it really difficult for the big hail to get to the surface, but that evaporation process as the hot air and relatively drier air near the surface is eating up that hail, then it allows more wind to form out of the thunderstorm. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes what is severe hail aloft melts, and then that enhances some of the wind potential that we have out of this. Let's go ahead and bring it back here. Again, reset. We're at 4 o'clock now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Severe thunderstorm warning continues till at least 4:30 for parts of Pontotoc County. Looking at a thunderstorm there from the south side of Pontotoc. It's really been north and northwest of Pontotoc that storms have been the strongest and producing, in some cases, estimates in excess of 4 inches of rainfall. Before it's done, could be close to 5 to 6 inches of rainfall if storms continue kind of back building the way they are. Probably the most impressive and effective camera we've checked today has been our camera back in New Albany. And you can see lightning with this storm. You can see the heavy rainfall falling out of it, and that's the gusty wind. The fact that that's kind of protruding out there, the blue, means the rain is coming like this and then hitting the ground and blowing out. And that's where we sometimes get some of the wind damage out of this. And so, again, flooding rainfall possible beneath that. But we also see here, again, lightning back here in the part where there's no rainfall, right? This is not a tornado day, but this storm is back building. The storm is kind of building back on this side, builds up, drops it, moves out. Why all that's important is this still looks impressive enough that we think it's still building enough that we're going to continue regenerating very heavy rainfall and the potential for damaging weather over some of those same locations there. It's one of a couple areas that we are watching. Also down toward Chickasaw County there, looking out of our camera in Houston. Again, doesn't look terribly impressive on this shot here, and it really kind of depends on which angle that we're looking on this here. So our Houston camera, we're presently looking there toward the southeast at some of those storms in the southern part of the county. But if we flip that around toward the west, I guess we got to go south. And so there's some of the other thunderstorms in the southern part of the county. And then looking up north into some of our stronger storms. See, there's a perfect example of it. Let me pop it up here. So you have our main severe thunderstorm, that one that had all the dark gray, the stuff there that hasn't dropped it yet, and then additional storms back to the west that are kind of developing into that storm. So when we start talking 5 inches of rain, which is what we could have, this could be real major significant flash flooding issues for some spots if that continues. Now, I'm going to pan this over a little more as we go toward the northeast. Again, looking through that thunderstorm there, you can see there are additional storms in the kind of northeast portion of Chickasaw County, not perfectly visible out of that there because of the camera looking through the tower. But we do expect that we'll continue to maybe get some hail and some strong gusty winds out of those. As we bring it back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar, as of now 4:03, it's those storms south that are way south there, again, of the Houston area southwest, as we're looking here toward Eupora and Grady and Clarkson. We do have a couple of cameras here that we can check this out with. Our camera there in the Starkville area on the west side of town showing those individual thunderstorms, again, dropping that heavy rainfall. Any sort of dangly stuff you see out of any of these thunderstorms, we are not talking about tornadoes. This is not an organized day. This is a what goes up must come down kind of day. And if it goes up high enough, fast enough, strong enough, when it comes back down, it's going to dump damaging winds. It's going to dump some hail. And so these, as they've popped up, I think this is still beneath it, probably more 40, 45 mile per hour winds, but a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for western Oktibbeha County. One of the warnings that we are tracking out here with these storms, and again, that comes back here to maybe the possibly 60 mile per hour winds that we have, again, north of Walthall there and out here northwest of Eupora. Compare that, and we'll go and put that into motion. Again, part of the reason I'm not doing a lot of tracking, a lot of times we like to break out the storm track tool and show you exactly where these are going. You'll notice that over the course of their life cycle, they kind of pop up, they might move like 5 miles, right? Like this one here, right? Pops up, maybe 3 or 4 miles west of where it is there, and then just kind of drops it. So these don't move much. So if you see it bubbling up over you, yeah, it's going to be right there. I know that's the least meteorological forecast way I can put that. But that's the reality of this situation, is that they kind of are popping up where they are and kind of dropping what they drop in those similar locations. Wider shot here does show continuing to track, again, some storms down toward Louisville, but below severe limits. I think clearly just looking at our red blobs, and that's why I keep it in sort of 3D mode here, even if it's barely 3D. That's why we can kind of identify where some of those stronger storms are. These are the storms back toward Van Vliet. I think Amory or Aberdeen might actually have my best shot of these thunderstorms. So I'll have to make sure these cameras are all pointed the right direction. So that is kind of looking toward the northwest. Look back toward the west and kind of see along the edge of that grouping of storms. I'm just kind of looking up to see how sharp some of the edges are there. Yeah, but that's that general grouping of thunderstorms with heavy rainfall, southern far southwest Lee, northeast Chickasaw County, extreme southern Pontotoc County. That's that one there. A little below severe limits, but could maybe have some 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts with that, which is one of the things a lot of these storms have unfortunately kind of contended with there. Watching this here for folks there in Ecru, again, some issues possible there. Praying to get some rain. You need some wind there in Amory. I do not blame you as far as that's concerned. Certainly it is hot for a lot of spots. Does look like Michael Bishop sent a damage picture through Twitter. Might have to have one of y'all check on that if you could here for a moment. Go ahead and pass that along here in a minute. And appreciate all you guys for watching from all around the area. But it is heavy, huge, and a lot of rainfall there in the Possum Trot area. Please let us know how big that hail is, Christy. That certainly helps us. If you can compare it to a coin to get an idea of how strong everything is related to these storms here. Back over to Mama Justice Doppler radar. And as we kind of bring it in here, looking at, again, the two clusters of storms, the one that we were just looking at. So let's get Amory on the map here. So we were looking at that one there, the big batch of gray that was coming out of that as it fell in. And then, of course, some of the heavier rainfall near the Leotis area as well. So looking deeper back into some of those storms. Let's go ahead and clear this off to regular rainfall mode. And I'm gonna go wide here. I see someone mentioning something about tornado, and that's look down in South Alabama. I want to make sure that we're clear about some differences here. The pattern, in a way that it's still possible to get some storms that maybe have a little bit more shear down in the southern part of Alabama. That is not something that we're all of a sudden going to pop up and go, whoa, what's going on here? That is not the case out of our storms up here. There is not a tornado threat out of these storms, just blinding, heavy, significant rainfall, probably the most likely impact, and then some hail and some damaging winds as well. New severe thunderstorm warning's been issued. Does include the city of Greenville there for a storm that's largely still on the other side of the Mississippi-Arkansas state line. And that storm, the portion of it there that's closest is not particularly close at all. Let's make this a loop here looking out of the radar site down there in Jackson. I'll double check 3D to make sure it's not hiding something aloft. It's not. I would say that the portion of this, again, is close to the Greenville area is not my most impressive portion of that thunderstorm there. Bring it back in here to this version for a moment. And yeah, so while that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning, the portion of that that's there affecting Greenville locations like that is not the most impressive part of that, thankfully. Let's come up to our flash flood warning, and our Gabe Maynard trying to get in position. We'll be watching out for him here in a little bit. And I'm looking from all the way in Jackson, and it clearly says, man, this has got some pretty heavy precipitation with this as well. This has been our strongest storm, the one that has likely produced the most damage of whatever damage that we have seen out of it here. And again, let's look again 3D on this and check out some of that hail that it is kind of putting out aloft there. Still has a lot of heavy precip up there. That's what this kind of brightest is. But near Possum Trop, really dropping down a lot of heavy precipitation at this point in time. I do want to bring in our Caleb Edelblut. I know you've been sending in some pictures. I saw Andy mentioning that he'd sent in a shot there a minute ago from the Mississippi Live app. And Caleb, I'll see if you can get that pulled up for us here, and we'll talk about that here in just a moment. I don't know that we're getting a lot of pictures. Some hail, though, being submitted from folks there at home, right?
Yes, I will say that we've only had one new hail picture come on in, and it's loading here behind the scenes. We might just have to look at it. There we go. So glad to see that that's starting to slow on down. We'll see if that can catch on up. We're talking about almost quarter-sized hail, and this one a little bit kind of there we go, kind of catching up, but not quite as clear with that drier air kind of trapped inside of it. So good news that it's only one more extra picture being added with that hail report coming in. So we'd love to see those continue to slow down. We don't want to see any more hail continue to fall. But another thing I was keeping my eyes on are the outages out there in Pontotoc County. You guys have had to deal with quite a few. We're talking about 718 with the Pontotoc EPA, Pontotoc County coming in at the most. And we can see most of those outages here with the Pontotoc EPA, 673 outages, all within that pink purple kind of shade, and then a teal outage area of 36 out there in Pontotoc County. So you guys continue to get hit the hardest. Going through all the other EPAs we have here, thankfully not seeing anything quite as substantial, but we do see out here in Webster County, this orange area, 169 outages starting to be reported. So Pontotoc's still coming in at the most, but if we went through Ford County, those continue to not really stand out, just kind of more isolated with maybe some limbs or kind of just random outages occurring as those storms continue to creep in. But Pontotoc continuing to get hit the hardest. Thankfully, starting to see those hail reports start to slow down ever so slightly, Matt.
Yeah, and even a little improvement there is a big improvement. We don't want to see that, unfortunately. Looking out of our Tupelo tower cam, let's go ahead and pull that up for you. I was watching it behind the scenes here, looking basically into these different thunderstorms. You know, I'll compare the two here for a moment, or three, I should say. So you have the storm that's kind of west-northwest of Tupelo, and obviously it's still northwest of Pontotoc, so it's a ways away. And then these pair of storms here, Shannon and the one that we have in northern Chickasaw County, close to Okolona. Of course, if you're in Okolona, we need, of course, hopefully that car's inside just in case there's some hail. Obviously in Pontotoc and Ecru and Possum Trot up there, we've needed to be in that situation. Checking our camera in the Tupelo area, kind of looking back into this a couple of different ways. And this shot here, again, shows how it's kind of fuzzy in the foreground. This is that kind of in-between storm. It doesn't look nearly as impressive as the storms that we had down there a little bit farther south. So, yeah, nowhere near as impressive kind of on this shot here. Let me see if we can zoom it out. Make sure we're zoomed out all the way. We are on that. And so if we kind of swing this back around toward the west and northwest, that is that severe storm into Pontotoc County. And the reason it does not look as impressive on this shot is because the strongest portion, if we only saw that, would be there, but it's so far away, what, about 20 miles away? And so looking 20 miles away through lighter rainfall has more of a fuzzy sort of look there, which is why it looks so different from what we have here out of our New Albany camera. Again, the next one there, that'll drop another half-inch to inch of rainfall, plus the rain that's then falling in northern Pontotoc County as well. We're looking from the south, from the north back toward the south from the New Albany area over the Sportsplex there. And certainly a fairly rough look on what is likely dropping some damaging wind, some hail, and the potential, again, that it could possibly also, again, produce flooding rainfall. Our Gabe Maynard trying to get in position out there we'll hopefully hear from him coming up here in a few minutes as to what he is seeing, looking toward, unfortunately, some reports there of some wind issues. Emily, I see you standing up there for a moment. Are you waiting for me to come out to you for a moment?
Yeah, you can come out to me. I put some video in coming into us of all of this heavy rain that people are seeing. So if you want to roll that video, I'll talk a little bit about it. I mean, it's pretty clear to see that what people are heavy rain. Take a look at this from Jerry Lynn Griffin. That's a lot of water in her yard and coming down. And then she kind of pans over and you can see some things have fallen over. That's because of those strong winds as well. So this is the kind of video that we're getting in right now from these just heavy rains. Matt, you mentioned lots of hail. I also posted on Facebook as well. You said that just because there's dangly things from the clouds does not equal tornadoes. So right now, this is what most people are experiencing.
Okay, and do you have a location on that? We'll make sure Weather Service knows where that wind damage locate. I mean, again, you expect to see a weaker structure like that having some issues? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I did email her. I don't have a location on that. So Jerry Lynn, if you are out there, go ahead and email me, please, and just let me know where this is. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say Pontotoc County, but that's just a wild guess.
That's not a wild guess. That's a fairly well researched guess after kind of what we've been watching today so far. Appreciate that, and hopefully that things get a little better for the folks out there in Pontotoc County. There does remain a severe thunderstorm warning for Pontotoc County, that in effect until 4:30 p.m. Again, looking out of our camera there in Pontotoc again at those storms, the same spots we've been looking at for a while, which means it's time for us to check again on the rainfall and just how much water has fallen out of this as far as rainfall accumulation, because that number continues to go up quickly. Yeah, see, that's the thing. And that's why I hate being conservative, but I think we've been too conservative on the rainfall amounts. We said it was very reasonable that we could have 5 or more inches of rainfall. Estimations now sitting already at just about 5 inches. I don't know if I can turn smoothing off on this contour. There we go. So we can catch the highest estimation. Let's clear all those off. Highest estimation so far, 5.3 inches of rainfall there just west of Highway 15. Again, the Possum Trot area, Friendship, this is just continuing to fall. Because here's the thing. This is rainfall estimations over the last 3 hours. I could say 6 hours. Doesn't make any difference. It's basically the exact same amount there because it's fallen in less than 6 hours. In fact, if you look over just the last hour, it's gone from 5.3 inches in that spot to 2.2. So that's 3.1 inches of rain in just the last hour. So there's going to be some significant flooding there. This is that point in time, Emily. I need you to get on the horn with Gabe and remind him that I don't need video so badly that he loses his car. Okay. Well, I see Caleb saying that. Okay. I don't need to get too deep into this. Like, let's be very smart and let's not drive through anything that's even remotely questionable. Okay. Because this is an ongoing flooding situation where the worst hasn't hit wherever it's going to hit. Because look at that. Estimation is, the rainfall rate, one of those things that I don't show a whole lot when we have severe weather. I know I see Caleb for a second. We'll talk here in just a brief moment. But that rainfall rate's probably 8 or 9 inches an hour and is just absolutely coming down there. So Caleb, I know you were probably on the phone with Gabe a second ago. It looks like we have a picture there. Is this from him?
No, this is not from Gabe, but I was just on the phone with him because he wanted to let us know where he was at. He's traveling down south on Highway 15, but he's staying north of Ecru. He already let me know. He's like, he's not driving through the hail core. He's going to wait out the storm and still continue to get a shot. So he might have it pulled up while he's driving right now, but he wanted to make sure he's not driving through that hail core. But we're still seeing some more reports come in. I mean, we don't have a coin, so I'd appreciate if we could try to get this one next to a coin, but I'd say this one looks like our biggest so far. And getting closer and closer.
That could be, I mean, that's probably inch-sized hail. What was the name on that one?
I was going to assume this was close to an inch, but I didn't want to think that was just me opinion.
Well, what's the name on that one? And this is going to be making a judgment call based on a name.
This was sent in by Alexa Leach out in Ecru at 4:08.
Okay. So, probable for some spots there south of Ecru. That's that spot right there, that purple there just near Ecru. Not unreasonable at all that we're talking about some damaging hail out of this. Also, a lot of blue strikes. You talked about the blue strikes yesterday, those cloud to those, I guess, positive lightning strikes.
Yes.
Quite a few of those on this as well, unfortunately. So this one, very disruptive storm here in the Pontotoc County area, producing some wind damage, as you heard before. Again, some trees down there reported just a little bit ago on some homes from straight line winds. And that's a reminder, again, this is a straight line wind situation. But if I pull all that lightning back off it, because it's just too much to have on there at the same time, that black sort of you see in the middle here is some of that big hail, most likely to probably have some of that damaging hail actually making it out of this thunderstorm and falling. So I think we could be talking about 1-inch hail. Put your coin, whoever that is, Alexa, we might message her back and have her send that in next to a coin. I think we're going to count that probably as 1-inch hail, looking at that there as well. So we'll mark that one. Again, largest hailstone, our friends there at True Shield Roofing that provide us with this tool to be able to look at hail damage. Largest hailstone submitted in the app gets a $100 gift card from True Shield Roofing to Walmart. So that's something basically anybody can utilize here. I see Emily standing up for a moment. Let's check in with her on the information she has coming in. She's been talking to emergency managers, other folks in the field. What do you have, Emily?
So Jerry Lynn did message me back. That video that we showed you just a few minutes ago, I was correct. It was in Pontotoc County. She's in Ecru, just off of Friendship Road. She just wanted to let us know it blew for her swing set and the outside toys. I mean, you can obviously see that in the video. She said it blew the shed roof and their windmill on a metal pole that was pretty far up in the air over as well, and definitely over the house as how tall that one metal pole was. So, I mean, it acted like a sail and just bent over backwards in that strong wind and rain.
Mm-hmm. That unfortunately happens in this scenario there. So send in your videos if you're willing to, your pictures. Easiest way to do that is, of course, Mississippi Live app. Like, subscribe, follow, download. Yep, you've got it right there. And it's as simple as take a picture, you scroll down, there's a button, you can submit video, you can submit the pictures. Super simple on both those accounts. And then Emily will get some of those videos on as they're coming in from the app there. You have my email open back there as well?
I've got your email open. I have the videos open. If everybody could do me a favor and just write in there where you are or where you took the video from, that'll definitely help us when we're having to report things to the National Weather Service as well.
Absolutely. The videos, you have to make sure to do that. Your location, if allowed, is tagged when you send the pictures in, so that's already easier. We appreciate you guys so much. Again, the 200,000 of you that have downloaded those apps and supported us here on Mississippi Live. Coming back in here and looking at, again, the chat from all of you guys who are interacting with us here. Again, 1-inch hail reported 4:08 there. Pretty much the location we're talking about a moment ago there shows that report there. So at least one report of 1-inch hail out of this, and expecting the near Possum Trot, where we already had some wind damage earlier on. That's the one that we had here at 3:38. We're probably getting some additional wind damage in the exact same spot at this point in time. Looking three-dimensional on this storm. That's the thing. And the next strongest storm, we're going to get onto this here in just a second, is the one over top of Okolona there. And the one near Eupora is getting a little stronger as well. But I need to hit this one a little closer. We need to cut into this here just for a moment for you to kind of check and see the most intense stuff. Because when we get some of those black returns, yeah, see, that's the issue there. Let's go 3D. Yep. So we've got that up there a little ways up into the sky. Let's do a slice here along this. So the top of this storm up there, maybe you can barely see it at the edge there, the 60,000 feet, which obviously is very tall. So the taller they go up, the harder they fall, right? What goes up must come down. And so the top of this is 60-ish thousand feet. We do have some of these black returns showing up there. If it got down real low on it, you'd have a perfect angle on it. But I have some spots there where I have probably that hail still up into the thunderstorm at 30,000 feet. So some of that is falling. And this is the thing. I have the little hooks, the little indentions there that sometimes if this were tornado season, be like, hold on, Hook Echo, what do we got? But that is where the inflow is getting in and it's building it up. I don't think we have any kind of enough shear to produce any sort of, rotation of significance on this, but this is A very organized thunderstorm producing just incredible amounts of rain and likely producing large hail as well. We expect those large hail reports to continue on this thunderstorm here as this one remains very, very rough there in and around Pontotoc County. And to give you some perspective as to why we're not necessarily spending as much time on the rest of these, I will look closer at Okolona in a moment, but same radar perspective, there's none of that up above Okolona. So it is not as intense. Neither is that the case in Houston. I'm just going to leave it on this shot here so we can give folks at home an idea of why we're paying attention to where we're paying attention to. We're going to look down here to Eupor. And again, you are under this severe thunderstorm warning right now, Choctaw, as well as Webster, parts of Clay, and Oktibbeha counties until 4:30. These thunderstorms aren't nearly as impressive. Wider shot just to kind of make sure to check them all, just so you can pretty clearly see. And none of these are anywhere near as intense as the one that we have up there. That's why we're spending so much time on that storm and everything that it is capable of right now. So coming in here closer, and again, looking at our storm around Okolona, we promise this does look like it is a splitting storm on the latest sort of scan here. Again, this one could be the next that maybe gets that level and tries producing the same. It's probably not going to produce the same quantity of wind damage. This one actually is moving, unlike some of those other storms. The fact this one is moving means it's not going to produce as much rainfall. Our True Shield hail kind of hail threat on this does not show nearly anything as impressive on that storm. We'll get an actual storm track on that in a minute. Clearly, the Pontotoc storm is the one that's the only one that's really standing out on that as well, as I'm trying to kind of do some assessments of all of these. So let's get a track on that one, since it actually is moving now, not fast. I would say we're moving this toward the southeast there. 18 is probably too fast on it. We're going to adjust our track just a little bit, make that a 15-mile track. And we're going to widen out the initial width here a little bit more. So Wren, we show about 445 for you. Continue to track there closer to, say, a lot of subdivisions in around both Aberdeen and Amory there, showing up in that list there between now and about 5:11 or so. And then Aberdeen proper, looking toward about 5:12, if that can kind of hold together. Not as impressive as the other storm. We look at our severe threats on this here, and it shows perhaps some hail, but then compare that to what we have up here in Pontotoc County, where that is not some hail. That is a high likelihood of large hail. Now, this is going to be overblown a little bit on size, especially because of the time of the year here. It says, hey, in the worst case scenario, if the air was cold enough aloft, hail that possibly could be 3 inches in size. And I don't think, again, that we're probably talking about 3-inch size hail, but there's definitely some hail that is falling out of that. And if I check the kind of instantaneous hail threat, something here that will show in this case, this doesn't usually show up with much unless there's a legit big hail probably following. So I would say we're probable on that hail threat here to somewhat likely on the north side of Pontotoc right now. And just looking at the lowest scans there, right along 278 on the bypass there on the north side of town is where this is. Of course, that again, Highway 9 at the intersection 278. And then again, out here, the north 15 interchange, Friendship, Possum Trot. It's the exact same folks. And the unfortunate thing, and again, there's some hail that's mixing in with this, but every time we check this graphic, it is a worse and worse situation on our flash flood warning out here. We're now at 6.1 inches of rainfall. 6.1 inches of rainfall estimated, much of which has occurred in the last hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning again for Pontotoc County, but also a flash flood warning. I point out the flash flood portion of this because we have a tendency to just say and rainfall and not really worry about that. And that's couldn't be further from what we should be doing here as well, because unfortunately, heat and water are the two things that we don't respect and cause more loss of life than tornadoes each year. No tornadoes out of this here, but certainly a lot of very, very heavy rainfall. So hail in Pontotoc reported by Lanisha there. Kristen reporting again, yeah, it's bad in Pontotoc. There's definitely some hail issues there as well, significant ones. 306 wanting to know, when is this going to make it to Tupelo? Here's the funny thing, it might not ever, because these storms have been blowing up here and then dropping everything there in Pontotoc County. You might just get sprinkles. I see someone there mentioning But definitely some hail damage being reported by April out there in the Pontotoc County area. I'm going back and looking at some stuff here a minute ago. Again, dime-sized hail reported by Justin Mills there a little bit ago near the Exxon Exxon Buckle. Some report there. Again, some hail showing up as well. I see someone mentioned that my tie and Emily's dress match. That is almost, believe it or not, we do it every single day. 6.4 inches now, the estimation on rainfall over the last 3 hours. And if we just do some simple math there, that's 3 inches in the last hour out of that storm. That's a lot of water, and that's causing likely some flooding issues. We hopefully will hear from our Gabe Maynor here in a minute. I'll pull Caleb up here for a second. Even though he's not directly in it, Caleb, we probably need to get a hold of Gabe if we can to see what he has. But first, let's see what you're looking at there.
Yeah, no, I can definitely get a hold of him after this. I did want to show this picture. This is a report coming out of Ecru, I believe. They said it was Ashley's Furniture, but if we look at where Ashley's Furniture is here in North Mississippi and where the storms have been, I mean, Ecru, I mean, this is just damage reported at the roof. So we're looking inside. You can see up there kind of through the ceiling of all the wind that has caused some of that damage out there. So when we're talking about hail being a threat, wind is still also a threat as well, causing some damage here in North Mississippi. So an unfortunate...
That's Ashley Furniture. Like that is the manufacturing facility.
Yes. I looked it up on like Google Maps to make sure. It was, yeah.
That's pretty significant looking damage. Can you zoom that in at all? Was that in the app?
This is through the app. So this is a look at kind of through the ceiling and kind of what all kind of ripped and pulled off. Yeah.
Man, that's bad.
I'll have to see the timestamp on when they sent it or if they gave us a time, but it's definitely pretty intense. That's for sure.
Hey, when you're done with this here in a second, go out in the hall. They're doing the folks there at Ashley Furniture are doing a job fair there. Let's see if anybody with them can give us some additional information on that. That's significant. They're one of the biggest employers that you have out there in Pontotoc County. So something like that's obviously a big situation, a bad situation. We'd love to get some information from them if you could. I appreciate that. But man, that's no good. And that's the kindest way I can put that. Big hail, heavy rainfall. The heaviest of that has largely started to fall out of that in the Pontotoc County area. I'm going to check to see if Gabe has his shot up. He does not yet. I'm looking here to see, waiting on his call to come up. We're just going to talk to him. Call Gabe Maynor to see about where he is here. Because sometimes you get out in the county and you have a hard time.
Hey, was my shot up?
Nope, your shot's not up. But that's okay. Let's talk here for a minute. Where are you at? What are you seeing?
County Road 244 in Pontotoc. The roads and yards are flooded. Power crews are out here addressing some of the limbs that have fallen down on the power lines. I'm going to work to get some video in at the very least if my shot can't get up. But yeah, we're looking at some homes that are not too far away from getting some water into the homes, unfortunately.
It's at County Road 244.
This is just outside of Ecru, looking west on 244.
Okay,
and crews are responding. I believe it's Pontotoc EPA that are out there.
Okay, so you're west of Highway 15?
West of Highway 15. This will be the northern extent of that core. I don't really want to drive into it, but you're seeing really bad flooding impacts here, even on the northern extent.
Okay, I'm having a hard time finding 244. Can you give me another location there?
Let me pull up maps here. My phone got soaking wet, but yeah, 244.
Be careful, be smart, Gabe.
Of course. Oh, what are we? Hang on 1 second. I cannot access my phone because I don't have soaking wet.
Because it's a little too wet to access. Okay.
Okay, so I'm 1.8 miles away from Possum Trot Road. That's where I was trying to get. County Road 248 here in Pontotoc. And this would be just west of the Shell on 15.
Okay.
So if you're looking at North Pontotoc High School, I'm about a mile south of there.
Okay. Yep. I know about where you're at. Okay. So again, heavy rainfall, a lot of that there. Is still tons of lightning showing up at that spot there. I mean, this close spot, we've got 200 some strikes in the last.
It is starting to lighten up, but these yards are underwater.
Yeah. Well, I mean, radar's estimating. What do we have here? I mean, it's been another 5 minutes, so let's unfortunately watch that number go up more. I show estimations. Highest number I see here, 6.2-ish inches. Man, it's rough there. Be smart. Don't drive through any of that. It's really concentrated in an area that's about 1.5 miles wide, where there's consistently 6 or more inches on the purple there. What we're looking at. So, man, be safe there. That's rough.
Will do. I'm uploading pictures now of the water. The good thing that I've seen so far is there's just limbs that are down. Well, we don't want limbs down at all. It's not trees that I'm seeing that are down so far, but I'm heading to Possum Trot Road where we have gotten reports of some damage, and I'll get with you guys here in a bit once that storm passes. But yeah, I just saw a strike about 1 mile away. It wasn't far away, so yeah, stay indoors if you can.
Okay.
There's the sound.
Yeah. So let me think. Based on when you say you saw a strike, I would say about 1 mile away, right? You had about 5 seconds there.
Yes, and we are getting some hail. We're on the northern side of the core. These are some decent-sized stones that look like they might be falling.
Hold on, you're getting hail right now where you're at?
It was probably dime-sized a little bit ago, but I'm seeing some of that fall into the yards, and it's making
Hold on,
some big splashes. I'm trying to see.
So you're presently seeing the hail fall?
Not now. Probably about 1 minute ago, there was a dime-sized hailstone fall.
Okay, let's try to get that shot up. Try again to get your shot up, and I'll see if we can get pulled up there. Okay.
I'll see what I can do. Okay, talk to you in a second.
Okay, bye. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there again in Pontotoc County. Caleb, let's get his picture up here if we could. Behind the scenes, try to get his picture up. That'll help us also triangulate his location a little bit better as well. Let's look for power outages here. Again, we have some additional warnings that have been issued. While I was talking to Gabe a moment ago, we're looking at some additional warnings out here back for Holmes, Carroll, parts of LaFleur, Sunflower, Washington, and Sharkey counties there. I think part of Yazoo County as well. That's all behind me on the graphic here. Hey, Leo, can we sit down for a minute, please? But this batch of storms here is very widely spaced. And so, I mean, I'm not convinced we're necessarily getting anything truly severe out of those storms. I don't know whether there's some kind of report here that I'm missing with the folks there at the National Weather Service, but they're putting out some pretty good sized warnings on these just in case when they go through a collapsing phase to kick out some stronger winds. They did that there. And then, of course, the Winston, Noxubee, Lowndes, and Oktibbeha County warning. I need to ask them about that. Caleb, I got to send it to you for a second here. I need some clarification on these warnings here for just a moment.
Sounds good. We can take a look at the pictures. We're still waiting on Gabe's to come in. That way we can get a better location. Another thing that I know some of my friends have been talking about in the background, just kind of the tall vertical clouds. So this was one sent in, I believe, let me give credits because I always want to give credit where credit's due. This was in Columbus off of Alabama Street looking south, sent in by, looks like Brandy. So for those drier conditions, we can still see some of this vertical development all the way out there in the distance. So this one not really reaching the strong kind of intensification just quite yet, but you can definitely tell this is kind of what we're talking about a lot today with these smaller storms. Now they just continue to rise here in North Mississippi, bringing that intensity. That is what we continue to deal with. But thankfully, hail pictures have slowed down. We've covered pretty much most of them. Again, I do want to bring up this picture again out there in Ashley's Furniture out in Ecru. I mean, this is pretty impactful damage and pretty substantial for what we're dealing with today. So I'm still seeing that come in. I know we're going to continue to try to get more information on that. Gabe is down there in the area talking about all the yards being flooded by rainfall. I've also reached out to this person to try to see if we can get that next to a coin or a ruler. Now, of course, been too late and that may have melted if they didn't keep it in a freezer or anything, but both being matter of agreeing that this could be close to 1 inch hail out there in Pontotoc. So Pontotoc County continues to get hit the hardest at this moment with just the heavy rainfall, wind gusts, hail, everything that we're dealing with here in North Mississippi. Pontotoc County continues to see the brunt of it. And in fact, we can pull up those power outages as well. 714 out there in Pontotoc County. You guys coming in brightest blue with those outages. So still seeing those continue to climb, unfortunately. I'll expect that we'll see those numbers continue throughout the rest of the evening.
You know, they're very, very isolated. It's not going to be widespread stuff. It's going to be some isolated locations. Speaking of an isolated location, I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, who is out there in Pontotoc County, yards underwater. You know, I want to see roadways as well. Be safe, be smart. But certainly that there's a ton of water that's fallen for some spots there.
And large raindrops falling once again. I'm trying to get a visual if there's any hail falling, but it looks to be just rain at this moment. But rain clearly not what we need right now. Yards completely submerged along County Road 244, and this is on the northern extent of where that core is. So rain really starting to come down, building slightly to the north here on 244, and unfortunately those totals about to climb even more. And folks not far away from having those houses being dealing with that water damage. One thing I want you to look at that house right across the way. This will be right along I mean, we're right up against the side of the house where that water, and being that we're getting heavy rainfall once again falling, it's going to add to those totals. And I'm really hopeful that residents are prepared. It's just these low-lying areas that water can really start to build up. And let me make sure it's safe. But I want to show you the entire extent along 244. Look at how many yards there are completely submerged. So we are continuing to deal with that. And a big factor right now as we get further into the night. Now, this side, not as much flooding concern. It's these low-lying areas where the water really starts to build up. I mean, I would say it's about 8 inches. These large drops still falling. I mean, we're probably looking at another, I don't want to guesstimate, but inch to 2 inches possible added to those totals, Matt. So we're live on 244 here in Pontotoc County. Hopeful that those reports remain minimal, but of course we'll keep you updated on what we're seeing.
Okay, so not as much hail where you're at in the last few minutes here, correct? He is in and out.
No, not as much, but it does seem like things are picking up. Potential to have maybe some hailstones pushing back, but as of right now, no.
Okay, real quick here again, give us your location one more time.
County Road 244, if you go a mile south on 15 from North Pontotoc High School and continue west, that's where I am, and it does feel like hail might not be too far away.
No, it's really not too terribly far away. Okay, if you want to ease back to 15, head south toward 278, maybe as far as you feel like going there. I don't show as much hail up aloft in that part of the storm as what we had earlier. I think your biggest hail portion is actually going to be a little bit to your west. So it's up to you. You know, use your best judgment there, and be safe, obviously. Okay.
Will do, and everyone in Pontotoc County stay safe as well. This is quite a doozy.
Do you have a mount to put it on your dash so you can drive and point it out the front?
I do have one on my dash. I have to figure out how to change the camera to where it's looking out, but yeah, it would be a little bit drier in there for sure.
Okay, you should have the advanced vMix link. If you don't, let me know and we'll try to get it to you.
I'll send it to him.
Okay, yeah, send it to him. Your number will need to stay the same on it, but the link structure might change a little bit. It'll be the same.
Sounds good. I'll get that pulled up.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
you.
that. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there. Our folks there at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, Jonathan mentioning that he's on Friendship Road there, about 657 Friendship Road, the exact location given to me just a moment ago there, where some of that flooding is. So I think that might have been part of our issue there a moment ago. I think the map he's looking at and the one that we were looking at showing two different names from where we're at out here. So again, on Friendship Road, some of those houses unfortunately are about to the point where they have some water coming into them, and that's pretty close to the center of where our most significant rainfall has been on this. I'm gonna take all of the smoothing off of that for a moment. Looks like most of those spots, it's a similar number there. Estimations, almost 7 inches of rain that has fallen for some of the spots here within the last 3 hours, most of which has been within the last 2 hours. So significant flooding rainfall, unfortunately, coming from these thunderstorms this afternoon. Let's do kind of a complete reset here for a moment. It is 4:42. You're watching Mississippi Live. There's clearly a bullseye there where we've had the most significant issues. A decent amount of lightning out of these storms, not as many as maybe some other days. And come back over to the rainfall mode. We do have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that we have out there, but it's possible that our second strongest of our warnings, of our storms. Well, first off, let's start here for a moment. Do not have, it looks like they're going to go ahead and make some adjustments on this warning here from Macon, keeping that around, maybe back there toward Louisville on some gusty winds. But this largely going to probably be out just in case storms refire there on that warning. I don't think we have any damaging weather occurring in that at this point in time. The big warning we have back out here north of Chula and Kruger, where this storm and Sidon is the heaviest. Most of this severe thunderstorm warning that we have in place out here, Holmes County, there primarily where that storm is the strongest, is nowhere as impressive as some of the other storms. No real meaningful true shield hail threat on that. In fact, we look at the severe risk, primarily just rain, but sometimes where that rain falls into just dry enough air, it can have some stronger wind gusts with that. But the reason I'm not talking much about that is despite the warning, just rather underwhelmed on what this storm is capable here of producing. Some spotty wind damage still remains possible. Same thing for Greenville, where we're watching it. But again, I don't think I have anything severe there. Now, there's another storm upstream that if that kind of heads in, could get closer to Greenville, but it's not really on the path at this point in time. Clearing that out, about the only storms that maybe could be strong and severe in our area, and this is just for some house cleaning. I know we got a lot of yellow on the map here, so I want to make sure that we are being clear about why we're covering places, some places, and not covering others. It has a lot to do with our perceived feeling of intensity on these storms. Clay County, there's nothing severe there. Oktibbeha County, nothing severe at this point in time. Back here in Montgomery County, nothing severe. But Webster in the northern Choctaw, that one could potentially be strong to severe. Let's check our camera there in Ackerman, looking into that. Certainly Pontotoc County is where it is the most intense at this point in time. So sliding back there toward Ackerman, catching with our camera there out of the Ackerman area. And you guys have, again, toward the horizon, some of those storms sort of popping up as we're looking southeastward out of that. We look back toward the northeast. Got to look through the tower there, but that's one of those other kind of heavier storms. But I would say that, just looking at that, that's not as impressive, anywhere near as impressive as some of the other thunderstorms. Just looks like some gray clouds there. As look back, we'll switch us back toward the north and west. Again, storms are approaching, but those on our FastNet camera, there's nothing there that I think we need to sit on or dwell on with that. Let's see if our Winona camera is back. We've had some disruptions with it lately, and it looks like that camera is down at the moment. We'll go to Calhoun County. Calhoun County camera here in the Pittsboro area. And we're going to have to swing this around a couple different directions just to kind of poke and prod this. So this is initially here kind of looking back toward the north in those thunderstorms that are kind of working their way, building. And then this is going to be your Pontotoc storms out this way here as we're looking more northeastward. The kind of all the thunderstorms are, the clouds are kind of building into that thunderstorm. So while they're out here in Calhoun County, they're not impressive, but they build into the Pontotoc County storm, and that's where they produce stuff that looks like this. And our Caleb Edelblut looking at so far largest hailstone of the day. We need a coin next to it, but we might have a $100 winner there looking at that.
Oh, I know. It's one of those where I'd love to see a coin, but I mean, you don't need one to see how big this hailstone is out there in Ecru. This was off of Possum Trot Road, one of the locations that was talked about a lot in the comments earlier with just the amount of damage and flooding being reported. I just noticed somebody else out there in Pontotoc said they watched somebody's windshield get busted right behind them as the hail continues to fall. So we're still dealing with, unfortunately, large and big-sized amount of hail out there. And here's another one. Just, I mean, again, no coin, but I mean, these are unfortunately very, very big hailstones making their way down towards the surface.
Yeah, we might, if you could, email each of those people back and see if they can take it next to it, because one of those two is our winner. And we'll make sure you got the right one with the $100 gift card there. Put it next to a coin when you send in those pictures, and use that Mississippi Live app to send in those photographs as well. Again, free and available for all those various devices, iOS, Android there. I appreciate you guys for sharing all the pictures that you do with us. Caleb, yeah, that's going to cause some damage, unfortunately. And that's probably when we were looking at that black there where we had those most intense returns a little bit ago, right before we talked to Gabe. That's probably what fell out of that. What was the location on that again?
These were both coming out of Ecru.
Okay, Ecru area with that. Appreciate that, Caleb. Again, current time is now 4:47. You're watching Mississippi Live. Again, we are a 24/7 streaming service based out of the Tupelo, Mississippi area. Multiple big trees down about 1.5 miles further down Friendship Road than where Gabe was doing his live broadcast. Gabe, we're going to check with you here in just a brief second as to what you are seeing. But reports again down Friendship Road where there was some damage reported here a couple of minutes ago. Let's bring up Gabe's shot here for a moment. And again, Gabe, let's make sure. There's your hail right there, Gabe. What you got?
Yeah, easily 1 inch hail, and that's not just in that's honestly the entire circuit. Large hail falling. This is again west on County Road 244, trying to get closer to Possum Road. I mean, get hailstones that are pretty large, and this is one of many that are. But it's not just the hail. Oh, so a little bit.
Obviously, cell service is what it is. We're going to give Gabe a chance here because he's got some wind damage to show. I saw a tree that was knocked over a second ago there. We're going to give the exact location here in just a moment on this, but we'll see if this gets up and going here in just a second because cell service is what it is. But he has some bona fide reports there. So I'm sticking with you, Gabe, here for a moment as you might want to just hit refresh on the browser there and see if it will get you a little better. And again, we might not be able to get that back up here in a moment. Ready? Okay, we'll come back to Gabe here in a minute. There we are. Okay, keep it fairly steady, Gabe. Okay, keep it fairly steady. Point over your shoulder with what it is. I mean, I see that tree knocked over there. It doesn't look like a giant tree. Tell us what you see.
It's not a large tree, but it's one of the few that I've seen actually uprooted, and that's some of the damage taking place west on 244. We're probably about 3 miles down. Maybe I can spin a little bit. It's going down.
Hey, Gabe, we're going to have to. So here's what I want you to do. If you can, walk closer to the road. You had better service closer to the road. It's going to be farther away from that. But even if you're walking, a little bit closer to the road, we'll see if we get slightly better service there. And maybe if that improves a little bit. Unfortunately, it does not. Sometimes what happens there with live TV. Take some pictures, send those back in. Caleb will show those, and we'll talk here in a minute. Ping pong ball size hail, again, current severe report there coming from the National Weather Service there in the Memphis area on that. And they're also going observed on the flash flood warning, probably because of the video reports that you are sending in. Appreciate that, Gabe, so much there. Man, tell those folks to slow down. But also, we got to keep you maybe a few more feet away from the edge of the road. We'll talk here in a minute, Gabe. Appreciate everything. Okay, so let's reset here again with what we're looking at. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings, observed damage coming out of those in the form of the wind damage that you saw there a moment ago with trees knocked down there in the Pontotoc area, as again, northwest of Pontotoc near the Possum Trot area. And then also, again, that hail that was up around ping pong ball size. So with that in mind, we're going to look to Webster County. You might say, well, why are we going to Webster County? Northwest Webster County, this is very similar to what that Pontotoc County storm looked like when it was producing what we can now verify is hail up in excess of quarter size, possibly ping pong ball size. And so looking at that, let's look three-dimensionally on this storm here to see if we've got some more that this one has produced, and we can kind of guesstimate out how large this has been. Again, we're west here, northwest of, this is the next one that's going to do it, which is kind of redeveloping same spot. So checking our True Shield hail swath on this, a little farther from the radar, so it's not as convinced. I'll pull off the lightning strikes for a moment. It does have a couple spots there where we're up there where that purple is showing up, possibly to confirmed hail that is up in excess of 1 inch in size on that thunderstorm there. And I think out there back toward Alva as well, a spot where we have, again, large hail up in excess of 1 inch to maybe 1.5 inches in size. So two kind of areas there that we are watching that potential as well. I see Caleb there in the background. I'm going to pop that up so we can see what you guys are sending in. And unfortunately, it's a lot of hail pictures, right?
Yes, no, we're dealing with hail pictures. This one actually just got sent in right when you were making that transition. And I know we're seeing that Ashley Furniture Store sign, but behind it, that is a tree that has fallen. So we're also dealing with wind gusts and unfortunately seeing those trees fall. Now, thankfully, it looks like it kind of fell out in an open field, so not falling on signs, cars, or a house. That is always the best case scenario if we were to see these fall, which let me see if I can get a location. 2 trees down at Ashley Furniture's entrance, blocking off Highway 346. So that was just sent in 2 minutes ago by Linda Sweet. So that is, might even be 2, oh yeah, it is 2 trees. So you can see if it'll catch back up here in a second, that I thought that was just kind of one major tree in the background. We'll see if it can kind of catch up so we can see that picture here behind the Ashley Furniture Store sign. Of course, it's still kind of delayed a little bit.
Of course, that's Ashley Furniture Manufacturing, one of the biggest manufacturers there in Pontotoc County. And so also had that roof issue we'll look at here in a minute as well. But yeah, you're right, some big trees there knocked down.
Yes, sir. That's unfortunate. So starting to see more reports come in.
Okay, and that's the thing about this kind of situation, Caleb. And we'll look at some of those other hail pictures here in a couple minutes. If we get some of those ready, we'll kind of cycle through some of those. In fact, we might do that again for the top of the broadcast here in a minute because I see. Well, just go back to that last one because I saw the actual picture there of, and then we'll get the we'll get some of the Ashley pictures ready to go for the top of the 5 o'clock broadcast here in a moment. But there's again. What we're looking for, a quarter and then quarter size hail. Where is that from?
This one was sent in, I can definitely guess, probably in the Pontotoc region. This was Pontotoc off of Highway 336 at 435. So pretty much every single hail picture we're getting in is from the Pontotoc communities as you guys continue to get the strongest storm that we've seen so far today and just continuous as it just sits still. So we're still dealing with those hailstones. This is another major one off of, I believe it was Friendship Road. And I know I've reached back out to both of them to try to see if we can get it next to a coin. So hopefully maybe they stuck it in a freezer or we can still have access to a good kind of size. But I mean, definitely reaching an inch pretty easily with these pictures. So very impressive in a bad way with how big these hailstones continue to grow.
Yeah, unfortunately, that you're right. Impressive in a bad way. Appreciate that. And again, we'll get some of those ready for the top of our 5 o'clock broadcast coming up here in a few minutes. Current time is 4:55, and as we're looking right now there in and around folks in Pontotoc County, starting to get signs of again damaging winds on this as well on some of these other storms there. Close to Thaxton. Let's look here at some of the thunderstorms we have there. Weather Service Memphis mentioning a wind damage, microburst sort of signature. I'm not instantly seeing that at that exact spot, but there's a couple of spots there where maybe check a couple different ways here looking at this. I mean, I see. Let me double check the time there on that. That'd be 4:53. So that was within the last couple minutes. Not seeing. I mean, I'm seeing on the wind mode at least not the case, but we're getting it when you look at where that precipitation is right there, like that big burst of precipitation. That's those areas where it's dropping out in a big way. But I would say the one positive is that we have seen some movement southward on this over the last 30 minutes, which is not something we had for the previous hour plus. The storms just kind of kept developing over the same spot there as well. So now with this starting to maybe move a little bit, unfortunately it spreads the wealth in the wrong way, but it also hopefully doesn't allow it to get quite as strong and certainly stops the very significant heavy rainfall that's accompanied the hail fall that we have seen. Again, checking our chat with what you guys are seeing here behind the scenes. Again, you can comment on all the different social medias with us there. Is there any tornado threats, Michael? No tornado threat out of what we're dealing with here. Is Tupelo going to get hail? Probably not. In fact, there's just been light rainfall on the east side of this as well. King Creek hailing bad there as well. Is it weird for a storm to be lingering? Storms, if you have what sometimes I like to call a spark point, a place where you have the right kind of convergence and the fuel is coming in at the right angle, they can kind of regenerate over the same spot for a long period of time. I would say it's not common, but it's also not uncommon, so to speak. So yes, you can kind of get that at the same time. And we'll do an overview of what everybody is going to see coming up here in a couple minutes, including trying to check back in with our Emily Leonard from what she's heard and seen on social media, anything that she has seen with that. We will talk to her about that coming up in a couple minutes as she's kind of had her pulse on what you guys have been doing. And we'll hopefully talk to our Gabe Maynor as well here in a couple minutes. In fact, let's go ahead and start our 5 o'clock broadcast. You're watching Mississippi Live, and we'll be right back and get things rolling here in just a second.
People are like Bulldog Burger Company. Great burgers. Okay, stop right there. Yes, they make the best burger you ever had. Never smashed, but that's not all. Look at this chicken BLT salad. Just look at it. And a chicken sandwich? No. Come in here. Get closer. It's the chicken sandwich. Wait, where are you taking that? Come back. Oh, that's good.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 5.
Welcome to Mississippi Live Weather here at 5. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Storms continue to be significant, in some cases producing hail in excess of ping pong ball size. We do expect to see additional thunderstorms over the next couple of hours, and damaging hail, damaging wind, and flooding rainfall all remain possibilities out of the strongest of those storms. We have team coverage of this. Our Gabe Maynor is out in the field monitoring things. Before we go there, I'm going to head over to Caleb just a second. It looks like my shot has decided to get a little bit blurry on it, but you're getting some of these hail pictures, and unfortunately, Pontotoc County is the epicenter.
Yes, no, that's exactly right. And these were actually sent in by Gabe. He was able to get those pictures uploaded. I know we've been taking a look with his live shots. We'll go see him in the next few minutes. But these are actually the hailstones that he has seen in real time as those have fallen and made their way down towards the ground. You can see them kind of colliding, hitting other hailstones, but still some smoother. And you can kind of see the rings, almost like what Gabe mentioned earlier with the tree rings of trees. You can kind of see the life of how it kind of developed and made its way down towards the surface. So we're seeing that again here with that hailstone. But again, quite impressive, up to an inch, inch and a half is what he was putting in his caption, which is how wide these hailstones are in diameter. I mean, they just kind of keep going, and he's seen several examples of flooding as well. So hail, that continues to be a concern, as long with just heavy, heavy rainfall for you guys out there in Pontotoc County.
Let's talk Ashley Furniture again, one of the biggest employers that we have here in North Mississippi in general. Damage to the plant there in Ecru as well, right?
Yes, no, that's exactly right. We're going to see if this will kind of catch up as I change the windows here. But we are talking about Ashley Furniture Store out there in the work station out there in Ecru. This is the sign. Thankfully, we did not see the trees fall on said cars or houses, warehouses, but we are seeing 2 trees have fallen behind there. You can kind of see the roots have been brought up as some hefty wind gusts have moved through the region. But another awfully impressive, in a bad way, picture is the damage for the roof down there at the warehouse in Ecru. I mean, it is just insane, the amount of wind and just damage that we continue to see out there in Pontotoc County as this storm that me and Gabe were watching kind of start to form early around 3 o'clock. We did a live cut-in before it became warned. And it's continued to stay warm ever since we started this back around 3 o'clock or so. So you guys have been seeing this rainfall for the past few hours, and also those hailstones, those hefty wind gusts, and that continues to provide some damage and just unfortunately bother you guys out there in Ecru as we get ready for the evening hours ahead. Now, I do anticipate these storms to continue to boil on up and bother us as we head into the evening hours. So we're going to continue to keep our eyes on that. But damaging wind, the threat for hail, and localized heavy flash flooding, those are the concerns. We are not talking about anything tornadic tonight. We want to make sure to continue emphasizing that. I know some of you guys asked that in the comments. That's a big concern for us here in North Mississippi, but thankfully that is not something we have to be concerned on tonight, Matt.
No, thankfully it is not, and we're hoping that continues to be the case. Unfortunately, damaging wind, as we've seen multiple occasions, is one of the things that we have to be concerned with and are concerned with right now out there. Numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, one of which has been allowed to expire there for around Winston, Noxubee counties. We have this one here that extends from Webster County back up toward western Clay County. Another one that's prompted our newest warning, which is for parts of Chickasaw County, just issued in the last few minutes here as well. Looking at this in more detail and checking our True Shield hail swath, which has been one of the ways we've kind of assessed how strong these storms are on kind of the southeast side of Houston, where this one is the most intense. Looking 3-dimensionally on it, does look like it probably is spiked up enough. There's a couple there that's the case. In fact, it's possible that the strongest of all of our storms is actually this one that's in the far southwest corner of Chickasaw County over the Anchor community. And then there's the one again that's prompted the new warning there in northern northern Clay County, about where it's moving into, but Chickasaw County. So right where that white line is storm 1, but storm 3 all the way over west there. I can't make that white line because there's no official warning here, but this one could be the next one to produce some of those 1-inch size hailstones. So I think our hail potential out of some of these might be a little greater than even a little bit earlier on. And I would actually say, hold on, let's go ahead and loop this here for a moment. We might finally have enough motion on these to actually put a track, because that's been the problem. We just haven't had them move enough to actually put a track on it. So it's kind of been where it's popped up, you're stuck with it. Looks like we actually do have some forward motion on these as well, though it's not fast. So I'm going to track the whole line here from near Aberdeen back close to Una, stretching up toward Anchor, and then the southwest Chickasaw County there. 15 miles per hour would be too fast. But we'll show again to the Lakewood community there. We're looking at that for you at about 5:04. A lot of these are, again, they're subdivisions around town. Aberdeen proper, we're looking at about 5:13. Current time is coming in about 5:03. As we kind of narrow this down to some larger locations here for a moment. Again, Aberdeen, we show 5:13 there. Let's go ahead and go slightly smaller than that. That looks like that's the biggest spot, the only spot's wanting to pop up on that. So let's go smaller locations and then just limit the number of smaller locations. How about that? So we'll start that off with, say, Manti at about 6:20. We'll start that there. And so Manti, we show there about Lackey, about 5:29. I should say 5:20 Manti there. Montpelier at about 5:34. We're looking at Dancy at 5:40. Derrick at 5:48. Eventually getting closer there to Hopewell, Abbott, Palo Alto, and Hamilton within about the next 45 to 50 minutes or so. Just watching here behind the scenes. I got to get Gabe's shot back up to see a moment here. I don't see him up and going at this moment. Yeah, still waiting to see if he'll come back online with us. We'll probably try to get him to call me here in a minute if we could. Let's talk first to our Emily Leonard, who has been, on text message and chat and trying to get an assessment for what is going on, some other spots there. Emily, what do you have for us?
So I've reached out to several people. So far, I haven't heard much back. But what I am seeing on social media, like you said, Matt, lots of hail pictures, specifically around that Possum Trot area and Ecru in Pontotoc County. That seems to be where they are getting the most hail and rain, also flooding as well. Gabe, I know he's out there having a bit of a difficult time getting any kind of a cell reception out there, which you would imagine. Oh, there goes the cat. Right now, he's posting lots of pictures of trees down and then several pictures of hail. He's also showing the Pontotoc EPA out there with the power outages. These winds, the rain, the hail definitely can knock out that power really quickly. Crews are already out there working to restore power as long as it is safe. Once I hear back from anybody, I will let you guys know.
Okay, appreciate that. Our Emily Leonard there, again, in our Tupelo studios with the very latest on what we are seeing with that. I'm watching Caleb behind the scenes. Caleb, I saw some wind damage pictures coming in here in the last couple of minutes as well. Looking at some of those pictures, where's that? That's a roof. Maybe not a well-secured roof, but a roof that's been knocked off.
Yes. No, let me double check. Yes, of course. It was 4083 Friendship Road. Unfortunately, that has been another hot spot of just location of several damage reports continuing to get submitted along that road throughout the afternoon and evening hours so far. So wind, that continues to be a threat. So that was out there on Friendship Road. But like Emily was just alluding to, she was mentioning how Gabe is posting these pictures out and about as he is witnessing this damage in real time. We're talking about not only flooding, but the damage of wind and knocking over trees. Now, thankfully, it looks like this one missed the house, just barely, kind of fell at the right angle, if there is a right angle for trees to fall at. But thankfully, not seeing too much damage reported out there onto houses. Another case out here as more trees continue to fall with some of these straight line winds out there in Pontotoc. You can see the flooding that just continues to build up as these storms just honestly can't really decide where they want to go. If they just want to sit still, maybe move forward a little bit, go backwards, it just continues dumping heavy amounts of rainfall. I don't even have to step out of the way for you guys to see this. Almost looks like two different roads and like a median in between them. That's just the water continuing to build on up out there in Pontotoc and the Ecru region. So he is seeing several examples of just wind, hail, damage, everything out there in Pontotoc County. They continue to see most of that throughout the evening so far.
Yeah, they've kind of had the worst of all of that, unfortunately, with these storms. Appreciate that, Caleb. Talking about the rainfall totals, last 3 hours, we show the pink here. That's rainfall totals up there in excess of 6 inches. In some cases, I bet if I worked hard enough, we could find a report up to around 7 inches of rainfall. So the good thing, though, is where I show you where the rainfall is occurring. And again, flash flood warning does remain in effect. Put my finger right over top of the most impressive part of that. And now here's current radar data. Notice there's no rain there. We finally see some movement on this storm out of where we've had the most significant wind issues there as well. Seriously? Okay, Mississippi Live app showing a little late to the game here, but it looks like the folks at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma have decided we deserve a severe thunderstorm watch. Okay, interesting. Haven't had one of those in a while. So let's talk about what that means for a moment here. Severe thunderstorm watch means it's possible that severe thunderstorms could occur, and it's typically issued before the damaging storms occur. In this case, they're occurring, and now the watch is here to say, hey, additional could occur. So a watch is issued typically a period of time in advance. Give me a moment. I'll pop something here to kind of explain that maybe in a little more detail here. Maybe it does a slightly better job of that. Okay, so here we are. So we start talking about severe weather awareness watches, which is what we just had come out, typically issued for a duration of several hours, whereas these warnings are shorter term, 20 minutes to about an hour or so. Typically hold sections of states involved here. That's, again, saying a larger area where maybe these storms could be strong to severe and possible for the next few hours. Typically, you have a little more advanced notice. Obviously, not the case today because they're putting out the watch later. It's just we don't always have necessarily the quantity of storms to produce it. And so, obviously, we have been in this category all afternoon. And that thing that you see there, that tornado, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about severe thunderstorms, wind and hail potential in particular to go along with the flooding rainfall. So that's kind of the contrast there between watches and warnings and what we have out there that we are experiencing at this time. So with that in mind, I give you that contrast. We're gonna look at a bunch of cameras. We'll hopefully talk to Gabe. Well, it looks like Emily will have a little more information as well here in a few minutes. But I do want to kind of widen things out here, give you kind of overall what we're looking at, because we do have additional thunderstorms out there that we are going to continue to track, as you can see, back out into Arkansas. They're going to try to maybe move here close to Greenville. So that one right there, again, getting closer to Greenville as it eventually works its way down toward Jackson. But finally starting to get a little north to south movement on these. And that last moment where it kind of pops it on here, that current time frame where we show the green box, that is our severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. The yellow is a higher level interest, alert, concern versus the watch. And again, a reminder that you can share your pictures with us and get those alerts and everything here in the Mississippi Live app. Make sure to also pick it up for Roku, Apple TV, and Fire TV. That way you can keep your phone charged as we have storms and we track whatever they're going to do. That one out there in Arkansas that might get closer to Greenville has some stronger winds with it than some of the other thunderstorms that we do have out there. Again, we'll go throughout the whole overview of this coming up here in a couple of minutes. Let's look ahead at our future cast over the course of this evening and kind of where storms go from here. Do continue to expect to have some thunderstorms continuing to develop and move through over the next couple of hours here as those storms diminish. It shows by 10 p.m. most of those northeast or back to the west. I think we just as easily could still have some of these progressing from north to south through at that point in time. We go beyond that point in time later into tonight, and you see it could also be underdoing this quantity of storms there, where that should be misplaced a little bit closer toward us or displaced. Now this regenerates a lot of storms at 3 a.m. Caleb has been looking at some forecast stuff the last couple hours, a little more than I have been for a moment. Okay, Caleb. That's a lot of storms to regenerate. I'm not on days where we get hails. We do a pretty good job of regenerating storms. That seems aggressive.
I was pretty I don't want to say impressed. It's nothing we want to see, but I was kind of shocked to see that come in, especially throughout the overnight hours. One thing I noticed on the National Weather Service in past forecast discussions, they said most overnight summertime events so far this summer have been a bust. Now, of course, you always want to take that with a grain of salt, but most models have been starting to push this back further into the evening and throughout the overnight period. So I was kind of impressed, and that's why I wish I could have put those rain chances in before we started the 5 o'clock. I think that we could still hear quite a few rumbles and deal with these storms throughout the next few hours ahead.
Okay, we'll see whether or not that regenerates quite to that extent there. That seems a little aggressive overnight, is considering the quantity of storms that we've already had. But I guess we'll see on that more on. We'll look at a couple different perspectives on that coming up here in a couple minutes as we go overnight. By early tomorrow, maybe a few thunderstorms begin the day. That front lingering northward does have some slightly cooler temperatures with it. Doesn't really show up necessarily on the hour by hour tomorrow, and we should have a lesser quantity of storms looking toward tomorrow as well. High temperatures into the middle 90s. Now coming up here in 60 seconds, again, we're still tracking these storms. We'll touch base with our Emily Leonard a little bit on news 60 seconds from now. Before we go to break here, I'm going to check one more time on Mama Justice Doppler radar. We've been, again, watching a lot of different things here just to make sure that something hasn't gotten a little worse. We need to come down here to western Webster County. Check the hail here for a moment. That little bit of darker purple where we show that most significant hail threat right there. And that's a little bit older. That went onto our map at, say, about 4:45, so we're about 40 minutes past where that one is as significant there. So hopefully a sign that that is not as impressive. That's one of the stronger storms that we are still watching, looking toward and through some of the heavier thunderstorms in Houston. 60 seconds from now, it's Mississippi Live News, but of course we're tracking things with weather in between. If we need to hop in and interrupt, that's what we will do. We'll be right back though after this as you're watching Mississippi Live at 5.
Looking for a place to finally call home? At Tupelo Home Center, we make it easy. From finding the perfect home to making financing a breeze, we'll take care of everything. Your new home is closer than you think. Pre-qualify today at TupeloHomeCenter.com.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. You know, we knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy.
Reserve your St. Jude Dream Home giveaway ticket by August 28th, and you'll be eligible to win the house and a bonus prize, a 2026 Polaris Ranger, courtesy of Dream Day Foundation. Visit dreamhome.org or call to reserve your ticket today.
Okay, our Emily Leonard here joining us again with Mississippi Live News as we're kind of going through again what we have coming in today. And what have you been tracking in news today?
Well, Matt, the Daily Journal's Dennis Sid is zeroing in on some Tupelo Target details. Yes, I said the magic word, Target. He spoke with the store's director, Leah Beauchamp, to get a little more information on what we could expect once these doors finally open. Y'all, this store is big, the biggest one in Mississippi, about 150,000 square feet. Some photos of the inside of the store are coming in. Hopefully we can show those in a second, but they are still hiring. Oh, I have the foot pedal. There we go. Hey, there's the inside of it. Yeah, like I was saying, it is one of the biggest ones in the state. It is the biggest one in the state. And they are still hiring. They need about 70 more positions filled. There's also a Starbucks in it. There's going to be a CVS pharmacy in it, but it is not going to have optical or a clinic. And still no hard date on when the store is going to open, but it should happen sometime in October. Dennis told me he had a great conversation with the store's director, Leah, and you can read all of his questions, all of her answers in the Daily Journal. Just scan that QR code there in the corner of your screen and check it out. I know, I said Target. It's the magic word, right? So we've been doing a lot of these stories lately, and this is a really good thing. A big manufacturing announcement coming out of Water Valley this time. Solero Technologies is expanding its operations to the tune of $14 million and creating 86 new jobs. This project also brings in 14 new manufacturing lines with upgrades to the electrical, IT, HVAC, and more. Solero Technologies is an automotive parts manufacturer and has been in Water Valley since 1972. Like my car there? So he announced he is running for Mississippi Attorney General just a couple of days ago, and he's already hitting the campaign trail. Current Commissioner of Public Safety, Sean Tyndall, spent a little time in Tupelo this morning as part of his campaign kickoff tour. He started in Gulfport and Jackson today, and then he was at Crave this morning in downtown Tupelo. And right now, about 20 minutes ago at 5 o'clock, he was scheduled to be in South Haven. Now, the current Attorney General, Lynn Fitch, she announced a little bit earlier this month that she is going to be running for governor. Of course, the general election is a little ways away. It is set for November 2027. Of course, we want to thank you so much for joining us for the news portion here of Mississippi Live. In other news, of course, we've got the storms, the hail, and the rain. I've reached out to several people in the Ecru area, Matt, just to give you a bit of a heads up to talk about some of the damage reports that they're seeing there. And right now, all we're hearing are the flooding yards, the heavy rain, some wind damage, trees knocked down, and then the power outages as well. As soon as I get any more information in, I will pass that along to you. I've also reached out to Ashley Furniture to see if they could talk to us a little bit about the picture that we've been showing of the roof just ripped off of part of their Ecru facility, one of the biggest employers in Pontotoc County, and now that roof just blew right off. So we've reached out to them. Hopefully we'll hear something soon.
Yeah, and we'll probably try to see if we can rotate Gabe back that direction here in a couple minutes as well. Appreciate that. Our Emily Leonard again here in Tupelo with an update this evening. Bringing Gabe right in here for a moment. Again, well, there we go, reading my mind there in the Ecru area at Ashley. What are you seeing there on the ground from what have been some damaging storms?
Well, so far driving around, what I've been able to see is a lot of trees down, a lot of limbs blown into the road, and power crews, shout out Pontotoc County EPA, they are out and about restoring the power as we speak, even in the midst of the hail. They sent in a few reports to us that I was able to post this moment ago of them fixing the power while hailstones were falling at like an inch to an inch and a half pace. So they're wanting to restore power. Now, is it safe? I have my opinions, but they were still out and about trying to take care of the residents here in Ecru. Now, we're talking about Ashley Furniture. I've been driving around their facility, and I have not seen the roof damage just yet. I'm trying to navigate around to see that, so I'll talk to Emily here in just a moment. But what I am seeing is some trees snapped at the base right there in the distance over the fence line. So strong winds definitely occurred over here on top of the large hail that fell. I was very glad to see that none of these high profile vehicles that you see lined up here at the Ashley Furniture Plant facility in Ecru were knocked over. So that's a positive, because usually something that is susceptible are those high profile vehicles. But Matt, driving around, trees down, roofs ripped up, the aluminum roofs or the metal roofs that are just kind of put on top, they're easily peeled off in strong wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. And in a lot of cases, driving down these county roads, been able to see several times where those roofs are ripped up, and folks are just trying to stay dry, but definitely glad that the sun's out. Definitely better skies in the area.
Man, you nailed it right there at the end, because it's just been it's been storms that didn't move, right? It hit spots and then just kind of kept coming and kept coming. And that's a big problem. Okay, where are you going from where you're at now? Because I know you're kind of trying to get some ideas what's happened there.
Well, so getting that report from the roof here at the plant, I'm going to try to see if I can get around to where I have a shot of that. But I also want to go down some of the county roads. I went down 244, and there were a lot of back roads that I could have gone down, but I was trying to navigate over to Possum Trot Road. Posted some pictures over there of a roof that was ripped up, a mailbox knocked off, a road sign, but just looked like it was completely mauled by the wind. So lots of damage reported out there, but I'm going to try to navigate to a few more county roads, see what I can see if there's some folks that we can help here over the 5 and 6 o'clock hour, because really it's just the recovery process now. Sun's out, now it's time to get to work.
Well, here's a question. Where'd you post those pictures, just to double check real quick?
On Facebook.
On Facebook, okay. You mind sending a couple of those in on the app real quick, or just one of them at least?
Yeah, I'll try to.
Okay, that'll work. I appreciate that. Okay, our Gabe Maynor out there. And if you're driving, you want to leave your shot up, great. I'll kind of keep an eye out for that as well here as we're looking. Again, in Pontotoc County, the warning within the last couple minutes here dropped, still have flash flood warning in effect, but finally the storms have moved there out of your area. And as I've been watching here behind the scenes, Houston, it's been a different story as storms are moving in and really all over the place there in Chickasaw County. Very little visibility out of our camera there in Houston as the storms have kind of just enveloped that location. Chickasaw County and Houston under a severe thunderstorm warning. That one there in effect until 5:45 p.m. Some damaging wind gusts, some hail. Have not had a lot of reports there at this point. Also, if I'm being honest, I have not checked for a lot of reports in the last few minutes as well. So let's check on our chat here. Some folks asking about Saltillo, other locations there. Getting there in Randolph, but that storm is a lot weaker than what it was earlier on. Looking back through here as well, track it from Pontotoc, please. Ecru got really rough. Power back was off since 2:30. It just came back on. Callie, I'm glad to hear that that is the case. You can see the lightning picking up there in Chickasaw County, and a lot of limbs knocked down, depending where Callie was. And I think Callie mentioned there in the Ecru area. So that pretty common report there, unfortunately, for folks in Pontotoc County. Back over on Mama Justice Doppler radar. Someone was asking real quick about the Pontotoc area. These storms have largely collapsed up here in Pontotoc County. With this, they've weakened a lot more in just the last little bit here, back towards Hebron and Buckhorn and Algoma. Versus what we have down in Chickasaw County. But the best way to show this is typically, again, looking 3D on these storms. Allows us to see what's kind of holding up there. That's just a ton of storms on top of storms kind of developing out there with these. Make this a, what do we got? Make this a 1 hour loop here. And this is the thing. Notice how those storms barely moved, and now we're starting to see a little bit of southward progression. Aberdeen, I don't know what it is for you. You got lucky. That one collapsed before it truly got to you there. And just the last couple frames, yeah, it's just pretty consistently some rough, certainly some rough storms there to felt a part of these. So on the current scan, let's go wide, and then we'll come back in just to make sure we're not missing something else. Clearly, those are the ones that solidly catch your attention. There's nothing else out there that's nearly as impressive. So let's come down here to Webster, Montgomery County. The storms in Montgomery County are a lot shorter. That's why we're not concentrating as much on those. And you got this big blob there of heavy rainfall, some hail with that as well. As we cut into this using our 3D version of Mama Justice Doppler radar to kind of get the most intense parts. And once again, it's Western Webster County that we're looking at here as well. And we've been kind of watching Western Webster County for a while for that potential that this could have some of the larger hail right there on that. Let's go ahead and pop that up. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning for Webster County is in effect until 6:30. And there, again, for pretty rural portions of the western part of the county there, as we zoom it in, right along Edgeworth Road, just west of Alva Road, and near Alva, I think that's Alva, actually, I can't read that one. Hold on, let's double check that road name there. There we are, Alva Stage Road, near its intersection of Highway 404. So those are the two spots where that is. Go back a couple scans here, make sure got movement right on it. That's the problem. They're just not moving. They're all kind of going different directions. So where they pop up, it can be rough. But a thing I don't want to miss on any of these is that we are not talking about tornadoes. Let's look at a couple different cameras here. Make sure there's not something else that we can see out of these. Let's go to our camera in West Point. We'll start there. Again, looking back toward the west into the dark gray as those storms continue to form on our FastNet camera there. Coming in 98, feels like 106. And because we can, I'll just give you kind of an update on Mr. Maynor. We're not going to really talk to him very long, but he is out on the road. Well, hold on. Which one am I saying? Oh, I'll bet that might be E.
Yes, the advanced
Is that
one.
Ethan over there? He advanced one?
The advanced one.
I'm confused. What do you mean, Caleb?
I didn't know if that may make a difference. I sent him the link to the advanced one. If you need to pull up a different shot, he was testing that one out.
Oh, okay. Yes, the advanced one is a different. Okay, yeah. I'll see if I can figure out which one that is. I think that's one we typically send to like emergency managers. Let me check here. Nope.
No.
Nope. So you probably sent him your live shot.
Oh, I bet you that's what it was. Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, so get on the phone with him and tell him he needs to cut his number out of that. He needs to use his number from his link.
Okay.
And then the rest of it
And
is,
cut out my
is
number.
yours. And well, yeah, cut out your number. Exactly. So that way it'll be his.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, that makes more sense why it was. I need to put labels on those behind the scenes. Let's go to your damage picture there.
Okay, yeah, we can write that down behind the scenes. This was actually off of, oh, I'm blanking on it now, but since I was thinking that, it was off of, let me pull it up. I had it behind the scenes, Possum Trot Road. There we go. This has been, unfortunately, one of the highlights of damage here. This was actually from a comment that was submitted earlier saying that a tree fell on their son's house through their door, smashed the glass, and I'll back this up, that way it'll play. You can see the broken glass down there on the floor, and just tree limbs and just smaller trees just continued to snap with some of these straight line winds. So this was sent in by Christy out there off of Possum Trot Road. And we also had Gabe earlier when he was talking about uploading those pictures to Facebook. I mean, take a look at some of these signs. Let me move this down so that we can get a clear visual on all these pictures. I mean, signs just kind of mangled with that wind. Some roofs also, unfortunately, getting some of that damage. And these are all off of Possum Trot Road out there in
Those are
Pontotoc,
Gabe's
Andrew.
pictures, right?
Yes, these are Gabe's. The video was sent in by Christy, but these are Gabe's that he said he would upload
Okay,
to
and
the
if
app.
Gabe can hear me behind the scenes, I see him still popping up on your shot over there. He's gonna have to change out his number for yours.
I'll call him.
Just have him text me if he can hear me. Text me his link, and I will send him the right one. If he texts me his link, I'll send him what the advanced one looks like.
I can do that.
So I appreciate that. Okay, let's go ahead and show where things kind of go from here for a moment. As we kind of show where storms kind of continue to go into and through this evening, kind of looking at Futurecast and where it could have some of those trying to form. So again, looking here at 6:30, we're pretty similar on locations. Clearly it's missing some spots there where we could potentially have some of those storms ongoing. As we head toward around, say, 7 o'clock, a couple of these out in the Delta, I think what it's capturing is some of those coming in from Arkansas, fairly strong, but it does keep at least some of these through 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 o'clock. That's why we do have that severe thunderstorm watch that remains in effect. It's a little stronger, maybe a little too strong up there into Tennessee, but watch how we go through a bit of a lull, 10 o'clock toward around midnight, and then it's almost like we flip a switch and boom, some thunderstorms start forming there 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. I will say this, a lot of times when we get big hail reports coming in, right? We get those, inch and a half size hail reports. First off, send those in using the Mississippi Live app, and the largest hail next to a coin that we can verify wins a $100 gift card from our friends at True Shield Roofing. That wasn't where I was going with this, but that is the one thing that makes a bad day a little bit less bad. So it's the biggest one next to a coin or a ruler or something that we can definitively say this one versus that one, right? So send that in using the app. But here's the thing to note. A lot of times, not a lot of times, but sometimes when we get really big hail, the atmosphere is right to do big hail in the afternoon. We can get some hail overnight as well. It's not always as big, but we get some there. And so we do show, again, the cluster of storms that could potentially include some hail with them overnight, 3 to maybe 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning for early tomorrow morning as well. So we'll be monitoring that potential. If something ends up popping up like that, our meteorologist Maggie McCauley will have updates starting at 6:30 a.m. at the latest. If for whatever reason we have severe weather before that, of course, we'll have updates before that as well using the Mississippi Live app. Just make sure you have that available and handy. And it's on all the different platforms, Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV as well. Check her out for the latest, getting you ready for school, getting you ready for work, and getting you prepared if the storms are in the area. Again, Mississippi Live this morning, Maggie on tracking those storms if push comes to shove and requires as much. So temperatures for tomorrow morning going to be down somewhere in the neighborhood of the low 70s out there, and there will be some spotty storms, but lower 70s, rain cool to that certainly is an improvement. Our school day forecast has a 75 at drop off, 89 by lunch, 94 by the final bell, under what should be, again, partly sunny, mostly sunny skies, lesser quantity of storms versus what we have out there today. Appreciate our partners there at IMPC for, again, sponsoring our school day forecast. It's regardless of any rain-cooled air that might help a little bit, it's still going to be very hot and potentially dangerously hot for some of those Friday night football games. And again, we'll look at our game of the week forecast coming up here in a couple minutes on that. But to begin the day, not much activity, a couple of isolated showers and storms, not impossible. Watching a front, hoping for this to bring some slightly cooler air. You can see storms kind of developing out ahead of that, out into parts of Alabama. Looking at our HRRR here, keeping most of that activity out of here. That's again assuming that we have some overnight storms. If we have lesser overnight storms, there's more fuel to try to trigger some thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon. 96 the high in Tupelo and Amory for tomorrow. 100 plus out here in the Delta with heat indices. They're going to be pushing up above that. And at this point, at least initially here, looking at our futurecast, not showing much there. I'm going to do this on the fly, so hopefully find the right one here. See if I can find our high school football forecast for tomorrow. I don't know if that one's been updated. Well, I want to bring Caleb in to make sure we've got the right one here updated. Was it football +1 you got?
I was able to go in and change the locations through the editor. That's what Gabe mentioned for me to do. So it should be updated.
Okay, I just wanted to double check on that then. So I wonder if this will let me play. I might have to actually drop it in the show. Give me a moment to do that. Okay, appreciate that, Caleb. We'll get that in here. Where are we at? Lows tomorrow night. There we are. Here we are. Okay, thank you, Caleb.
Yes, sir.
See, it takes a village to keep me straightened out. That's for sure. Okay, so our game of the week forecast for tomorrow, we're looking at 91 again. That pregame temperature there, and that's the thing. That 91, if we don't have any rainfall out there, still probably feels like it's 103 to 104. We have not had reports of anybody backing game time up for tomorrow. That may or may not be a wise decision on that one. Halftime 86, still probably feeling like at least upper 90s at that point. And then 70s by the final snap. The rain chances are better during the day. They'll get a non-zero chance to get a couple storms into the evening. We'll look more at the rest of your forecast here in a couple minutes, but let's get you a 7-day and let's get back over to radar here in a moment. So rain coverage, we're looking around 20% for tomorrow. Drier for the weekend, less humid, low 90s plus lower humidity. Still probably feel close to 100, but at least it won't be 110 for Sunday. And then some rain chances and storm chances coming back as we look into next week. Mid 90s on the way as we look toward the middle of the next week. More thunderstorms as we remain fairly spotty. But even with storm chances for tomorrow, not expecting nearly the quantity of thunderstorms that we had out there for today. Okay, we'll have more coming up here in 60 seconds. You're watching Mississippi Live at 5.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center.
Oops. Okay. Well, there's our broadcast later this evening here. I forgot that we already did the news break there. So good. You get more me, you get more Caleb, you get more everybody here then in normal mode in a second. So I apologize for that. That's what happens when I just switch things on the fly. Sometimes that's the way it works. Yeah, I'm not seeing, help me out behind the scenes, Gabe's shot. Did he ever get it up and going there or not? I don't think so. I'm going to go to you, Caleb, for some pictures for a second. I'll take a look at Gabe's stuff.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Let's start off with hail pictures that I would much rather like to show off throughout the rest of the evening. And even if we were to deal with some hail overnight with some of those storms, we'd like it to be a little bit smaller. This is pea-sized hail submitted out in Holcomb, Mississippi earlier this evening. So I think this is a nice change of pace for us to show some hail pictures. Appreciate you for sending in the coin as well. That helps us kind of really judge how tiny or how large these hailstones are. And like I just mentioned, we have them all across the spectrum here. I mean, another impressive hailstone out there in Pontotoc. That has been pretty much the bullseye for storms here in North Mississippi. They've pretty much experienced every threat so far that we've had to talk about and get you guys ready for today. And then here's another shot. Now, I'd be curious to see what this normally looks like. This was sent in off of 336 Ecru, but still, that was an area impacted by flooding that is currently ongoing, but very, very heavy rainfall from earlier. So don't know if this is a stream or kind of just bank kind of overflooding, getting closer and closer towards the gravel road, or what this is supposed to look like without all that rainfall. But you can definitely tell, I mean, quite a bit of rain has fallen out there in Ecru, Mississippi earlier on this evening. We have dealt with quite a bit so far out there in Pontotoc. Let's take a look at the chat right now and any questions you guys have. Martha, I think we can all agree with that. Need rain, not the storms. Again, this is some much needed rainfall here in North Mississippi. We just never like to deal with the severe weather aspect of it.
And
I
let's
think
also
that's
check
perfect.
some power outage stuff if we can too, Caleb.
I can switch that over. Yes, let's do that. Pontotoc, that was one that we've been keeping a close eye on, but off the bat, we're already seeing a lighter shade of blue. Let me move this over for you guys. There we go. So we're starting to see those already come back online, and that was one thing I did want to show you guys earlier. This is what our Gabe Maynard, I don't think I have the tab open anymore. He showed a picture of the Pontotoc EPAs already driving on the roads, getting that power back on for you guys. So I wanted to give them some appreciation. They do an excellent job making sure your power comes back on as soon as they can and as soon as they can get that safe and ready for y'all. But let's take a look at our Pontotoc EPA and show that we're not really talking about that bright pink and purple kind of outage area anymore. We are still talking about a still significant 146 outages reported within that yellow frame, and also that teal coming in at 11. So we're still dealing with quite a few outages, but the good news is we're seeing that number continue to decrease. We're not seeing it increase. And hopefully we can finally just get rid of that severe thunderstorm warning and just storm that has been impacting you guys out there in northern Pontotoc. I would say those outages out there in Pontotoc and Webster have been the most significant. We start to see a little bit more coming in out here in Webster County. In this yellow frame, we have 53 outages reported, and out here within the orange frame, 107. That's pretty much in the southwestern portion of Webster County, getting closer towards Montgomery. So you guys dealing with some power outages. And another thing our chief meteorologist Matt Laubon mentioned earlier, when we deal with these outages kind of throughout the rest of the evening, we're going to talk about them being super isolated as well. You can kind of see these blue boxes all across the Calhoun, Chickasaw, and the Webster, but they're going to be minute. So 100 within that box, 2, 3, are we going up? 6. See if we can go back down. 1, 1, 1, 2, and 3. So we're still going to deal with some isolated outages all across our counties as these storms continue to build on up and then starting to kind of dump all of that out on our respective cities and locations. So that continues to be kind of a concern that we want to keep monitoring very closely. For county, those continue to impress. We haven't seen too many storms within the region, or at least not as impactful as what we saw out in Pontotoc as those storms continue to fire on up. And then down here with our Entergy, this is Atala. You guys have dealt with quite a few outages. And let me see if I can refresh this. I want to make sure I'm not showing anything from yesterday, just not updating. And I think that was exactly the case. Perfect. So Atala County, you guys are doing a fantastic job. It was still popping up some of those outages that we saw yesterday evening, but all of you guys back online. In central Mississippi, that was one we were looking at a lot yesterday as some of those storms continued to push further and further south out of our coverage area. You guys still dealing with some storms, just not quite as impactful as what we've seen so far in Pontotoc County. So outages, Matt, I would say those continue to trend in the right direction. We're starting to see those decrease and more people coming back online, but definitely going to keep our eyes on it throughout the next few hours ahead.
Absolutely. I think that's kind of what we have to do
Yeah.
at this point here. Appreciate that, Caleb. A current time is now coming in at 5:40. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that we are tracking. Damaging winds so far have been one of the big stories, along with hail. Don't know that we have nearly the hail potential out of these that we had even just a little bit ago. Looking at Mama Justice Doppler radar, severe thunderstorm warning continues for 6:30 for parts of Webster, Choctaw, Montgomery, Grenada County, Carroll County, also in that. It's really this cluster that we have in the middle there that is the most intense near the Montgomery and Webster County line. It does not look there near Lodi like that is quite as impressive as it was just a little bit ago. We'll make this a 1-hour loop here that continues to again show some of those storms sort of popping up and going from time to time there as well. Some gusty winds certainly possible out of the strongest of these. And this one could be one of those spots where that is the case there. Caleb, I need to send you to Chroma for a second here so I can figure out Gabe's shot. We almost have him up and going. And considering what he's seen there, I want to make sure that we're in good shape on this as well. What I need from you to do is after this, I need you to go to Chickasaw County, keep it street level, look where it's most intense, hit some of the other factors with that, and then I'll be right back with you in just a second, okay?
Okay, sounds good. We can do that. Let me wake this one back up since I've been over at the BAM and see if this can come back online quickly. If not, I can just do it through the laptop. We're going to have to Do it old school. Okay, so let's continue to take a look at these severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing, especially out here towards Webster, and it's eventually kind of making its way. We can see some further up north into Chickasaw County, and you can see actually these boundaries, that's been a focus point a lot throughout the past few days here in North Mississippi. These outflow boundaries, they kind of act as these mini cold fronts to force these thunderstorms to continue to rise here in North Mississippi. But once it becomes detached, notice how that line continues moving forward. These storms, they just have to sit still. They can't really follow it. So that's what we're going to continue to see out of that storm out there in Houston and Chickasaw. We're still under that severe thunderstorm watch that is set to continue until 10 o'clock, but that severe thunderstorm warning that is ongoing, that is set to expire at around 5:45. So let's come back towards now. Sorry, I'm going to have to look at it a little bit smaller here. It looks like I may have missed it. There we go. All right, so we're still dealing with some of those warnings ongoing out there towards Chickasaw County. Now, it's not including you guys out there in Clay, or actually, no, yeah, that's the watch, but I think it is just barely in Monroe. So you guys getting a heads up on that thunderstorm. Now, not expecting it to make that much forward progression. That's not been the trend that we've seen so far today, especially once these storms kind of become detached from this boundary. That's that thin line that you can kind of see kind of draping through the Golden Triangle region. Now, along this boundary, as it continues to push further and further southeast, we could see some more storms try to build on up. But those storms behind it, they're just kind of going to have to sit like a duck in water, and they just kind of sit on top of cities, and that's what causes those flash flooding concerns, Matt.
I do think he had some video there at Possum Trot. Sorry, Emily and I kind of coordinating some stuff, and we have some damage that Gabe's going to pull it up on here in just a second. So monitoring a couple different things here as well, just kind of giving you a heads up. Have we been in and seen some cameras there in around Houston? I say we check the Houston camera, then we go look at it from Calhoun County, and I'll be right back with you. So do those two things real quick. Sound good?
Okay, yeah. Let's try to get a good visual on that with those cameras that Matt just mentioned. We'll start off with Houston. Let's see, I'm going to have to look on this. There we go. So sorry, I'm having to look off of a different screen than usual here. Let's start off with our Houston camera. We already saw a brief flash of lightning right there, right when we made the transition. Don't know if you guys saw it, but again, blinding rainfall. That's the theme with these storms. This is not one of those showers and storms that you can really go out, drive in, make it to your destination. These are those flashers, kind of warnings that we have on our cars to just kind of alert everybody else on the road where we're at, because it is so hard to see in front of you guys, and we just kind of pull over to wait for it to move on through. But still dealing with those heavy bands of rain and a few flashes of lightning, especially within that storm. We can't quite see the bolts as clearly, but they're still occurring out there within this storm. And then we could take another look out here out of, oh wow, there's a great flash of lightning just up close on that camera. Let's look out here in Pittsboro within Calhoun County. We can kind of see, I wonder which way this is facing, but probably seeing some of those rain bands further out in the distance, and especially right here kind of with those gray gloomy skies kind of along the horizon. That severe thunderstorm warning just southwest of you guys, or at least from this camera here, but we can see kind of that heavy precip just east of the camera, a severe thunderstorm warning southwest as well. So still dealing with some of these showers and storms throughout North Mississippi. Now, I will say the one that's been most impactful so far has been out there in Pontotoc, and most of these warnings we're trying to get kind of ahead of these storms in case they do continue bringing some of those damaging wind gusts and the potential for some hail. So we're still seeing that, and it looks like, let me back it up. Did we just see one of those warnings? There we go. Expire. So now not dealing with that out there in Chickasaw County. You guys are not under that severe thunderstorm warning anymore. Kind of just became detached from that outflow boundary. So hopefully not continue to build up in strength and starting to see a good trend, Matt.
Well, let's say that they're still going 50-mile-per-hour winds on that, so it's just barely below severe limits where that is at this point in time here for that. So again, it's still fairly hefty, but not all the way to full on severe. I'm gonna see if we can bring Gabe up here. I see him. He's a little choppy at the moment here. So we'll bring him up real quick where there's he's running into some damage. Gabe, where are you at?
So I'm right off Friendship Road. I'm at Miss Charlotte Jenkins' house where damage did take place. And I'm going to walk you guys over to it. I'm hoping.
Hey, Gabe, so, hey, we're not going to be necessarily walk and talk. We're going to be probably more point and talk if we can. This is going to catch up here in a second. Choppy. So, yeah, no, it's very choppy. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to flip the camera around, hit refresh, flip the camera around, choose your opposite side camera so you can see what you're looking at, and then stay still, and then maybe zoom in, zoom out. But you're going to have to keep it fairly still, or we're going to lose it. Walk and talk is probably out.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, so I'm gonna just go and hit refresh so you can see what you're doing, and I'm gonna keep it on your shot. Sound good? Okay, give me a moment here as he's doing that. See behind the scenes, he's gonna flip his camera about 3 or 4 seconds. There we go. Okay, Gabe, now give us again where we're at here, a general vicinity.
So I'm off of Friendship Road here in Pontotoc, and it's a little bit of a ways into Friendship Road. I don't know exact location. I've been navigating.
Hey, Gabe, so you're real choppy right now. So we need to probably back up from where you're at a little bit more. I know that's going to be frustrated, but yeah,
I'm at Miss Charlotte General here. What year? Top of a and
yeah, you're
that better?
you're gonna have to back up closer to it's sort of working, but we're really kind of it's real choppy. Okay, let's try again. Maybe we have your audio, but don't
Okay,
move.
so there's a look at Miss Charlotte Jenkins' barn, and you can see the damage where the gap is on the opposite side of where I'm standing at. What happened was the roof right there was ripped off, tumbled over the top of the barn, and I'm going to try to tilt it to the other side where you can see that top of the roof is laying on the other side of the barn. The interesting thing here is this, where the side of the barn is that's damaged, that's ripped off. That was on the east side, and it rolled over the barn on the west side. So east to west wind that ripped off that barn, the top,
here in a
the roof of
second,
the barn
your
tumbled over
audio
the
is going to
top of
stop,
it.
and
So,
hopefully
but
we'll
Charlotte said,
freeze
just
on the
okay.
most recent. Not with black when we got it. Oh well. So let's we've seen the picture. Hey, pretty much locked on that. Give us your audio on what you've seen and where you're at.
So I'm right off Friendship Road here in Pontotoc, and I don't know exactly whereabouts along Friendship Road, but a pretty decent bit into it. And this is, for all the locals, Miss Charlotte Jenkins' house. And this is a look at her barn right off of Friendship Road, where the east side of the barn was ripped off, tumbled over the top of the barn, and then ended up on the west side. So it was an east to west wind, kind of unique there, being that those storms are kind of building towards the east. I thought it would be the other way around, but either way, a pretty strong gust of wind knocking down the metal roof. And as we talked about, those are a little bit more susceptible to strong wind gusts. And here it rolled over the barn. And unfortunately, it's going to be a pretty decent cleanup process. But I do want to say, and this is something that a lot of folks are thinking right now in Pontotoc, they're just glad they're okay. Miss Charlotte's saying it could have been my house. It could have been me that was a part of that wind. And I'm just glad that it was my barn and not me. And I think that's something that a lot of folks are saying, praise God for, as we enter into the almost 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah, you might get a soundbite with her if she's willing to talk. Let me ask this again. Does she know about when it happened? Because the east to west makes sense because that storm was back building. And so you had microburst after microburst of heavy rainfall going with some of that wind. So it's possible those were all hitting the ground, in the 3 to 4 o'clock hour there, pretty much right overhead. It's not impossible at all that, yeah, I mean, there were a couple of those that could have blown it from that direction.
Well, she's right here. I can ask her, what time was the storm at? Around guesstimate.
I left Tupelo between 4 and 10 after 4.
So between 4 and 10 after 4.
Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah, see that makes perfect sense. That's when you had the downburst, and so you mentioned they're in the Possum Trot area, a little west of Possum Trot. I need your bearings on that again.
Is you guys west of Possum Trot? North of Possum Trot along Friendship Road.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense because you had that downburst there pretty much right overhead. So that would make sense why they had it where that was.
What was the other road?
Buchanan.
Buchanan, right south of Buchanan Church and north of Possum Trot Road.
Okay, yeah. So that
and
makes...
I do want to say too that one of the things that they were talking about was there were limbs in the top of their trees that were damaged from the ice storm, and this basically shaking them out. So there are a lot of limbs down that were in effect all the way back from January that now have gone all the way to the ground.
So that's the thing. Like we're just going to keep shaking those down, for the foreseeable future, unfortunately.
Exactly. So, but glad everyone's okay. That's for sure. I will get some shots of that, and I will get those over to Caleb that he can show in just a moment.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's our meteorologist Gabe Maynard there in the out there in near the Possum Trot area in Pontotoc County. Again, you're looking at pictures coming from that location, kind of clearer pictures as well. Appreciate that. By the way, with the 6 o'clock news here, if you can't get over to the main road so we can kind of talk about an overview of what you've seen close to the top of the 6 o'clock broadcast. Sound good?
I will try my best to get there by 6. We'll see.
Yeah, I know.
I will be live at some point during the 6.
Okay, yeah. Well, if we can, any kind of shot that you can give me, even if it's not on you, even if it's while you're driving, I'd like to get that off the top. Sound good?
Will do. Hopefully connection.
Okay, I'm going to bring in our Emily Leonard. I got a report from her while we're on the phone here with Gabe just a moment ago on what she was reporting there. And Emily, what exactly were you getting those reports in just a moment ago here? I'm going to wait for you to.
Just yet, Matt. I've still got some phone calls going out. I am hearing, though, that there is some hail happening in the Houston area. So if anybody has any pictures or videos, you want to send those in, you can use the Mississippi Live app. I will say if you're sending any videos in, just be sure to put where you're located. That just kind of helps us out when we need to report it to the National Weather Service.
Okay, appreciate that. Our Emily Leonard reporting again. Another shot there of some tree damage that's coming in from of these. Again, it's going to be the tree damage, it's going to be the hail damage, it's going to be, unfortunately, some structures there with some.
Yes, no, this was unfortunately out there in Randolph, Mississippi, and this fell actually on the power line. So they said they have no power at their residence out there in Randolph. So we're still dealing with hailstones, trees falling, just damaging wind gusts, just kind of more and more damage still being reported here towards our Mississippi Live weather app. So we appreciate all the supports you guys have been sending in. It allows us to know exactly what these storms are capable of. That way we kind of know whether or not they're on their downtrend or not. So we're continuing to see some of that damage out there in Randolph, at least earlier on when that tree fell. And like Gabe just mentioned out there off of Friendship Road, I mean, even with the ice storm that we experienced earlier, it just kind of weakens some of these trees and limbs to where it makes it that much easier for wind gusts occurring in August to blow over these trees that we still have here in North Mississippi that kind of got a little bit weaker during the ice storm that we experienced out in January. So more damage continues to be kind of brought in with our Mississippi Live weather app. Thankfully, I've not seen many hailstones reported. We can take a look at this new one. This was actually out in Vardaman, sent in earlier. It's kind of more of those dime-sized hailstones. You can kind of see where the hail started to grow and that clear ring around it, kind of within each of these hailstones. So that wet growth is what we would call it in the industry with the different types of hailstones. So we're still seeing some of that being reported out there in Vardaman, thankfully not really meeting that 1 inch in diameter criteria to classify it as severe, but still impactful nonetheless. And again, I do want to pull up this one just because this is what I think we would all like to see a lot more heading into the evening, more pea-sized hail, and not even making it towards a dime at all. We do not want to see any more of those intense, just big hailstones make their way down. So hopefully that could be a trend that we still see into the evening hours. But another thing that what Matt mentioned earlier, even though we see these severe thunderstorm warnings start to cancel, we're still dealing with impactful weather nonetheless and kind of having those special weather statements. In order for a warning to be issued, we need wind gusts up to 58 miles per hour or greater. But if storms at 55, that's still impactful. And that's what we could see even into the evenings when we're dealing with these warnings and we don't see that warning on top of us. It could still be impactful heading into the next few hours ahead. So we want to make sure to stay weather aware. You guys have done an excellent job sending reports on whether that's power outages, hailstones, trees down, letting us know what these storms continue to produce out here across North Mississippi. And we can even take a look at some of those outages and how those continue to continue on the positive side, I'd say so. At least out here in Pontotoc County, we're now down to 389 customers out of power. Chickasaw starting to rise a little bit. We saw that severe thunderstorm warning earlier, up to 259 customers affected. Webster, 188. Golden Triangle region, you guys are doing better, but we could take a look at our Pontotoc County EPA. Still 146. So actually, I think that's a little bit lower than the last time we checked here. So those numbers continue to decrease. And then 11 out here within that teal shaded region. Out here towards Natchez Trace, we're also seeing, I guess, some colors disappear, some more reappear. We're talking about this red here, if y'all can see that, 237 out there towards Chickasaw. So that's where probably most of our outages are being reported with Natchez Trace EPA. As we were just talking about that severe thunderstorm warning that just got canceled. but can still be impactful as it just continues to sit on top of you guys. But those would probably be the main areas where we're dealing with those outages. Atala, Golden Triangle region, central Mississippi, we're continuing to look pretty good, but keeping our eyes on Pontotoc, the Natchez Trace EPA, those are kind of primary areas that we're keeping our eyes on, with more and more outages potentially being reported, but you guys starting to come back online quicker. So hopefully we're going to continue to see that positive trend, but definitely good to see those reports starting to slow down a little bit, Matt.
Yeah, and we're hoping that, we're a little bit past the peak on the worst of it, because we don't really have as many out there that are quite as significant. Our Caleb Biddleblue again reporting here for us at our downtown Tupelo facility. Current time now coming in as of 5:58. We'll be beginning our 6 o'clock broadcast here in a few moments. And again, a few things we're hoping to hear from our Gabe Maynor again out live in the field. He was showing us some damage from the Possum Trot area a little bit ago. Caleb's going to get some pictures of some of the damage that we have had also in Pontotoc County, close to Ashley Furniture, other tree damage. He'll have some of those that he can give you updates on. Emily will let us know what we are and are not hearing from local officials related to this severe weather. And of course, we will check in with your reports that you have been sending us here, which lately it's been primarily some power outage reports, things of that nature, but even those have become somewhat more sporadic. It's a trend that we hope will continue. Caleb will have, again, our push alert ready to go here in just a second. I think we'll go ahead and re-rack things here. You're watching Mississippi Live here at 6, starting right now.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Mississippi's trusted weather experts. This is Mississippi Live Weather at 6.
Severe thunderstorm watch issued for a large portion of the area. You're watching Mississippi Live at 6. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. That watch in effect for the counties in green you see next to me. Watches occur before warnings typically, but today, unfortunately, we've had it occur in opposite order. One of the many things, of course, that we have been looking at with all of our folks here. We have team coverage this evening out there. Our Gabe Maynor directly to my left on the screen there is looking at some of the damage, both flooding related and wind related out there in Pontotoc County, one of the hardest hit locations. Our Emily Leonard has been checking what you guys have been bringing in, whether it's videos, reports from emergency managers, or at least trying to get in contact, get more of that information. We're going to start off with our Caleb Edelblut, which is showing some of the most significant damage that we have seen today. Damage that unfortunately is to one of the biggest employers there in Pontotoc County, there in Ashley Furniture, where the roof was partially ripped off earlier this afternoon. Caleb?
Yes, this is exactly what we're showing here, probably the most significant damage that has been reported and sent in through the Mississippi Live Weather app. I mean, you can't make this up. We can see it very clearly, that roof just continuing to just not having a good day with it being kind of ripped away with some of that wind. So dealing with that at the warehouse down in Ecru. I mean, you can see, I mean, it's not just a small hole. I mean, almost a third of the roof down here along the wall kind of just absent as that wind made its way through. And even outside of the warehouse area next to the sign, talk about 2 trees that have fallen. You can see the roots have come out of the ground as well. And it's not just one big tree. That's kind of what I saw at first. There are 2 separate ones within that area that have fallen. And then another area of location that we were just talking about with damage down here off of, I believe it was Friendship Road, but Gabe was just there discussing the damage with some of these straight line winds and how it's been impacting us here in North Mississippi.
Unfortunately, those reports have been significant when they have happened in some cases. I mean, now that's not the most well-built structure. That's why we always tell folks to get to a well-built structure. But there in Pontotoc County, unfortunately, a sign of what some of that damage can look like. No warnings as far as severe weather left for Pontotoc County, though we do have a flash flood warning remains in effect until 10 p.m. That's longer than maybe these typically are issued, and that's because rainfall amounts have been more significant than when these are typically issued. That's a 3-hour amount. Let's go back over to the 6-hour amount because now we're just slightly past 3 hours ago when we started getting some of the more significant reports. Between 6.5 and 7 inches of rain falling there in some sections of Pontotoc County. Our Emily Leonard has been kind of aggregating some of the reports that we have been getting there out of Pontotoc County and all across the area this evening, many of which you have shared with us.
That's right, Matt. A lot of videos coming in and obviously a lot of photos coming in of not just what's happened now, but of the rain and the hail when it was happening. This is some video out in the Possum Trot area or South Pontotoc County area. This is Krista Bagley's video of them there on the porch. Thankfully, it was a covered porch, watching the hail, watching the rain come down, and it was coming down in buckets. But if you listen closely, you can hear that hail. Looks to be about pea-sized hail or so, maybe about as big as a dime, coming down. Again, this is in South Pontotoc. Now, this next video, because of the winds and because of the damage, or the winds and the rain, damage hitting a lot of the areas as well. Caleb showed you the picture of Ashley. Christy sending us this from Possum Trot, a tree busting through her son's door, just shattering that front door. Unfortunately, a lot of trays down because of the wind, and unfortunately, thankfully they're okay, but unfortunately their door not so much. But a lot of tree damage out there. Those are the reports that I'm getting. Some power outages as well. If you do have damage, you can download our app, scan those QR codes there on either side of your screen, depending if you have an Apple or an Android phone, and you can send us your videos and your pictures. If you do send us videos, I'd appreciate it if you just put where you were. That really helps us understand the location as well as get the reports to the National Weather Service. Now, right now, I have not heard back from the EMA director there in Pontotoc County, but I did reach out to dispatch for the county, and they told us they haven't heard of any injuries and reports right now, just some wind damage.
Okay, and hopefully they don't get any reports of injuries, the wind damage, and obviously hail has been most significant. Should also mention on those QR codes there when you're sending in stuff, a largest hail report coming in gets a $100 gift card from our friends there at True Shield Roofing, and we've had some that will probably qualify in excess of 1 inch to 1.5 inches in size. So there will be a winner tonight from those, and so you have to send it in using the app. You need to send it next to a coin to be able to get that. We appreciate all the folks who have done that so far this evening. And Emily, we'll again talk to you about some of the news headlines of the day coming up here in a couple minutes. But first, I want to check in with our Gabe Maynor, who's driving down the road there in Pontotoc County. The signal's been in and out, as any person who lives in North Mississippi knows. Sometimes it goes when you're driving here across some sections of the area. Where are you at, Gabe, as of 6:05?
Well, Matt, this is an area familiar with where we were at the top of our live stream. You can see this is it was completely rainfall. County Road 244 connecting with Friendship Road, and what we're seeing right now is a yard. The fact we're seeing the yard means that water has receded and things are getting better. I do see some guys that are working on clearing some of the trees. I'm going to work to get over there and talk with them here in just a moment. So if you want to come back to me here in like 2-3 minutes, I'll be able to get you with what they're doing. But either way, recovery efforts are ongoing. Folks in Pontotoc taking advantage of that dry weather while it's here.
Absolutely. Okay, we'll check back in with you in a minute. I think this is closer to what it looked like a few minutes ago there in Pontotoc County of some of the flooded rainfall that pictures have come in there. Caleb, right?
Yes, this was sent in by the Friendship community out there in Ecru. So pretty much Pontotoc County just continuing to get all that rainfall, and this is kind of what it looked like earlier. But as we can see here on the picture, hopefully that water will start to recede, especially because we're not seeing any rain continue to fall. The sun looks like it's starting to peek through the clouds. So hopefully we're starting to enjoy some drier skies and take advantage of it within the next few minutes. And on the flip side, speaking of clouds, I mean, those are more of the reports that we're getting in. So I like to see the transition, kind of talk about some mammatus clouds and what those look like up there in the sky, seeing less and less hail pictures, more SLCs or scary looking clouds. I think that's a nice change of pace heading into the evening ahead.
Yeah, exactly. SLC scary, when we're referring to that, typically doesn't mean it actually is scary. It's scary looking is different than actual scary. And so we'll look at some of those pictures a little later on, again, sent in using the app, and we'll go through some of the biggest hail pictures coming up a little later on in this broadcast as well. Let's bring it back in to Mama Justice Doppler radar. We still do have, again, some severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of these are not as intense as when we had some of the storms earlier. In fact, going specifically to peak threats, only a few spots here where we have some of the even second level of purple coming up. And we've had to be kind of into that third level of purple before we start talking about hail that's been significant, and all the way at the top there when it's been more ping pong ball size. Just the way the atmosphere is structured today, that's typically been the case. It's using our True Shield hail swath. And the other way we use this is when this gets up into the dark purple. That's when we know we're likely with hail. I don't really show any dark purple out there on any of this, at least nothing that's been recent. The hail that we do have, some of those returns there around Houston, were almost an hour old at this point here. So those are not as impressive. So strongest storms, again, most of these storms are a lot weaker than they were just a little bit ago, but still showing where kind of some of the strongest are back here. Carrollton and near the Winona area. Our camera in Winona is down, or else I'd give you a better shot of this. We'll look 3D on this batch of thunderstorms here. And that one, again, just west of 55, one of our tallest, but not as tall as the ping pong ball. The ones producing ping pong balls earlier, a little bit taller than this one, and that makes a difference. There isn't a ton of movement on these storms. That's part of the reason they just kind of pop up and drop what they drop, where they drop what they drop. Drop what they drop, where they drop what they drop. I think I got it right. Either way, pop up, do it, done. That's the way these have largely been. But we're starting to see, again, more development out here into northern Carroll County with these thunderstorms here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning issued for locations there in northern Carroll County until 6:30, and then kind of northwest Carroll County back toward Greenwood there in LeFlore County until 6:45. We do expect these to continue to expand back westward. Let's check our camera out there in Greenwood. Maybe we can get a shot along the edge of those. See a moment here for that to populate in. And again, just kind of looking back, you can see the cords there on the tower are sort of bobbing around quite a bit there. Get this camera here and pan it just a little bit for us. I'm sorry, I pulled up Greenville. My bad. I saw green and just went with it. Okay. Here we are. Here's our Greenwood camera. Again, kind of looking back toward the northeast. As we sort of pan it a little bit back to the east, you're looking now back into those storms that are developing kind of back in your direction. You'd see a little bit of vertical development on that batch there, but I don't have a huge one in the foreground here. So we expect to possibly continue to build back toward you. Again, Greenville technically under the severe thunderstorm warning at this point, though we don't officially have, I would say, a storm even over top of you yet. That's largely precautionary on the part of the folks there at the National Weather Service and how they are monitoring this as well. See a message from Gabe, who barely has any sort of power. Let's talk on the phone, Gabe, for a moment here. Call Gabe Maynor, and we'll get his kind of report on where he is at. Again, we're partially on damage assessment duty right now. Okay, so I know you don't have a lot, probably enough for a live shot here. What percent are you at?
1. It died as soon as I hung up.
Okay, so tell me where you're at, what you're seeing, and then if you can.
Yeah, so recovery efforts are still ongoing. They're working to clear the trees, the water receding, so things are getting better here in Pontotoc. I was able to hopefully get a soundbite with Ms. Charlotte here in just a bit, getting that sent over as we speak. And yeah, just continue to navigate along Friendship Road, but things are looking better. There's just limbs, leaves, and even some trees down that is going to take a little bit of time to clear on up.
Okay, appreciate that, Gabe. Charge it up. Good luck. Talk to you in a bit.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Okay, our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, again, kind of assessing the damage situation there in Pontotoc County as those reports continue to come in. We're going to take a brief break here. and we'll have a little bit of a news update, and then we'll get you the rest of the stuff related to what storms are doing, how they're doing it, and where we go into this upcoming weekend as Mississippi Live continues here in 60 seconds.
I started banking in 2012, went to First Choice Bank. They gave me my first loan, super easy to deal with. I like First Choice Bank. I've never wanted to go anywhere else. I'm a customer for life.
Growing up in a farming community, I've always been fascinated with the weather. But in 2024, my draw to be a mother became stronger.
So I took a step back from my job until Matt gave me a call. Mississippi Live allows me to be fully present at home while also getting to do my dream job as a broadcast meteorologist.
Wake up with me every weekday morning on Mississippi Live.
This portion of Mississippi Live weather is presented by Little's Jewelers.
So I thought I would start off with a very appropriate story for today with all of the power outages that we are having and that we have seen over the last few days. And I mean, and who could forget January's ice storm? Well, now one city is looking for a new way for people to be able to report those power outages. New Albany Light, Gas, and Water has a new way to report outages. Now, this is a map of their coverage area. So this applies to the people who live in this box, if you will. They're looking at what's called a hometown grid. It is a web-based AI-powered system that replaces the old busy signal problem. What you do is you call in and an automated system answers immediately. You tell it your address, give it a quick description, and then the crews will get those details instantly. No waiting on dispatch. You will also get a text confirming your report, and you can track those outages on a live map. This service costs $2,500 up front, plus it's got a $1,500 a month fee. And they say that the existing dispatchers are not going anywhere. They're not losing their jobs because we still need them. Customers can call the same number they've always called, 662-534-1041. You can also try to call that new line. That's the 888 number that you see there on your screen. You can also report by voice or by text. Thought that was a really cool story, especially on a day like today. $1.3 billion. That is the price tag on 170 construction projects currently underway at Ole Miss. Chancellor Glenn Boyce says the work will shape the university for decades, calling it advancing our mission. Big ones to know: a new student housing at Kincannon and West Row, and a new school of accountancy building set for the spring of 2029. A few renderings here. A new parking structure and data center upgrade, both expected to finish early next year. Beyond the campus, though, several fraternities and sorority houses are also under construction or renovation, including some new houses for Alpha Chi Omega and Sigma Alpha Epsilon. So as the heat continues, the Tupelo Salvation Army needs your help. Their cooling and their hydration stations are open, but they are running low on water, so they need bottled water. If you would like to donate, you can drop it off at the Salvation Army on Carnation Street in Tupelo. Also, their cooling station is open Monday through Friday, 10 to 1, and then again at 1 to 3. Sorry, 10 to 1 and 3 to 5. There we go. The hydration station is open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5. All right, that is a look at your news on this very rainy and stormy Thursday. For Mississippi Live, I'm Emily Leonard.
Okay, as we're kind of moving on to the next part of the broadcast here. Oops, hold on. I'm guessing, Gabe, that you're the one getting my reverb there. So, Gabe, let's hear your report.
Yeah, Matt. So talking with Webster County EMA, Tom Booth, he's telling me that trees are down. They got marble-sized hail for a brief moment and some flash flooding concern as well. Your typical reports that you're getting with this setup, and unfortunately that continues to be the case for a lot of locations, not just here in Pontotoc, all the way down in Webster County and in plenty of locations across North Mississippi. So we're continuing to get that information. I know that there's a little bit more detailed report that you may be able to pull up here behind the scenes. I can't have my text up as well as my shot up. So if you have that as well, if you want to add any details that I may have missed. But there are cleanup efforts out here. I am going to work to get some shots and some interviews with them. But my phone, as I was letting you guys know behind the scenes, it is struggling a little bit because there's a lot going on and a lot of service issues. So it's just eating up some of that battery. So say a prayer for the phone as well as we try to get you all of that information.
Okay. I appreciate that. Hey, listen, anybody who's lived in North Mississippi and driven down a road understands what you're going through. So you're good.
Exactly, but glad everyone's doing better. That's the thing. That's the most important thing from this shot is that recovery efforts are ongoing. Everyone that I have talked to is okay. No injuries or deaths to report, which is what we want whenever there is a severe weather setup.
Absolutely. Appreciate our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, there plugging it in, trying to charge things up. Appreciate that. Hey, we mentioned hail. We've talked a lot about wind. We've got a ton of hail reports that have come in. We'll show some of those newest and that have come in recently. Caleb's looking at those again in our downtown Tupelo facility.
Yes, no, I kind of structured it to where we could start off small, at least my personal opinion, very brief, that I was able to try to organize it. If you're trying to look for the hail and having trouble to spot it, well, that's a good sign because it's really hard to see here on this as we're talking about more of that pea-sized hail just under that dime, not even a corner. So smaller hail out there in Holcomb, Mississippi. But I mean, we've seen all different shapes and sizes as this hail has continued to fall all throughout our region here, less than a dime, but starting to build on up, kind of more of a handful as people have found more and more out in their yard. You can even see some out there in the grass just and on their deck just outside of their house, but working our way up towards quarter-sized hail, especially further up north out in Pontotoc. Really kind of seeing just the different hail shapes and sizes continue to grow all throughout North Mississippi. And these are the two, in my opinion, that I think are the biggest. Unfortunately, we don't have a coin next to them, but just based off their shape and size, I mean, easily reaching over an inch. I mean, you can see how big this hailstone was, and I want to make sure to give the location for that one. That was out in Possum Trot Road, where we've received a lot of damage so far. So there was another big hailstone, and this one I just think is at least the biggest or thickest, with just how big the diameter continues to be with that hailstone. This one was sent in earlier today. This was off of Friend Road, Ecru, Mississippi, around 4:36. So I'd say this was probably one of our largest hailstones that we've seen today. Unfortunately, like I keep mentioning to Matt, it's impressive in the bad way, with just kind of how big we could see some of those hailstones, and some of those continue to get reported. But the good news is they're slowing down. We're starting to decrease in size throughout the next little bit. So hoping that continues to be the trend heading into the rest of our evening hours ahead. And then that will hopefully help kind of limit more damage reports, outages, and we can continue to kind of look in the past for that peak intensity that we've been covering.
Yeah, absolutely. Past would be best on that, right? Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, reporting. Okay, let's kind of roll back into weather coverage here.
Right now, from the Mississippi Live Weather Center, here's Mississippi's Chief Meteorologist, Matt Laubheim.
And here near the Alva area, where our probably most intense storm is showing up as of now, 6:20 here. This is part of a severe thunderstorm warning still at this time until 6:30 for Webster County. A little black sort of return means really heavy precipitation of some kind, whether it's really heavy hail or wind or exactly what, just kind of depends. But I think typically it's been wind going along with the heavy rainfall when those end up going through that bit of a collapsing phase there. You know, we have to look through in order to kind of show this, but let's go ahead and get a motion on this over the course of the last hour. And you see how this has been one of those spots where we've had, again, repeated storms developing. And so that's where the flooding rainfall potential kind of comes into this as well. It's not an everybody thing, but the rainfall over the last 6 hours there, southeast of Alva, again, closer to where we had those two reports. You know, Gabe was mentioning the reports of trees down around Eupora. That's the shot here 3 o'clock hour, it shows that when that came in, and then the down power line there along US 82, closer to around 440 there. That would be close to the Choctaw County area. That says close to 82, so I'm wondering that's got to be too far south on where they put that on the map there at the Weather Service. Either way, the heavy rainfall as these storms collapse, a big part of how it did that and what it did and what these storms have produced. We continue to have very heavy rainfall rates out of some of the most significant of these. Let me see if they'll give me the storm total, because that's the thing. There are spots, Chickasaw County now, we're up there in excess of 2.5 to 3 inches, Webster County, and then obviously right at our bullseye of 7-ish inches of rainfall up there, where we still have that flash flood warning ongoing into Pontotoc County. Let's be clear on an overview here for a moment. As far as damaging storms, these are not as significant as where they were a couple of hours ago. There are obviously still some reports of wind damage possible out of these, a decent number of lightning strikes, still about 885. And the majority of these that are heaviest, again, southwestern Chickasaw, back toward Carroll County. And over the last hour, you could see maybe expanding a little bit farther, or was at least for a little bit trying to expand slightly farther west. But this general grouping, again, storms going to kind of continue to work their way from the northwest back toward the southeast. But there's just not a ton of movement on the whole cluster there. I mean, if I almost feel derelict of duty on this. And behind the scenes, Emily's laughing at the word duty, which is her favorite word. But if you look here at the positioning on where those are over this 1 hour time period, they've all basically stayed over the last hour encapsulated in this circle here. You have some right at the edge, and then just kind of redevelop there. That's why the heavy rainfall is a big factor. That's why we cannot really do good storm tracks on them, because they're not really moving. They're just kind of doing and dropping and everything that goes alongside of that there. So looking toward tomorrow, we hope we aren't going to have a repeat performance. I don't think we're going to have a repeat performance on this. Our high school game of the week, again, presented once again this year by the folks up at Langston Lott and Casey Lott. Glad to be partnering with them once again. We're going to be there in Shannon for Jamboree Week against Aberdeen. Again, voting ongoing for the cheer, and I think the most valuable non-player back once again this year. No band because it's Jamboree Week. We'll have band back again starting next week as well. But 91, that pregame temperature, and add 10 to each of these for the feels like temperature, as it will be dangerously hot once again for high temperatures tomorrow. So looking towards Saturday, 96 the high. I mean, a couple storms not impossible, but I think drier air remains the bigger story this weekend. And so that gets temperatures dropping a little bit more by Sunday behind a weak front that's trying to kind of nose into the area from up to the north. So let's look more at this here on our future cast and kind of how this will play out. Again, tonight, those storms that we have out there, fairly close, kind of overdoing the ones up north here. Before we go any further, let's go back over to radar for a moment just to kind of verify that. So we have what we have here. And up into Tennessee, there are some, overall, a fairly underwhelming quantity of storms up there. So I would say that this is close-ish on its positioning and where storms are, overdoing the ones up into Tennessee somewhat. So let's see how that plays in to the overall way in which this works. Still kind of tries to keep regenerating. A few thunderstorms at 8 o'clock, and we do still have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for a lot of locations. Again, if you're in that and not, you can find that using the Mississippi Live app on your smartphone. It'll, there's pop-up right there. I'll let you know if you're in those alerts. A lot of us are, for the next few hours here, under one of those severe thunderstorm watches. Looking here past around 9:30, 10 o'clock this evening, still kind of regenerating a few, but I think possibly overdone a little bit here on future casts. That's why I'm on the wide shot rather than get too specific in on exact spots. I think it's overdone a little bit. What I'm more interested in and more concerned about, as far as overnight's concerned, these thunderstorms back here in northwest Mississippi and whether or not these can kind of hold on here. I think those continue to try to expand in from the north and west and could potentially have some wind gusts there up around, not impossible to get a few of those up to around 50 miles per hour or so. But that does pretty consistently still have some that are around overnight through 5, maybe even 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. To track those, we have the app, of course. Our Maggie McCallie will be up bright and early, 6:30 a.m. when she typically comes on the air. At the latest, that's when you'll see her. Might be a lot earlier than that, depending on how timing works on this. Check her out again on Mississippi Live this morning, 6:37, 7:30 a.m. or earlier as necessary. Keep it here again for the latest. As we come back on here to Futurecast, you'll notice going through your day on your Friday, starting off with low temperatures somewhere in the middle 70s to low 70s. That's closer to what we typically expect for this time of year, but even with the rain-cooled air, still running a little bit above our normal. Our IMPC school bus forecast has a 75 degrees for that pickup temperature. We're 95 at drop-off as we head toward afternoon. It will continue to be obviously a hot day for tomorrow, all day long. That's the storyline there under what should be, again, partly cloudy skies initially, perhaps a couple isolated showers and storms there continuing to try to pop up in and around the area, but not as many of those into the morning. And the real question is how many can we generate as we head into the afternoon? We're not showing a ton there. I'm going to redo this looking at our strike model, which tends to be a little bit more aggressive. And so we will use that, looking at its kind of latest run here. It does still also have, again, some of those early storms. So it's interesting to see both of our main projections kind of agreeing on a couple of those around. Now, it keeps them around a little longer, perhaps simply because it does not show as many overnight storms leading into early tomorrow. Head toward midday, though, that round kind of slides out of here. This weak front coming in from the north could initiate maybe a couple storms, but the majority of those, see how we wait here? You can almost see that little outflow boundary there. That's kind of like today that sort of gets the few going and they kind of expand from there as we head toward around, say, 536, though a lesser quantity. So knock on wood, fingers crossed, all the things you have to do, that hopefully those aren't as significant or severe. High temperatures tomorrow, lower 90s to maybe around the 100-degree point, certainly up in the northern part of the state, closer to that front. Those temperatures will be a little bit cooler, and the heat indices, I mean, anytime we're 97, I'm not saying it's cool, but anytime there's a 9 in front this time of year, that's a huge improvement compared to the 110-ish that we have Greenville back toward Kosciuszko, Macon or so. And obviously, where you don't see the rain-cooled air, that will be more significant. Our wet bulb globe temperature, which looks at heat injury risk, more limited by tomorrow evening than we have been for this afternoon. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. We got to keep things good for all of our athletes out there, and hopefully everything turns out well for them. So certainly Futurecast into tomorrow evening keeps it relatively dry. Let's start your weekend forecast here, because I know, again, we did not get too deep into the weekend forecast at 5 o'clock. You can see limited rain chances with more significant ones back to the west of us for early Saturday morning. Again, we don't drop to 0 on the rain chance on Saturday, but drier air behind this front hopefully makes a difference by Sunday. And so that's kind of the trend downward, I think, both days on the rain chances there. Upper 60s, low 70s. That is back below normal for low temperatures by early Saturday morning. Saturday by midday, again, we'll probably have a couple of isolated showers and storms, but this front is the story, and the drier air behind it as well, kind of a secondary front up to the north of us, continuing to try to kind of reinforce it. In saying that, notice as we switch it over here between our HRRR to our strike, it still has a couple of isolated showers picking up there, trying to go off of that initial front. Up into Tennessee, more likely. Not a lot of this meaningful moisture in our area, but if something can stay a little more organized, going to sprinkle, not an impossibility to maybe an isolated storm out there by a Saturday afternoon. So even behind the front, it is less humid, but not necessarily a lot less hot. Look at temperatures, upper 90s. Look at the contrast here, right? You're only adding, what, a degree or so there for Bruce and Houston. Oh, man, I jumped back too far. Let's see if, there we are. Hit the wrong button. Okay, so Saturday here, look, we're upper 90s to near 100. You're adding maybe only a degree to some of those temperatures for what it actually is to what it feels like. That's the real impact from the front. Less humid air, not necessarily cooler air. It'll feel cooler even if temperatures aren't actually a lot cooler. By Saturday night, again, mainly dry, a couple rogue showers possibly into early Sunday morning here on our strike model, trying to keep a couple around, possibly closer to dawn there. Again, rain chance doesn't drop completely to 0 with this, kind of hiding there behind the scenes a limited chance, and we'll talk slightly more about that coming up here in a couple minutes. We'll look a little more closely at that. 7-day forecast has us going low 90s into the first of next week. Rain chances up maybe just a little bit more as we head toward the middle of the week. Where that time of year, if you have enough heating, you have something to spark it off like today, you're going to have some isolated, stronger storms. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back looking at some of your comments that you guys are sending in to us to let us know what you are seeing, as unfortunately power outages continue to be an issue. We'll check in on those power outages with our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, as we go look at a few locations as Mississippi Live continues here in 60 seconds.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
For years, it's been the same formula. If it bleeds, it leads. You deserve better. We are Mississippi Live. We're focused on the stories that matter to you, to your community, to your family, because local matters. We are Mississippi Live.
Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted.
Outside Mabin, we're looking again at that mix of clouds and storms back west of Mabin that still have prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. The most recent one still in effect until 7:45 p.m. Current time is right at 6:30 p.m. You're watching Mississippi Live here at 6. That storm one that just is an environment, it continues to regenerate and stick around, unfortunately, long periods of time. I got to bring up our chat because I do absolutely feel for Christy here. Her comment, you know, it's one of those that kind of tugs at your heart. She says, hey, I'm praying for any of these folks going through what we did earlier for 3 hours. It was like it was never going to end. In 44 years, I have never been in a storm that lasted so long and was so intense. It hailed for 2 hours of it. I mean, we've said Possum Trop on TV and here before a number of times. I might have said it combined on this broadcast as much as I have over the last 6 or 7 years. That storm just did not move and was so intense with what it was producing. You know, the camera that gave us an excellent viewpoint of it was actually our North Mississippi Storm Chasers camera up there in New Albany. Now, this is just kind of the leftover, again, what we call convective debris from what the thunderstorms were. But for a while, we saw storm after storm after storm after storm just kind of lined up and then dropping it over the same spot over and over. That doesn't happen often. I sometimes call that a spark point, where you just have the right intersection of boundaries. It's lifting, you have enough moisture, it's producing, and just kind of regenerates thunderstorms for a long period of time. So certainly feeling for folks that had the big hail, that had the rainfall there. And you're absolutely right there. You know, Brenda, one of our super fans there, you know, praying for Christy, you know, God, we just pray that, you know, that certainly God is with those that are continuing to recover. It's going to take a little time for some folks to do that, insurance and those sorts of things. But certainly there's that anxiety that goes along with it. And I certainly get that. It's part of the reason why I became a meteorologist, was storm anxiety. It's kind of hard when you just have that nonstop situation like what she experienced there. But as Jennifer mentions, hot, certainly the case for a lot of spots, and still power out in some spots like Manti. And that's where our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut has been kind of tracking some of those power outage reports that people have been seeing, the different power cooperatives there. Caleb, what do you have?
Well, a little bit of good and bad news. I know Pontotoc has been a focal point for storms today. That was one of the counties that has been hit the hardest. Now, we continue to see those numbers decline. We're down to 236 customers out there in Pontotoc. But on the flip side, Chickasaw County, they continue to skyrocket with outages being reported. They're up to around 730, so almost 8% of the county, but still significant. Now, if we take a look at our Pontotoc Electric Power Association, we're not seeing as much color. So that continues to look fantastic. On the flip side, if we were to look out here in Chickasaw, we are starting to see these outages start to spread. Some more and more color starting to appear here on the map. The biggest one here, 484 outages reported within that kind of pink purple shaded area. Up here in the red, we can see around 236. Of course, then we have our isolated outages throughout Calhoun, getting closer towards Webster, even towards portions of Clay. But another thing that I wanted to point out was Winston County. We're starting to see some outages get reported. There was a major outage, and now it looks like they are back online. So that is very good to see. There were up to triple digits of over 100 people out here in the northeastern portion of Winston County out of power. But it looks like between me pulling it up maybe 3 minutes ago and now that they're already back online. So very excited to see that power is being restored. Their EPAs out there do a fantastic job getting back out as soon as they can to restore power for you guys. So we appreciate all of y'all for submitting reports of those outages, especially towards your respective websites and EPAs across all the counties here. But we are starting to see kind of some counties start to do a little bit better and other counties starting to catch up on those power outages.
Yeah, I mean, it takes time, you know. It's one thing, Mother Nature can go bam, 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 and it takes sometimes you're able to connect the right thing at the right spot and get a whole bunch of people on. I think that's where, again, the PTSD from the ice storm, people being out for weeks, you know, large numbers don't necessarily mean large amounts of time. In fact, large numbers sometimes are a good sign because that means there's one big thing that needs to be fixed, and you concentrate all your effort on that. Maybe not a good thing, but certainly better than a lot of small numbers.
Yes.
That's when you're typically sitting in the dark longer.
Yeah, exactly. And an easier fix almost to help get you guys back online quicker.
Absolutely. Our Caleb Edelblut there reporting for us. Appreciate that, Caleb. Current time is 6:37. And again, this cluster of thunderstorms, one that we're watching out here, stretching on Mama Justice Doppler radar all the way there from south of Calhoun City, back there toward Eupora and Winona. You know, just looking at the wind mode here, again, spotty wind damage potential. The main storm that these thunderstorms are continuing to kind of produce here, but it doesn't really show up on the wind mode there as well, which is a good sign because that means we don't have something that's guaranteed. It's more sporadic in the way these are trying to kind of pop up and produce what they're producing there. Checking our True Shield Roofing hail swath and what they have kicked out. And again, not as much in the way of hail at this time, and certainly nothing where we're getting up there into the darker purples. So that means a fairly significant improvement in the hail category of late, and hopefully something that continues here going forward. So I'm going to check the chat again with what you guys have been sharing with us, and appreciate Lapels Cleaners and all of the different sponsors we have here on Mississippi Live that you kind of see pop up, like True Shield Roofing that sponsors this graphic, or Mama Justice that sponsors our Doppler radar. Without these folks stepping up, we would not be able to provide this service, like Lee's Storm Shelters there that sponsors the storm shelter list that we have on our webpage there. And Little's Jewelers that runs commercials and sponsors our weather here. Please, if you have the opportunity to choose somebody to support, be willing to support the different folks that support us here on Mississippi Live. It's how we continue doing this. Mitchell Cunningham and Bowling, and just so many more that have stepped to the front here to kind of be a part of what we're doing. Now I see some pictures there that Caleb has. I'm looking at some of those new pictures coming in. Might be just a dark cloud sort of pictures, but that one looks interesting. Rainbow it is, right?
There we go.
Love to see some rainbow shots. That means typically when we start getting more rainbow shots, we've turned the corner in our coverage somewhat.
Yes. No, it's always a good sign when we can start seeing more rainbow pictures come back in our reports here with Mississippi Live. So definitely exciting to see. We had two shots come in, but a nice contrast. It almost looks like the rainbow kind of splits the darker clouds to the right and a little bit lighter to the left. So a neat shot out there. And this was actually sent in, oops, clicked the wrong button. This was sent in by Taylor out there in Vardaman off of Highway 341. So starting to see some of those rainbows come in, and another kind of tall looking cloud out there in the distance, maybe looking at a distant thunderstorm. This is big thundercloud. This is perspective from Iuka, Mississippi. So this was sent in at around 638 by Grayson. So they might be taking a look at kind of one of those taller thunderstorms out there in the distance with that vertical development. But I always enjoy getting some rainbow and cloud pictures, and looks like those hail pictures are really starting to slow on down.
That's what we like to see. Appreciate that, Caleb. Yeah, this is a shot again, one of those cloud pictures in its own way down in the Aberdeen area. Our camera down there with North Mississippi storm chasers. Again, the corpuscular rays. Actually, this would be anti-corpuscular rays because you can see the shadows there as well. So when you see the rays of light, it's corpuscular rays. You see the shadows, that's the anti. Either way, looking back toward those thunderstorms back out toward the west, as you kind of have the leftover sort of convective debris, higher level clouds there as well. Storms have stayed well to the west there of folks in the Aberdeen area, as well as all of Monroe County largely at this point. It's a very similar shot from West Point on our FastNet camera there, looking back toward the west. We'll go to Adeton as well. You know, part of western Oktibbeha County, I think, clipped there with our most recent severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe it might be right on the Choctaw line, looking back into those storms that direction. In Choctaw County, down in Ackerman, kind of closer to it, but you see the warning, if I step out of the way here for a moment, north of town where that warning shows up the most significant, but there's not really any issues there in Choctaw County. Let's go ahead and swing this camera around. Make sure we're looking kind of northwest. We're looking in a direction we should be sort of looking into it there. Not really seeing a whole lot. That tells you kind of how removed the storm is from where they are at there. Go west to Greenwood, where we previously have had a severe thunderstorm warning there in effect. Looking out just kind of the leftover stuff. I think they're going to allow this warning to expire. 6:45 is its expiration time, 2-3 minutes from now. In fact, if we kind of check that on the wider shot of Mama Justice Doppler, there's not even really any rain in that. So that warning will expire on time. I'm just not super convinced we have damaging weather outside of maybe something very, very isolated. And that's the thing. This warning is very much needle in a haystack as far as severe weather is concerned. And that's why your reports are so helpful to us. It gives us an idea of, you know, kind of what you were seeing there. I see Adeton mentioned there a moment ago. You know, in Adeton, you're still fine. You know, you're right, there? And so you're still fine on where you're at with this. So no real issues for you there in the Adeton community. It's really now, I would say, our heaviest spots. Back out here, probably Montgomery County. It's been Webster County a large portion of the last few hours here. Now you're the Eskridge community on 51. And then they're just between 51 and the interstate there in Winona, one of the other heavier spots where it's somewhat stronger there as well. But man, you know, not as many folks commenting in the chat. As that slows down, that's typically a sign that storms are producing less and less strong and severe weather at this point in time. So maybe a little bit of an improvement there. Hopefully that would be a nice sign. Let's check our True Shield Roofing hail swath. Does not show up with significant hail at this point. Look at our echo tops. This is one of those things I typically show more. We haven't really shown it a lot today. This kind of gives us an idea on how tall storms are. And 50,000 feet has been enough to sometimes kick out 40, maybe 50 mile per hour wind gusts. We get 55 or 60,000 feet. Colors there, of course, at the top start changing, and that's when the numbers get a little bit more significant. I see Caleb continuing to look through the various pictures that you guys have sent in. Some of those look like they could potentially be new pictures, and certainly some that I haven't seen, whether I've been not paying attention because I've been doing other stuff or not, is a different story. But yeah, where's that one at?
I will say that these are new pictures being sent in, but I believe that they occurred earlier because we're still talking about the Friendship community out there in Ecru. This is going to be for all three pictures I'm about to show you. This was some wind damage. You can see some of those limbs kind of snapped, fallen. Looks to be maybe a tent that continued to blow through somebody's backyard, but they reported wind damage out there in the Friendship community out there in Ecru. That was submitted by Brandy. This is also another picture sent in by Brandy of that hail that fell earlier today, kind of meeting that quarter size and even larger. Honestly, it looks to be almost an inch, if not just around an inch. So still seeing some of that hail from out there earlier. And then this was another picture out there in the Ecru kind of Friendship Community region. So I don't believe that this is still currently ongoing. I just think these people are still submitting reports on what they saw earlier as those storms continue to kind of slowly decline, but still kind of getting more and more of those reports and what all occurred earlier on today, whether that was hail or even that wind-related threat that a few of us have definitely been accustomed to, not only the past few days, but definitely throughout North Mississippi today, especially for you guys out there in Pontotoc County. So I'm going to continue to keep my eyes on that. But now we're starting to get some rainbow pictures, more cloud pictures. The hail is starting to slow on down, but I think people are kind of catching up and starting to send in some of those reports throughout the next few minutes. That way we can continue to kind of see what these storms were capable of earlier and what they did end up producing as far as damage-wise as they move on out of our area. So we're going to continue to keep close eyes on that as it continues refreshing so we can see more and more pictures, but hoping to keep it more rainbow related and hopefully not many more damage pictures will be sent in.
That would certainly be the hope. And again, iOS, Android devices, share those with us. There's a place in there to submit video as well as submit your weather pictures. Weather pictures, we are able to kind of triangulate where you're at a little better, so that helps out. And the Weather Service can see those directly. And then immediately, I'll be honest, the way in which those weather pictures help you out, if you're like, well, what does it mean for me other than to kind of us show it, is if it becomes an official storm report, when it becomes time for you to do insurance stuff, it's like, oh, well, look at this. Like, I can correlate it back to this storm report that the Weather Service had there. And then it makes it a lot easier for your insurance to go, oh, okay. And it's not that insurance isn't going to do that either way, but we all know that sometimes it can be a struggle. And so that's one way to make that struggle a little bit less struggly.
Of course, got to make a bad day a little bit less bad. So
any way we can do that. And I always use that phrase for the hail.
Yep.
And we've had in a minute, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to talk to Emily about what she has coming up, Mississippi Live News tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock. But then I want to come back and see who you think so far would be most likely to be our True Shield hail winder. So we'll talk about that here in a couple minutes, okay?
I can do that.
Okay, appreciate that. As we bring Emily back in here for a moment, again, weather is news. We've done a lot of that this evening, but what kind of news do you have for us coming up at 9 and 10?
Weather is weather and news is news. Coming up a little bit later on tonight, a downtown daycare in Tupelo. Planning committee approved it, but a few people aren't real thrilled with the idea of having a daycare in downtown Tupelo, so we will talk about that. Also, a new courthouse in Itawamba County. They have some renderings of what it could look like and a little bit more of the plan in place for that. And also, Sean Tyndall making a stop in Tupelo today. We talked about that at 5. If you did miss our 5 o'clock broadcast, we'll be posting that to social media.
Okay, looking forward to that again. Mississippi Live News tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock. And a reminder, we do news in the morning as well. Maggie, of course, has updates related to everything weather related tomorrow morning, bright and early once again, starting off at 6:30, 7:30 a.m. unless those overnight storms become more of an issue there. There's 2 reasons I'm doing this right now. I'm trying to adjust down the volume on that, but apparently that's not going to work, so I might have to adjust the volume on a different one here. Give me a moment. I thought maybe I would capture that, but it looks like it is not. Give me a moment. I apologize. We're going to need, if you can notice, our lip sync has gotten a little bit farther off on this. We're going to need to reboot some stuff here in a minute. So I think we might take a brief break before we kind of come back on for just a little bit more. Give me just a moment to, come on. Well, I'll figure out this audio issue with Maggie's stuff here in a minute. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Again, 9 to 10 o'clock, we've talked a little bit about that.